Yo, what's good, Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Just a Shinobi, the home of the craziest Naruto what-ifs. Today we're jumping into part 10 of What If Yajuu Sanin trained neglected Naruto. So strap in, because things are about to get explosive. If you're new to the channel, make sure to smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your whole ninja squad. And of course, drop your theories in the comments. Your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. Chapter 41. Cheers. That is so cool. Hey little buddy, Naruto said, reaching out before Bull started growling at him. Whoa. What did I do? He asked, stepping back. Bull, was that really necessary? Kakashi chided. He reeks of fox, Bull replied bluntly as he stared into Naruto's eyes. My clan also has a summoning scroll, but not many people are allowed to sign it. While they are loyal to the clan, the summons are very picky about who they choose, Hinata piped in. Is it your father? Her blush darkened as she stuttered, it's me. Naruto raced up to her and exclaimed, Wow! You can summon too? That's so awesome, Hinata-chan! Oh shit, was all he could muster as the snakes reared up and stared down at him. He glanced up at the massive serpents and only smirked. Oh, they were going to pay for getting the drop on him, especially during his private business. He raised his hand up to his face and bit his thumb. Summoning jutsu! He cried, slamming his palm to the ground. The snakes stood their ground at the sight of the cloud, and began to hiss as Ryoma's massive form emerged from the smoke. Naruto couldn't wipe the grin off his face as he pushed chakra into his legs to leap up Ryoma's leg. Gone were the days where he could simply jump up to reach Ryoma's back. Now, Ryoma's head was about 2 stories high. Ready, Ryoma? Naruto asked, taking his place on the fox's head and running through hand signs. Affirmative, the beast roared as it began sucking in air. Futon, raging maelstrom! The beast bellowed, followed by a concentrated stream of blistering air. Katon, fox hellfire! Naruto exclaimed as the crimson flame burst from his mouth. The two collided, transforming the stream of wind into a massive flamethrower that tore the ground apart. 2 of the snakes darted to the side, but the middle one was not so quick. It roared as its flesh and bones were seared away by the intense heat. Naruto cut off the jutsu as the other snakes began racing towards them. They're flanking us. Get ready! He shouted as he reached for his explosive notes. I hope the others are having a better time than me, he thought, tightening the grip on his kunai. Naruto shuffled his feet, waiting for Jiraiya to say something. He had been silent for over a minute now, and he was starting to get nervous. After finishing his story, Jiraiya had simply crossed his arms and stared at him. Would he be insulted if he were forced to turn down his offer? The boisterous man could be very hard to read when he wanted to. No offense, but I'm surprised that you of all people could manage to keep this to yourself. It's not like I ever really had anyone to talk about it with anyways, Naruto mumbled, staring at the ground. Plus, after I found out about the Kyuubi, I wasn't exactly anxious to talk about it with my team either. I mean, they know now, but it hasn't really come up since then. Besides, it's a little personal for me. Kimi kept me company whenever I got. He fell silent and hugged Kimi closer to his chest. I see, Jiraiya mused before examining the small creature in the boy's arms. Those markings, judging by their color, she's from the head family. No wonder he's been so tight-lipped about this. Lady, she wouldn't exactly want her progeny paraded around, especially in our village. After another minute, he finally sighed. Well, isn't that just my luck? Here I am, trying to have some fun, and Kitsune beats me to it. He cracked open an eye. And I had it all planned out too. I was going to summon a massive toad and blow your mind. The shocked expression of seeing a summons for the first time never gets old. A light smile lit up Naruto's face as relief flooded his chest. You're not upset? Do you have another contract? Pfft, no. Only disappointed you blew my fun. Why would I be? You know you can sign more than one contract, right? Really? You can? Naruto exclaimed, that's awesome. His eyes grew wide as possibilities flooded his head. How many can you have at once? Don't push your luck, kid. Honestly, it depends on which clan you're aligned with. Some of them may allow their summoner to work with another, but there are a few who can be quite stingy about it. They can see it as an insult that you would want to rely on another clan other than them. Having one is rare enough. Two is as far as I'd recommend. Oh. That sounds like fun! Kimmy exclaimed, squirming out of Naruto's arms. Let me go check with Mom. With that, she disappeared with a pop. Will the Toads really be okay with me having 2 contracts at once? Naruto asked nervously. Jiraiya placed a hand on his chin. A couple of them can let their egos get in the way, but the majority of them follow a more pragmatic mindset. Barring signing with the snakes, if it would help increase your abilities, I'm sure they'd allow it. The foxes, on the other hand. Naruto opened his mouth to respond, when he was suddenly whisked away in a puff of smoke. He was caught off balance as he reappeared and gulped as he found himself inches away from Lady Shi's scowling face. Naruto! I talked with Mom, Kimmy exclaimed as she bounced on top of Lady Shi's head. She was so excited she choked on her wine. Naruto weakly chuckled and winced at the sight of Lady Shi's massive teeth. As spirited as Kimmy was, sometimes she could be even more oblivious than him. It was part of what helped them match each other's energy. Anything you would like to tell me, boy? She growled, fixing him with her patented glare. Naruto gulped and responded, "Well, Your Highness. I was just offered the chance to sign another contract, and I was curious if you would, permit me to accept 2 at the same time?" He winced as he enunciated the final word, and waited for her response. Are the foxes suddenly not good enough for you, Uzumaki? She asked in a chilling tone. Oh. No. Not at all. I just thought. Naruto, my boy. When did you get here? The occupants of the throne room glanced towards the entrance as Huli shuffled into the room. Lady Shi, looking extravagant as always, Huli called out as he made his way towards the ensemble. She scowled at his coincidental arrival, but remained silent as he made his way across the marble floor. I was curious as to where my student had run off to. I look away 1 second, and she's gone the next. He chuckled as he came to a stop next to Naruto, and tapped his cane on the ground. So, what sort of trouble have you gotten yourself into today, my boy? Well, I was just explaining to Lady Shi that I was offered, asking permission to sign another contract. He gulped as Lady Shi returned her glare on him. Sounds like a splendid idea. Which clan has offered you a position? Huli cheerfully replied, ignoring the growing irritation on Lady Shi's face. The T-Toads, sir, he stuttered as he noticed Lady Shi's fur rise up in aggravation. Excellent. What a wonderful opportunity. It's been years since I last chatted with Fukusaku. I don't see any problems with that. The Toads are one of the most respected and oldest clans in existence. Some of their members are even 3 times older than I am. Are you quite finished? A chilling voice boomed through the room. Naruto flinched, but Huli remained unsettled. Oh, calm down, my lady. You know as well as I do that the ability of our summoner reflects our clan as a whole. Wouldn't it be prudent for him to have access to as many resources as possible? We both know the Toads would have a lot to teach him. Come on, Mom. Please? I want to make a new friend, Kimmy chanted as she leaned over her mother's head and gazed into her eyes. Lady Shi remained silent. Naruto played with his collar as he watched her tails twitching in agitation. He didn't know what he had done, but ever since his first encounter with her, he could tell he was on her bad side. Do as you wish. Naruto let out a sigh of relief and offered her a bow. Thanks a lot, Lady Shi. I appreciate it. He yelped as she grew close to his face once again. Do not test the limits of my patience, Uzumaki. Now get out of my chamber room, she growled as he disappeared in smoke. She twisted her head and glared at Huli. That goes for you too. Huli simply nodded with a smile, and motioned for Kimmy to join him. Come along now. We have work to do. Kimmy nuzzled her mother's head once more and leapt off, before racing out the door. After waiting to ensure she was gone, she spoke in a more hushed tone. I don't know what game you're playing at, but I am willing to let it unfold. For now, however, If I feel it has gotten out of control, even for a second, you will explain yourself, elder or not. As you wish, my lady, Huli replied with a more genuine bow, before exiting the room. Jiraiya sat in the shade enjoying the breeze as Naruto popped back into existence in the center of the field. Ah, you're back. Judging by the lack of scorched flesh, I take it that things went well. Naruto nodded and flopped onto the ground with a sigh of relief. Women are scary, he trembled. Tell me about it, Jiraiya mumbled as a particular blonde came to mind. He shook his head and began unrolling the massive scroll. So ready to get this show on the road? Naruto took a minute to get his breathing under control, before getting up and jogging over to the old sage. He knelt down on the grass and bit his thumb, before scrawling his name across the page. That should take care of that. Let's see what you can do, Jiraiya said as he rolled up the scroll. Naruto nodded and was about to begin but paused. How do I know which contract I'm going to summon from? You know how you can choose which specific fox you want to summon? Jiraiya asked, which earned him a nod, same basic principle. Just concentrate on a toad and that's what you'll get. Got it. Naruto ran through the motions and slammed his hand on the ground. The smoke cleared, revealing a small, orange toad, which simply said yo. As the two began to excitedly chat, Jiraiya withdrew to his thoughts once again. Now isn't that something else? He managed to summon Gamakichi on his first try. I know he's had some experience, but still. He watched as Gamakichi hopped on top of the boy's head, causing the boy to laugh. As the two began conversing about the exams, Jiraiya narrowed his brow as a new thought entered his head. To think he has not one, but two personal summons directly linked to boss families. That is unprecedented, humph. Well, isn't he something special? He chuckled to himself before calling out, Alright, you two. You two can gossip all you want in your spare time, but if I remember correctly, we have work to do. The pair grew silent and Naruto stood at attention. Gamakichi gave Jiraiya a mock salute, causing the old man to sigh. He motioned the boy to sit and shortly followed suit. Now, before we can begin training, we have to know what our focus should be. Let's talk about your matches. Which do you think is going to be more difficult? Naruto grew silent as he compared the two in his head. While Sasuke might have been facing the most dangerous, singular opponent of the tournament, he, himself, certainly had the more difficult lineup. While it still stung to admit, Kakashi-sensei was smart to focus training Sasuke instead of him. With Jiraiya, he arguably had the better instructor of the two. EHL was going to be tricky simply because there was so little he knew about him. The guy was lightning fast, no pun intended, and his match had ended so quickly it was impossible to tell what he had done, or what else he had up his sleeves. He had a faint idea thanks to Niji's, but it was all really guesswork. Speaking of Niji, just the thought of the guy made his blood boil. He couldn't stand the guy's pompous attitude, and he still held a grudge from their interaction in the forest, but that wasn't really what set him off. Despite what many people would say, Naruto was more observant than people thought. He was not ignorant of how Hinata reacted whenever the boy in question was brought up. He didn't know exactly why Niji carried a chip on his shoulder, but whatever it was enough to make her flinch at the very mention of his name. And that pissed him off. Niji, Naruto growled. Is that what you think? Or is it your feelings getting in the way? You don't want to spend your time preparing for one opponent, only to be knocked flat by the other. Naruto took a breath and shook his head. No, definitely Niji. As awesome as Sakura-chan has become, she is at a severe disadvantage to Niji. Due to his, she'll be unable to utilize her strength in Genjutsu. Unless she is able to pull off something incredible, I see it being a short match, which means Niji will have used little chakra and will recover whatever stamina he loses before our fight. His eyes steeled and he looked Jiraiya in the eye. While I'll admit nothing would please me more than wiping that grin off his face, I won't let that cloud my judgment. Jiraiya nodded. Well said. Naruto gave him a confident grin. Besides, it's not going to be just one-on-one, he laughed, patting Gamakichi on the head. Oh really now? Just signing me up for the action? Oh, what the heck? Sounds like a blast. You can count me in, Gamakichi grinned. The two shared a high five before turning back to Jiraiya. So what's first? Well, if you two are so adamant about working together, you are going to need some practice. Jiraiya sat down and raised 4 fingers. Aside from that, there are 4 things that I plan to cover with you. 1. We are going to do something about that taijutsu form of yours. Before Naruto could argue, he cut him off. Granted, you've certainly gotten better since the last time I saw you. From what Kakashi has told me, you are leaps and bounds ahead of where you were when he first met you. I'm not saying it's bad, but it could use some work, especially considering your opponents. Naruto held back his argument and let the old man continue. Thanks to your teammate, you've had more exposure to the form than most would. You'll know what to expect, but that doesn't mean you'll know everything. There is a reason why he was ranked as the top genin of his year, and as eccentric as his sensei may be, there is a reason that man is credited as the greatest taijutsu master in all of Konoha. You've seen the results of his work firsthand in your preliminary match, and you can bet that the Hyuga wasn't sitting on his ass during their practices. Naruto fell silent as the bruises from his match with Lee reminded him just how effective Guy's teaching was. And you can bet that the Kyumo Nin also is proficient in taijutsu. You're fast, but he was on another level. Hopefully by the end of this month, you'll at least be able to keep up with him. Determination gripped his chest as he nodded. Good. We'll leave your clones to work on your forms, and you'll work with me on conditioning. Next, you are going to leave only 2 clones max to work on your studies. Don't want to overload your brain on top of the physical exhaustion. Oh, by the way, thank you so much for teaching me about marking. It's incredible. I wouldn't have been able to beat bushy brows without it. Naruto exclaimed, cutting him off. Good to hear you're putting it to good use, Jiraiya chuckled. 3rd, ninjutsu. You have a decent repertoire of jutsu under your belt thanks to Kitsune and Kakashi, but there's always room for expansion. Due to our limited timetable, we are only going to work on 2. Naruto deflated that, but Jiraiya pressed on. One of them was given to me by Kitsune, which earned a smile from Naruto, and the other. Jiraiya cut off as he held up his hand. Naruto and Gamakichi fell silent as they watched blue chakra begin swirling in his palm. Neither could take their eyes off of the jutsu as Jiraiya rose to his feet. They were enchanted as the man walked over to the closest tree and slammed the orb into the bark. They barely even blinked as the spinning orb drilled away at the bark, sending splinters flying. After 5 seconds, Jiraiya removed his hand, revealing a perfect hole in the tree. Is going to take up most of your time. Naruto was silent as he digested all of this information. A million questions were buzzing through his head, but one was nagging above the rest. And the 4th thing? Jiraiya walked over and gave him a serious stare. It's about time you learn how to call the Kyuubi's chakra. I'm sorry to hear your daughter didn't make it past the preliminaries, Inoichi. Don't remind me. I'm proud of her for even making it that far, but that smug grin on Shikaka's face is driving me crazy. He won't say anything, but he's holding it over us that his son made it. It's infuriating. Yoshio chuckled and slapped the man on the back. Well, her loss should motivate her to work harder. I'm sure her loss will actually be better for her in the long run. Here's to her future. The two tapped their cups together and downed their drinks in one gulp. Yoshio set his glass down and leaned forward. Now, I don't think you invited me to the bar just to discuss your daughter. What's up? 2 things, actually. First off, since it involved your company, I thought you'd be interested to know we may finally have some answers regarding the IWA Nin soon. Yoshio's face remained neutral as he leaned back. Really now? What's changed? From what you've told me, some seal thing like what that blonde-haired boy performed is keeping you from accessing his memories. It was and it has been a bitch to deal with. Luckily, Jiraiya-sama was able to take a look at it, and he should be done within the next day or 2. Well, isn't that wonderful? I'm sure Kenta-san and the company would be very eager to hear your results. Agreed. I'll pass on what I can to you when the Hokage permits me. It has to be declassified before I'm technically allowed to tell you. Yoshio was quiet but nodded in understanding. And the second thing? Well, as one of the more prominent clans, we have great seats reserved for the finals. One of my cousins isn't going to be able to make it since his wife is expected to go into labor that week. I have an empty seat and I was curious if you'd like to join me. Yoshio cracked a smile. I'm honored. I appreciate Inoichi, and thank you for being so hospitable towards me ever since I moved here. You and your family have really made the transition easier. Inoichi waved him off. Think nothing of it. He glanced up at the clock above the bar, and sighed. Ugh, I'm glad I was able to catch you, but it seems I have to get going. Oh, come on. Stay and have another drink. Yoshio smiled. Inoichi chuckled as he stood up. Trust me, I'd love to, but I have 6 packets of paperwork to finish tonight, and if I don't start now, I'm going to be up until 2. I'll send you those tickets in the mail. You're going to love it. VIP and everything. I'll catch you later. He offered the man one final wave before he exited the bar. Yoshio lowered his hand, and remained quiet for several seconds. After a chuckle, he waved over the bartender for another shot. Everything was going so perfectly it was almost pitiful. He had expected so much more from the illustrious Konoha. The only real obstacle he had faced since entering the village was his first interaction with Shikaka Nara. The man was as brilliant as they said he would be, but even his keen mind could be dulled with enough shots. Still, he was surprised how fast it had taken for them to break the Zaofu's seal. But then again, it really didn't matter anymore. Their insurance was already in place. Inoichi would never find the memories he was looking for, no matter how many times he looked. On top of that, now he had front row seats to observe the biggest threats his village would face in the future. All paid for by the Yamanaka. Cheers, Inoichi Yamanaka. Thank you for your service, albeit unintended, to the glory of IWA, he thought as he downed another drink. Chapter 42, Control. Again. Hinata nodded and wiped the pouring sweat from her forehead. She took several deep breaths before raising her arms parallel at her waist. She clenched her fists and the flaming, blue chakra roared to life. After 3 seconds, the writhing chakra finally took shape into bright blue fangs. As the form settled, she shifted her feet and began pumping as much chakra as she could through her arms. She grit her teeth and fought to keep the shape of the technique from falling apart from the sudden influx of chakra. She stood off to the side near the porch and watched as Hinata struggled to keep the influx of chakra in check. While there were certainly areas of Hinata's development he had opinions about, her chakra control was not one of them. He had to admit that, even for a Hyuga, her chakra control was impeccable for her age. Still, that would not be enough. Not for what he had planned for her. Since the first day of their training, he had made her repeatedly push her original technique to its limits. By pumping more and more chakra into the technique, it would be all the more difficult for her to maintain the jutsu's structure. Aside from working on her chakra control, there were 2 other reasons he had her repeating this. The first was a flaw that he had noticed in the jutsu, when she had shown him it weeks ago, how long it took to form. When he first witnessed her perform the jutsu, he had noted it took her 6 seconds for the chakra to settle into place. In battle, timing was everything. For a ninja, 6 seconds was a lot of time. For any jounin worth his rank, that was enough time to fire off 2 jutsu. By forcing her to form the jutsu again and again, she had successfully been able to reduce the time by half. The other reason was that he could tell that the jutsu was not finished. Every now and then, she would pump too much chakra into the technique, but instead of falling apart, the jutsu would seem to change its shape. One time, he could have sworn he saw something reminiscent of eyes, before she could no longer support the shape. She would be able to develop this further, as she grew older. With age came larger reserves and greater control. As his mind began to wander, his calm demeanor slowly began to shift into one of irritation as the nagging memory crawled through his mind. Orochimaru knows. 2 words that still sent shivers even down his spine. Ever since the Hokage and Hinata had spoken with him, not a day had gone by without the paranoid thought crawling through his head. He was thankful that his daughter and her team had managed to escape mostly unharmed from their encounter with the serpent, but the interaction only created another problem for him to deal with. Not only did Orochimaru know about the stone ring, but also he was aware of Hinata's connection to it. That concerned him more than anything. While he was disturbed that the man had knowledge of the stone ring, he could have assumed it was simply due to the Sanin's obsession with ancient texts regarding any clan with a Genkai. However, the fact that he knew about Hinata told him one thing: there was a traitor within the clan. And not only was there a traitor, but the traitor was someone on the Hyuga Council. Due to the clan's rules regarding the ring, only they were updated about Hinata's revelations from the monument. While that certainly narrowed down the possibilities, it still left 25 of the most influential individuals within the clan as suspects. He would have to play both filibusterer and detective in this endeavor. To prevent any further leaks, he would have to withhold information from the council, but at the same time, they would grow suspicious if he went too long without informing them of her progress. He sighed as he rubbed his brow. This was going to be difficult. He would need to reach out to Shikaka for assistance once again. He was brought out from his musings as Hinata fell to her hands and knees. She was heavily panting and sweat was pouring from her face. Hayashi glanced at the clock he had brought out with them and was pleased. 5 minutes. I believe that's a new record, he mused. Hinata, I believe that is enough for that exercise today. You may rest, he called out. Hinata weakly nodded and unceremoniously flopped to the ground. She rolled onto her back and simply lay there for several seconds, before reaching out for her water bottle off to the side and draining it in a single gulp. She pulled at her navy mesh shirt, trying to fan herself as she cooled off. Normally she felt embarrassed to wear anything that showed off her shoulders, but this was training and she was at home. Besides, it was simply too hot for her to wear her normal hoodie. After about a minute, she regained her breath and pushed herself off the ground. She wiped her face with a small towel as she made her way towards the shaded porch. She sank against the wood, and sat in silence as her father stood beside her. You lasted 40 seconds longer than your last run. Tomorrow, I expect you to be able to hold out for 6 minutes. Understood? Yes, sir, Hinata nodded as she wiped her forehead. Good. After you have rested, I think it's time we got to work on what I promised you. Despite her exhaustion, Hinata immediately sat up. Her eyes were full of anticipation as Hayashi began to remove his normal garb, revealing his own training outfit. Her break all but forgotten, Hinata trailed behind her father towards the center of the courtyard. Hinata excitedly waited as her father worked through his own series of warm-ups. When he finally turned around, she stood at attention as he addressed her. Now, you have been working on improving your chakra control because the technique I plan to teach you takes the utmost precision and concentration. As you know, your mother invented this jutsu, and it went on to be one of her signature techniques. I expect you to honor its legacy and reputation. Absolutely. Hinata shouted, nodding her head. Good. Now watch carefully. Hinata activated her as Hayashi raised his left arm. He closed his eyes and flattened his palm, as he began channeling chakra into his forearm. Hinata didn't even blink as she observed his chakra began to take shape in a wedge at the tip of his fingers, not unlike how Kabuto had formed his chakra scalpels. She watched in fascination as the edges along the fingers became more and more sharp until she slightly jumped back as the chakra shot out from his fingertips, leaving a flat, steady beam of chakra in its wake. Her eyes widened at how calm the chakra was behaving as she gazed up and down all 3 feet of the blade. On record, the clan refers to this technique as the 8 trigrams vacuum blade. Hinata was silent as she stared at the slender sword of chakra. The more she looked at it, the more a question began to burn in her mind. Tusan? Yes? Why is it called vacuum blade? You are not using wind style like in the air palm technique. Hayashi nodded. Very good. I am glad you noticed. That is simply the name we have listed on record. The actual reason for the name is actually trudged down by technicalities. He sighed as he gazed at the glowing blade. Your mother simply called it a chakra blade, and that would be a more accurate title, but those already exist. They are special blades that utilize a special metal from Iron Country that amplifies the effect of chakra. Hinata nodded. She had looked into the metal when she and Naruto had searched for Sasuke's birthday present. It had been quite expensive, but she was certain it had been worth it. She was sure Sasuke would be able to bring out its full potential. Now, what can you tell me based on your observations? Hayashi asked as he raised his arm. Hinata was silent before responding. Well, I noticed that the chakra isn't really fluctuating that much. It's perfectly smooth. That's correct. That is partly why this technique requires so much control. This jutsu requires several steps, he said as he dissipated the blade. He whipped his arm and a small shower of chakra began flowing from his wrist. He flattened his palm, and the chakra slowly began forming into the sharp edge along his fingertips. As you can see, the first step involves concentrating your chakra and flattening it to the shape of your hand. The second stage. This time, he slowed the technique and the chakra slowly began to push out from his hand. After 2 feet it crept to a stop, and he turned to face her. Involves length. This requires a great amount of control since you must keep the length of the blade the same while you use it. Now, look to the edge of the blade. Hinata glanced to the end and noticed that it no longer had its sharp edge. It was still angled, but the edge was wispy and almost gas-like, as chakra was released into the air. The third stage is the most difficult to master. Now that you know how to make the edge and enlarge it, the final stage is cleaning up the details. Hayashi barely moved as the length of chakra began to compact and shape into the smooth and clean blade. Forming the blade is relatively easy. Maintaining it as you move and think is the true challenge. With time, it shall become easier and easier, but without enough concentration, the technique shall fall apart. To demonstrate his point, he walked over to a training dummy and slashed at it with the deformed blade. The chakra simply bounced off the wood and dissipated into the air. Hayashi was quiet as he burned off the remaining chakra. He stood perfectly still before slashing upward too fast for Hinata to see. The dummy remained still for a second before splitting perfectly in half and falling to the ground. Hinashi turned around and gazed at Hinata, who was still rooted in her spot. Her eyes were wide, and he noticed the usual timid look in her eye was gone. Instead was a raging look of determination and excitement that he had only seen on 3 occasions. "Are you ready to begin?" She couldn't nod fast enough as she shouted, "Yes, sir." On the other side of Konoha, the other member of Team 7 still present in the city was also hard at work. 24-25, come on. Come on. Is that the best you can do? You still got 30 more to go this set. Stop slowing down, Gamakichi shouted as he gazed down at his new summoner. "I'm working on it," Naruto grunted as tried to ignore the small, but surprisingly heavy toad on his back. To take his mind off his seemingly endless set of push-ups, he gazed out at the field at the clones hard at work. All across the grassy terrain, his clones were diligently working on their assignments. About 8 of them stood in a block repeating the taijutsu forms Yajuu Sanin had shown him yesterday again and again. Another set of 3 clones was off to the side with several sheets of paper, as they worked on ideas for dealing with both Niji and EHL. Finally, he gazed off to his right at 2 clones arguing over something as they tried their best to pop the bucket of water balloons Yajuu Sanin had left him with. The man had truly set him up big time. Sure, he had a lot to do, but damn him if he wasn't going to get all of it done. "Stop your daydreaming," Gamakichi snickered as he smacked Naruto on the head with a tiny fan. "Jiraiya wants 20 sets done before we're done with push-ups for today, and I don't see us doing that at your pace." Naruto growled as he rubbed at the red mark on his cheek. "Having fun, are you?" "Don't know what you're talking about," the toad replied with a smirk. Naruto grit his teeth, but continued anyway. He was silent as he thought about his absent teacher. The man had at least apologized, but he was still missing a day of training. He could understand that the man had duties to the village, but he didn't have to like it. What could be so important that they would need him? The 3 men in the room turned to look at the door as Jiraiya entered the cell. "Are we ready to begin?" "Whenever you are," Kitsune replied. Jiraiya nodded and walked up to the prisoner. He crouched to the ground as he pulled out a tiny sheet of paper. Sealing really was a marvel. 8 square feet of writing all condensed into a tag no larger than his index finger. He reached into the prisoner's mouth and spied the tiny index of markings near the uvula. He took the tag and pressed it against the roof of the prisoner's mouth, before racing through hand signs. He came to a stop and raised 2 fingers, which began to glow with a green fire. He tapped the tag inside the mouth and whispered, "Activate." The markings along the tag combed out and began racing outside of Zoffa's mouth and along his entire body. The jagged symbols above his tongue circled the target before pouncing and tearing apart the previous code. The countermeasures of the IWA seal attempted to activate, but were cut short by Jiraiya's work. After twisting and struggling for 2 minutes, the IWA seal froze and glowed red. The markings all along the Zoffa's body lit up as well, before slowly fading away as if they were never there. Jiraiya inspected the man one last time, before pushing himself up. "He's all yours, Inoichi." Finally, Ibiki grinned, as he watched the Yamanaka trade spaces with Jiraiya in front of the prisoner. Inoichi placed his hand atop the prisoner's forehead and closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he reopened them to find himself standing in a dark, empty void. Beneath him was the prisoner's brain, or at least its mental projection. He knelt to his knees and placed his hands against the projection, and was quiet as his mind began racing with information. He stood still as the memories flashed past his eyes. He soared through the prisoner's sessions with Ibiki and the last 2 months in Konoha, until he found himself gazing at the struggling forms of Team 7. He had to admit he was impressed. No wonder all of Kakashi's kids had made it past the preliminaries. He took the time to play through the battle, and watch as the genin held the pair of foreign off. He paused the memory just before the Uzumaki and Uchiha lit the man aflame. He had no intention to experience that sensation. He continued to rewind until he found the memory of the full IWA group underground. As they sat there, Daiki's eyes shot open when he heard scratching against the walls and a gopher poked its head through the wall. It was startled when a metal spike landed next to its head and it wailed, "It's me, you idiots! Hold your fire!" Kyo held Takara's arm to ensure that the brown-haired wouldn't shoot anything else at the poor creature. The jounin of the group knelt before the creature and asked, "What news does Yoshio?" At the mention of the name, the world froze, and Inoichi became paralyzed as a strange sensation washed over him. To the others inside the prison cell with him, it seemed like nothing was wrong. If they had been facing him, however, perhaps they would have noticed the slight green glow that washed over Inoichi's eyes. He quietly mumbled something to himself, before some force motivated him to continue past this memory. The world inside Inoichi's mind melted away and the underground meeting faded to black. In its place, a different memory rose. As it played in his mind, Inoichi began mumbling again. This time, however, it did not go unnoticed. Kitsune sent him an odd glare as Inoichi shook his head and pulled out from the man's mind. "Everything all right?" Yeah. Just disappointing, I guess." "What do you mean?" Ibiki asked, pushing himself off the wall. "I'm afraid we've been looking too far into this. The reason they were sent on this mission is because this has a bit of a big mouth. He pissed off the jounin commander in IWA, and was assigned a high-risk mission deep into our territory as punishment." Everyone was silent as they processed this information. "Something isn't right. This doesn't sit well with me," Kitsune murmured. "Me either," Ibiki agreed. "This guy was way too defensive just for that." "You sure, Inoichi?" "It seems odd to me too. Perhaps he was worried we'd execute him if we thought we couldn't get anything useful out of him." Ibiki was silent as he scratched his chin. "Tell you what. I'll set aside 3 days to really deep skin him and play through everything. If there are any hidden objectives in there, I'll find them. I can get started right now. I cleared out my calendars for this anyway." "Well, that was anticlimactic," Jiraiya sighed as he rubbed his neck, "and I spent so much time on the seal. Oh well. If that's all, I gotta get going. I've got a runt that needs training, and he's probably sore as it is that I had to miss today." "Wait a minute," Kitsune cut in, before Jiraiya could leave. He pressed his thumb against the seal on his forearm, and revealed a small white totem. "You remember this?" he asked, tossing it to Inoichi. Yes, I helped you extract the memories from Ria into this a few months ago," he replied as he inspected the bone-white baton. "How are your sessions going, by the way?" "Positive. There was a lot of resistance at first, and quite a bit of swearing, but I do feel as though she is opening up more. She's even made a new friend in the Uchiha, though she's very reluctant to call him that." "Really?" Jiraiya asked, folding his arms. "Oh yes. Anyways, what do you need me to do with this?" he asked, turning towards Kitsune. "Since we have a IWA shinobi right here, maybe his memories can answer some questions. I want you to take a look for the masked man towards the end of the recording." Inoichi paused as he dug through the memories in the totem. "Got him. I'll take a look." Inoichi placed his hand back atop the prisoner's forehead and dove back into his mind. As he waded through the lifetime of memories, he focused on the odd, swirling pattern of the orange mask. It took him several seconds, but finally he found the flicker of a memory, dancing at the back of Yajuu Sanin's mind. It wasn't much, but it was the briefest of a glimpse seen through the crack of a door. The sounds of an argument had spilled into the hallway of the clan's home, causing the younger Yajuu Sanin to sneak a glance. There were only 2 occupants in the room. One was a thin man wearing a strange orange mask, while the other was a much more elderly man, with a pointed nose. They were both staring daggers at each other, causing the younger ninja to creep back and quickly make his way far from the room. The last thing he wanted was to draw the anger of Elder Yuta. Chapter 43, Face to Face. It was getting around noontime and the mission office was finally starting to settle down. Most of the genin and teams had been assigned their daily tasks, and the staff were considering where to grab lunch before the door was violently slammed open. Everyone froze as they recognized the 3 men standing in the doorframe. All non-essentials out. Now, Ibiki ordered. There was a loud shuffle of feet as the officers quickly made their way out of the room. No one dared to argue or complain. An unsettling silence hung in the air, as the 3 men stared back at the Hokage and Shikaku Nara. We've had a development in our IWA princess case, Ibiki growled as Inoichi closed the door behind them. Kitsune walked forwards, handing a folder to the Hokage. The old man grabbed the top file and glanced down at the page before handing it over to Shikaku. The man's sharp eyes tore down the page before settling on the older image in the top right corner. Yuta Zafu, he muttered as the Hokage nodded for Kitsune to begin. After probing the prisoner's mind, we have confirmation that the IWA Elder Yuta did indeed have a correspondence with the masked individual who abducted the children. Was this before or after the disappearance of the children? Shikaku asked as he continued to refamiliarize himself with the Elder's file. Can't say for certain, but leaning towards before, considering the age of the prisoner during the memory, Inoichi replied as he lined back up with the others. It was a brief memory, but things definitely didn't seem cordial between the 2. The Hokage nodded, finally letting go of a bit of stress. This was a good step in the right direction. Not much, but at least it's a start, Shikaku muttered before raising an eyebrow at a certain piece of information at the bottom of the packet. Yuta is the Tsuchikage's brother-in-law? Kitsune nodded yes, which would mean that Ria and Tai are his grandchildren, the Hokage finished, folding his hands together. He glanced sideways at Shikaku. Thoughts? Shikaku was silent, before glancing back and saying, it definitely feels like a retaliation of some sort, but the question is, over what? The Hokage sighed, as he leaned back in his chair. Well, we have a possible motive and a new angle for investigation. Our next step is still identifying this masked individual. They're the key to getting proof solid enough to bring before the Tsuchikage. He's not just going to take the word of a Yamanaka, but it's a start. I don't want to send the children back unless we know IWA won't point the finger back at us. He sighed before glancing between the 2. You both have done an admirable job. Inoichi as well. For now, we need to focus on security during the finals. If all goes as planned, Danzo, Shikaku, and I shall discuss our next plan of action. Dismissed. 3 weeks later. Naruto growled as he stared down at his palm. He fought past the pain of blisters and clenched his wrist as he began swirling the chakra once again. As the blue threads of chakra began viscously swirling, he brought up his other hand and began violently clawing over the spherical shell. Come on! Focus. Rotation. 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 Come on! Finally, the chakra began to settle into shape, and his hand froze as he stared down at the perfect, blue sphere spinning in his hand. His eyes lit up through his exhaustion and he felt his heart skip a beat. All his hard work culminated in this one moment. I did it! His elation only lasted a few seconds before the sphere began to strain without the added control from his other hand, before it violently exploded, sending him flying through the air. Goddamn it! He roared as he slammed against the ground and tumbled several feet away. He hissed as he came to a halt, and tried to ignore the sharp sting of numerous lashes across his hands and face. He heard giggling off to the side, only causing him to growl more as he tried to push himself up. As he sat back on his butt, he sent Kimi and Gamakichi a death glare, which only caused the two to crack up more. Yeah? Glad you guys are enjoying the show, he huffed as he carefully rubbed at his hands. I'm sorry, Gamakichi chuckled as he watched Kimi trot over to her summoner and start licking at his wounds. Jiraiya stood right beside him, and despite having a light smile on his own face, his mind was still processing what he had just seen. Incredible. To get this far in such a short amount of time, I was hoping he'd just get to at least the second stage, and here he is almost completing the damn thing. Well, in his own way. Jiraiya glanced off to the side at the other clones, which were finishing up their daily routines. The taijutsu clones were practically done already, and the ones studying were packing up their tools. Today's training was drawing to a close, and it was about the time that they would usually call it quits. Well, he would anyway. Even though he'd be exhausted, the brat would whine and complain, but eventually yield, and they'd repeat the whole experience the next day. However, today he had something different in mind. As he turned to look at the orange sunset, he decided it was about time. All right, kid, quit your moaning and get over here, Jiraiya called. Naruto limped his way over towards the man with Kimi excitedly wagging her tails beside him. You know what you did wrong? Jiraiya asked as he folded his arms. Yes, Naruto grumbled as he gently tried to push his hands against his jacket, as if it would somehow alleviate the stinging. Good. As long as you learn from it, failure is always an option in my book. Sometimes a necessary one, if I'm being honest. Anyways, think you have enough in you for one more? And I don't want to hear the stubborn crap. Yes or no? Naruto bit his teeth as he felt for the normally vast pool of chakra in his body. To be honest, he was spent. Today had been yet another fresh hell as they moved on to the next step of the Yandame's jutsu. His whole body felt sore, his hands were a mess, and his normally vast reserves were actually at the lowest he had ever felt them. Yeah, turning in now sounded just fine with him. TCH, fine. No, I don't. Let's call it a day. He knelt to the ground and scratched Kimi behind the ears. Thank you too for your help today. I'll see you again tomorrow. Remind me to bring popcorn. The next few days are going to be a riot, Gamakichi laughed from behind Jiraiya's legs. I wouldn't be laughing if I were you. Tomorrow, you'll be joining him. Bunta told me he thinks you've been slacking on your own training, Gamakichi, Jiraiya smirked. Gamakichi's orange hue began fading very fast. He sent Naruto a short glare for his giggling before popping in a cloud of smoke. Bye, Naruto. See you tomorrow, Kimi exclaimed before nuzzling against his neck, before disappearing as well. Naruto chuckled and began turning to head home, but was surprised when Jiraiya reached out and grabbed him by the shoulder. Huh! What's up, Yajuu Sanin? Despite a brief flicker of irritation, Jiraiya's face seemed oddly serious. Follow me. There's something I want you to see. Without another word, he turned around and began walking into the forest, away from the village. Naruto stood surprised for a few seconds before jogging after him. He quickly fell and stepped beside the older man, and was disappointed when he remained speechless. The two continued on through the woods as the sun began to set lower and lower. As time went on, it was becoming more and more difficult for him to see where they were even going. After about 30 minutes of walking, Jiraiya finally came to a stop as the woods began to open up into a clearing. Jiraiya reached up and snapped off a branch from a tree. He lit it with a low-level katan jutsu, and glanced down at the blonde boy. I'm Jiraiya-sensei. What are we doing out here? I believe it's about time we went over our final plan for your training. Naruto went rigid, as he suddenly understood. He felt his back straighten and his exhaustion fade away, as he was suddenly alert. Like I said before, I believe it's about time you learn how to access the Kyuubi's chakra. While that may not be a very popular opinion among Konoha's forces, I personally don't give a damn. While it may sound harsh, kid, is the nation's most powerful weapon and its greatest defense. Their presence alone is enough to dissuade any power-hungry ideas. Now, I may not be in favor of this old tradition, but it is how the world is run today. With tensions on the rise, you may need to rise to the occasion in a few years. Quite frankly, I would rather you be prepared for the worst possible scenario than take the moral high ground and leave you unprepared. Naruto was silent as he digested this. Although he knew the old man truly cared for him, the words still stung coming from his mouth. It sucks. It's a compromise. Something that you'll find a lot of in our profession, especially if you ever get close to truly becoming Hokage. Naruto sighed before asking, why does the world have to be so complicated? Because people are stupid, Jiraiya replied bluntly, earning a light chuckle from the boy. He pressed on, our world is complicated, and it isn't all pretty. It's a violent mess that thrives on conflict and leaves innocent lives broken in its wake. But from my experience, those who work the hardest to bring balance to the world are usually those who have been hurt by it the most. Jiraiya sighed as he shifted his weight. You got dealt a crappy hand, kid, no one's denying that. Hell, you got my respect for coming out as decent as you are. So understand it when I say that I know the idea of being a weapon sucks. Hell, all they are given crappy treatment despite their importance. However, I say if you really want to make a difference, you're going to need every tool at your disposal. Despite how it may seem, I think we've already proven the fox has been saving your life for a while now. Naruto nodded and he clenched his fist, as he recalled the intense pain of the hole tearing open his chest. So what's our first step? Jiraiya nodded as he motioned for him to follow him. As he came to a stop, Naruto grew incredibly tense as he finally noticed the gaping chasm in front of them. You already completed the first step. For you to access the Kyuubi's power, you need to have your own reserves tapped out. For the second step, you're going to need a strong motivator for the fox to willingly give up his chakra. How are we going to do that? Naruto asked as he peered his head over the side and gazed into the darkness. Like this, Jiraiya replied before giving him a swift kick to the back. Naruto's eyes popped out of his head and air filled his lungs as his screams echoed off the jagged spikes of the chasm's walls. He flailed as he desperately tried to grab hold of an edge. He yelled in pain as a sharp edge slashed across his hand, reopening the cuts from his attempt at the Rasengan. His eyes sent a pleading look at Jiraiya, and his heart sank as he stared back at him. He could see it in his eyes. He was not going to jump after him. He was on his own. He cried out once more as he was swallowed up by the darkness. Naruto's eyes shot open and he jumped up from the ground. He landed with a loud splash, causing him some confusion as he pressed his back against the stone wall. His eyes shot in every direction, his mind racing a mile a minute. Where the hell am I? He whispered as he glanced at the pipes hanging overhead. I was falling. He pushed me. How? How did I get here? He asked a little louder as he began pushing himself off the damp wall. As his heartbeat began to return to normal, his mind started to pay attention to the tinier details around him. As he glanced at the ground, he noticed the ankle-high water was flowing off to his left down the dark corridor. Maybe it was his hyperactivity, but he felt some strange pull and he decided to follow the stream. It led him through a maze of tunnels, weaving through the immense sewer system, until he turned a corner and found himself facing a steel door. Cautiously, he made his way towards the door and slowly raised his arm to the handle. After a deep breath, he twisted the knob and opened the door into a massive room. It honestly reminded him a bit of Lady Shi's throne room, though she'd eviscerate him if she ever heard that. It was only because of its size. He tilted his head and tried to see the roof of the room, but it seemed to stretch off into nothingness. As he gazed down the corridor, he spotted some shape off in the distance. He waded his way through the room and began to make out a massive red cage. As he came up to the bars, he reached out and ran his fingers along the smooth, yet cold surface. What is this here for? He muttered to himself. He instantly regretted asking that, and he nearly wet himself as a massive bloodshot eye opened up within feet of his face. Horror struck him as a massive set of teeth broke out in a grin that pierced through the blinding darkness. He jumped backwards and landed on his back as a massive, orange hand slammed against the bars. He gazed up at the massive claws, which retracted back into the cage, as the dark form began to rise up. He was immobilized as the towering figure rose above him. Its eerie smile never left its face as it gazed down, almost as if it was studying him. A dark chuckle echoed off the walls of the room, as he shakily rose to his feet. The dark face leaned close to the bars, finally granting him a good look at the creature's face. Finally. Here we are. What the hell are you? Naruto shouted as he gathered his courage. Hee hee. Care to venture a guess? There weren't many other individuals sharing your body last time I checked. Naruto was silent before his eyebrows narrowed and he growled. So you're the Kyuubi. The creature seemed to bow in mock respect as it leered down on him. So we met at last. The child host is wrapped up in so much trouble. Naruto frowned as the immense, dark form stood up and stretched, before pacing across the length of the bars. What do you mean by that? The deep voice chuckled through the darkness. I may be trapped in here, but that does not mean I am ignorant of the outside. I can see through your eyes. Hear through your ears. I notice things you cannot possibly imagine. I hear through these walls the whispers echoing throughout your pathetic village. Stop with the riddles already. What did you mean by trouble? The beast came to a stop and began to comfortably lay down at the far edge of the cage to Naruto's left. Where to even begin? The lost boy, left alone in a village that hates him. Forever to be an outcast. Chasing after an impossible dream that will never come true. Naruto shook his head as he ran down the length of the cage until he was in front of the beast's nose. You're wrong. I'll prove them all wrong. I already have people that accept me for who I am. You mean those two you consider a family? That wretched Uchiha and the girl? Do you really know that they think of you the same way? His mind flashed back to their night in Wave as Hinata pulled all three of them into a tight embrace. He remembered the tears he had shed, as they huddled together and accepted him. Yes. I do. You can't shake my belief in them that easily. The beast chuckled as it leaned towards the bars, causing Naruto to unconsciously take a step back. If that's what you want to believe, well, let's see if your faith in them will persevere as they confront their own demons. What do you mean? What's wrong with Sasuke and Hinata? Tell me. The fox laid its massive heads back on its paws as it closed its eyes. However, its unsettling grin never left his face. What's wrong with the Uchiha, you ask? Where to start? A boy unable to heal from the tragedy of his family, branded by that cowardly serpent to be his slave, and of course inheriting the weight of his family's legacy. That clan has forever been marred by tragedy and sin. It is only a matter of time before he follows in their footsteps. Somehow the creature's grin seemed to double in size as he reopened his eye. And the Hyuga. The quiet, innocent girl whose entire life is full of disappointment and secrets. What do you mean? Hinata tells us everything? Everything? Naruto nodded as he slammed his fist against the cage. She does. Just you watch, me and Sasuke are going to help her solve that stupid scroll. We don't keep any secrets from each other. Really? As I recall, the Uchiha was the only one who refrained from sharing anything that night you treasure so much. He still hasn't shared why he is unable to let go of the past. As for the Hyuga, well, she holds secrets even she is unaware of. An intricate game is being woven around her, and it shall be interesting to watch it unfold. What game? What are you talking about? I told you before. I can see things you could not possibly see. I can sense the factors at work here. She is at the center of something bigger than she could possibly imagine. It involves the Uchiha, you, and even me. To what extent, even I don't know. However, I am very curious to see what he has planned. Naruto was left speechless as Kyuubi drew his speech to a close. Now, I believe you came here for a reason. To be fair, I might as well pay a tribute to my humble host. Naruto grew wary as red chakra began seeping through the bars of the cage, and before he could move it rushed forward and engulfed him. He fought as his body was restrained by the red glow, but could do nothing as the chakra began pouring through his system. It was exhilarating. He had only felt power like this once before, but he had been too crazed to truly remember it. Take this gift and remember, we will be in touch. Good luck not skewering yourself on your fall down. Now get out. Chapter 44, The Finals Prelude. Summoning Jutsu. Smoke exploded upward, rocketing past the lone observer's face. He couldn't help but smirk as he stared down into the chasm. Even in the dark, he recognized that massive shape anywhere. "Not bad, kid," he whispered. "What the where the hell am I?" "Jiraiya!" A guttural voice boomed, echoing off the rock walls. And that's my cue to leave, Jiraiya thought as he turned and began jogging into the woods. After he was about 50 yards into the tree line, he slowed down to a walk as he felt the massive creature slam onto the ground. "Have fun, brat," he snickered as he began making his way to the village. He had little doubt the old toad would warm up to the abrasive brat given time, of course. After several minutes, he felt the shockwaves of the toad as he bounded off. Jiraiya could almost make out the faint screams of the blonde as he presumably held on for dear life. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle as he made a mental note to add a similar event to one of his future novels. His thoughts wandered back to the boy's progress. To be honest, they were practically done with everything he had set out for him. The boy had flown through the taijutsu training, and his only real difficulties had laid in the Rasengan, which was to be expected. Still, the boy almost had it down. He was sure the brat would at least be able to perform it in his own way in the week they had left together. Jiraiya's eyes hardened and he grew more somber as he trudged through the underbrush. 1 week left. If his sources were correct, the boy would have more than just a few aspiring genin to contend with. He hoped he was wrong, but he didn't get this far in his career by hoping his enemies would be lenient. 5 days until the finals. Niji took another deep breath as he sat meditating in the shade. Defeating Harino shouldn't prove too difficult. Despite her impressive skill in genjutsu, without it, she should be of little challenge. Of course, she has had a month to prepare something else to counter my, so that shall be my first objective. Niji exhaled as the images of his next possible opponents entered his mind. The genin from Kumo could definitely be a challenge. Based on his short actions from the preliminaries, it seems he is more taijutsu-oriented. This works in my favor and will force him to draw close. Based on my experience with Lee, I am confident I will be able to keep up with him and disable his movements. He felt his brow twitch as the blonde entered his mind. And of course Uzumaki, his knowledge of makes him a very unpredictable opponent. Thankfully, I can keep track of his meddlesome seals with my, but I am going to need to be cautious when he draws close. Memories of the blonde's match with Lee flashed through his mind. In either case, speed is going to be imperative. Niji, I am warmed up, my rival. I am ready to begin whenever you are. Niji cracked open his eyes and stared across the field at Lee, who was bouncing on his toes with a smile stretching ear to ear. Niji nodded and grunted as he rose to his feet. As he made his way across the green, he rubbed at the weights attached to his wrists. I'll give Lee this, it's impressive that he manages to go about these infernal things every day and perform as well as he does. Guy stood off to the side, and lightly smiled as he watched the two bow and slide into their respective stances. He had overjoyed when the normally reserved boy had come to him right after the preliminaries ended. He had just one request: help make him faster, which Guy was more than happy to do. They had set to work immediately. Day in and day out, Niji forced himself to take on more and more weight. The boy was already blisteringly swift, but now he was almost a blur. With only 5 days left until the exam, Guy had refused when Niji had requested to increase his weight yet again. For now, he just had to grow accustomed to the weight he had already worked with. Niji wasn't the only one who was improving. About a week after the preliminaries, Lee had finally been released from the hospital and had insisted on joining them. After his loss to Naruto, Lee had thrown himself back into his training with renewed vigor. He had rather vocally requested to double his current weight limit, and Guy had shed tears of joy at the boy's determination. It was a solid month of improvement for both of them. He watched the two collide and begin their daily sparring with a content smile. No matter the results of the finals, all of his students were material in his eyes. Day before the finals. Okay. Here we go, Hinata sighed to herself as she made her way through the bustling streets of the village. After an agonizing month, tomorrow was the big day they'd all been preparing for. The day where she would see if all of her blood, sweat, and tears had been worth it. The day where she would represent the main house with everyone in the village watching her. No pressure. Honestly, she'd feel slightly better if she were allowed to hide behind her usual, bulky jacket, but her father had refused. Since she was representing the clan, he had required her to change her outfit. It was actually very comfortable and fit her well, but she still felt a bit awkward without the usual weight of her hoodie. Due to her status, she had been given a modified version of the Hyuga's combat jacket, similar to the one her cousin wore. Unlike him, she had the front of the jacket unbuckled and wore her navy training pants underneath. All in all, it made her lighter and faster, if a bit more exposed. She checked her basket one last time to make sure she had everything. As Kakashi had instructed, today was the day everyone was going to get back together again after their grueling training. Since she knew they were planning on discussing their plans for the upcoming matches, she had thought ahead to make everyone a lunch. Tomato salad for Sasuke, and of course, ramen for Naruto, with a few more veggies than normal hidden within. He could be such a picky eater. Speaking of whom, as she turned the corner, she found none other than the blonde himself walking out of a store. He had changed his clothes since the last time she saw him. While she was a little disappointed to see he was no longer wearing the clothes she had given him, she had to admit he did look handsome. With a light blush, she began jogging up to him. "Naruto-kun! Over here!" He spun around and sent her one of his signature grins, as she ran up to him. "Hey Hinata-chan! It's great to see you!" He chuckled. As she finally stopped in front of him, he froze and squinted his eyes. "Naruto-kun? What's wrong?" she asked hesitatingly. Without a word, he placed a hand on his chin and began circling around her. "Ah, Naruto-kun?" She giggled as he went around and around almost like a curious puppy. Eventually he stopped and stood right in front of her, staring right at her face. She felt her blush returning as he stared directly deep into her eyes. She instinctually wanted to break eye contact, but fought as hard as she could to stand still. "You changed your outfit, and your hair is longer," he noted as he slouched into a thinking pose. "It is?" she asked, genuinely surprised as she brushed a dangling thread out from her face. She truly hadn't noticed. She had just been so busy with her training that her hair had been rather low on her priority list. It's different, but it works for you. You look nice," he bluntly followed up with a smile. "Oh, thank you. You don't look too bad yourself." "Think so?" Naruto asked as he pulled at his shirt. "I didn't like it, but Irika-sensei said I needed a new set of clothes. After all of the stress from Haku, bushy brows, and Ero-Senin's training, my old clothes were just too worn out. I had sewn them back together so many times there was barely any of the original thread left. What do you think? I don't look too much like Kakashi-sensei, do I?" Indeed, he almost did. Naruto had exchanged his navy hoodie for the standard navy uniform most and Jounin wore. All he was missing was the flak jacket, though that could change within the next 24 hours. She giggled and replied, "All you're missing are the jacket and mask." He chuckled and began rolling up his sleeves as he began to grow a little hot. As Hinata watched him, she grew alarmed as she noticed the red-stained bandages wrapped around his hands. "What have you done now?" she asked, setting down her basket and yanking his hands towards her. He tried to protest, but she quickly shushed him and unwound his bandages. She felt her heart soften as she inspected the eviscerated state of his hands. She quickly ran through a few hand seals, causing her hands to glow green. She carefully took his palm into her hands as she began healing the scar damage. "What were you doing this time?" she fussed as the scars began to fade away. He nervously chuckled and rubbed the back of his head with his free hand. "Hee. Sorry, Hinata-chan, but I can't tell ya. It's a surprise for tomorrow." "A surprise?" she asked as she finished the first hand and began to work on the other. "Oh yeah. Trust me, it's going to knock everyone in the stadium flat on their face. Just you wait. Even Sasuke team is going to be left speechless." She wanted to pry more, but she could tell by that look in his eye that he wouldn't budge. She huffed and finished up her work, before carefully inspecting his hands. She ran a finger along his palm to make sure there was no lingering scar tissue, and she was happy to see most of the traces gone. "All right, that should do it," she sighed, taking a step back. Naruto flexed his hands and gave her a smile. "You're just getting better at that every day. I can't wait to see what you and your dad cooked up for tomorrow. If this is how far your med stuff has come, I'm almost scared to see what else you've learned. She chuckled as she turned around to pick up her basket. Naruto finally noticed her little package, and instantly went star-eyed by the sight. Oh, what's that? Lunch? He asked, licking his lips and sniffing the air. Yes, and it's for when we meet with Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke-kun, she chided as she held the basket away from his reach. Then what are we waiting for? Let's not keep them waiting, he exclaimed as he grabbed her hand and began leading her through the crowd of people. After a month apart, almost nothing had changed. Everything quickly fell back into place. He would rabble on a mile a minute, while she would laugh at his bad jokes and lightly chastise him when he bragged a little too much. Every now and again, the topic of their training would be brought up and they both would have to force themselves from not revealing anything. While they were very excited to share everything they had been through, there was still the possibility the two could face each other in the final match. After about 35 minutes of walking, the distant meadow of Training Ground 7 came into view, and they spied the familiar form of their sensei lazily reading his book in the shade of the trees. Kakashi-sensei! They both shouted as they jogged towards him. He looked up from his book, and sent them both an one-eyed smile and a wave as they drew closer. It's great to see you, Kakashi-sensei. Hinata smiled as she reached him, and gave him a tiny bow. Why thank you, Hinata. It's lovely to see you too. You as well, Naruto, he replied as he eyed the blonde who was gazing around the clearing. Where's Sasuke? He asked as he glanced back at Kakashi. He had to run an errand, Kakashi replied with a shrug. He said he had to deliver something and it had to be today. Don't worry, he's as grouchy as usual. He left about 20 minutes ago, so he should be back relatively soon. The two laughed as they settled down next to their teacher. So, how was the desert? Naruto asked as he leaned a little too close to Kakashi. What makes you think we were in the desert? Kakashi replied as he pushed the blonde's face away with his book. There's still sand in your hair, Naruto replied, pointing at the man's spiky head. Still? The man groaned as he gave his head another scratch. I thought I had gotten rid of all of it after that last shower. So you were there. Haha. Naruto giggled. How was it, sensei? Hinata chimed in. Hot. And that's about all you're going to get out of me, he sighed as he settled back against the tree. Ah, sensei, you're no fun. Come on. What were you and Sasuke up to? Naruto whined as he leaned in towards Kakashi's face again. Well, I guess I can tell you this. Come closer, Kakashi whispered as Naruto leaned in on the balls of his feet. Stop being nosy, he droned as he flicked Naruto in the nose, setting him off balance. Naruto yelped as he lightly fell back, causing Hinata to giggle at the pair's antics. Naruto sent him a glare, before sighing and rolling fully onto his back. He let out a deep sigh as he enjoyed the warm rays of the sun bouncing across his face. He had missed this. Just spending time with them. They'd been apart for only a short amount of time, but he was surprised how much he had longed to get back to this routine. As he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see someone standing above him. Not gonna doze off, are you? Sasuke smirked. Naruto yelped and jumped behind Hinata at Sasuke's sudden appearance. Sasuke smirked and continued, I guess not. Shut the hell up! Naruto cried, pointing a finger over Hinata's shoulder. It's great to see you again, Sasuke-kun, Hinata calmly greeted him. You too. Dig the hair, Sasuke said, nodding towards her before looking Naruto up and down, and you almost look like an actual shinobi for once. Naruto placed a hand over his mouth to stifle a giggle. At least one of us does. What is up with that leotard and hair? Sasuke grit his teeth as he brushed a strand out of his eyes. His hair hadn't exactly been the focus of his time. When this whole event was over, he was planning on getting a haircut, but for now, he didn't have the time. The suit is aerodynamic. Not all of us are as naturally fast as you, he rebuffed as he placed a hand on his hip, or as thickhead. Why you? Okay. I think that's enough, Kakashi cut in as he picked himself up from the ground. Geez. It's barely been 2 minutes and you're already at each other's necks. He sighed as he cracked the kink in his neck. All right. Fall in. As if someone had flipped a switch, all three genin locked up and formed a straight line without another word. Kakashi was silent as he gazed over the three of them. Now then. We're finally here. When you stand on that field tomorrow, I want you to remember that you earned your place there. It wasn't luck. It was both your skill and drive that allowed you to be there. Don't forget, you haven't just been preparing for this for the past month. This is what we have been striving for ever since our first mission outside the village. You guys have been pushed harder than any of the other teams out there, and I want you to prove it by leaving them in the dust. He gazed down the row and made sure to make eye contact with each of them. Now, some of you are going to have some difficult matches ahead of you. While I'm truly confident that each of you will be able to overcome them, do not get caught up worrying about losing. Remember, even failure is an option here. Anyone who has made it this far is eligible for promotion, no matter the results of the match. Kakashi paused as he crossed his arms. I don't hope that you all will pass, I expect it, and so does the Hokage. You three are going to enter that arena as genin, and I'll be waiting to see all three of you leaving with a green jacket in hand. Am I clear? Yes, sir, they shouted in unison. Kakashi tried his best to hide his smile, but he couldn't help it. Teaching did have its merits, and it was moments like this that made it worth it. Now, he exclaimed as he clapped his hands, with all that motivational nonsense out of the way, I think you all have deserved a day to decompress. Today, we'll just sit, relax, and discuss what we can about our plans. You boys can thank Hinata for bringing you something to eat. Finally! Naruto exclaimed as he bounced on his feet as Kakashi and Hinata sat down and began passing around the food. Across Konoha, Team 7 weren't the only ones enjoying lunch. As they sat at a tiny cafe, Ko could not help but roll his eyes at the antics of his teammate. Jay, will you please stop harassing those poor girls? I honestly don't think you've ever been taught that it's impolite to stare. They don't seem to mind it, he chuckled as he winked at the blonde sitting 2 tables away from them. He grinned as one sent him a kiss back, before he tumbled forward after a tap to the back of the head. Eyes front, Jay, the dark-skinned man grunted as he sat down beside him. Got it, sensei, he grumbled as he leaned back in his chair once again. Now, tomorrow is the big day. So I expect everyone to be paying attention and doing their jobs. Am I understood? Yes, sir, Ko and EHL responded at once, while Jay murmured, got it. Their sensei sent him a disapproving glare as the boy returned his gaze back at the other tables. He quickly reached his foot out and swiped out the legs of the boy's chair. He yelped as he fell back, causing the 2 girls to burst out laughing. Jay sent the man a light scowl as he got back up and sat back in his chair. Hardy har. Yeah? I know what to do, but why do I have to anyway? EHL's going to be the one taking the first crack at him anyways, plus he'll probably knock him out while he's at it. It is always important to have a backup plan. If EHL loses, it will be up to you to keep a close eye on the objective. Got it, Jay droned and gave a thumbs up, before sighing and leaning back with his hands behind his head. It wasn't like it was too hard to identify the guy. The village practically screamed at us through their behavior. In any case, we are here to make sure. If we're right, it will confirm the Raikage's suspicions, the Jounin whispered before he took a sip of his drink. He gazed upon his participating students and sighed. While I know this is a mission, don't forget to enjoy yourselves a bit out there. Good luck to you both, he shrugged as he raised his drink in a toast. And may the best man win, Jay winked at EHL, who rolled his eyes, before clanging his glass in the circle. And then the old pervert kicked me into a damn canyon, Naruto shouted as he waved his chopsticks around, much to the amusement of his team. Well, it certainly sounds like you had a fun time, Sasuke smirked as he took another bite of his salad. That's one way of putting it, Naruto grumbled as he leaned back and stretched out across the blanket. So, what about you, team? What were you and Sensei doing? Kakashi and Sasuke seemed to share a glance, before Sasuke actually smiled. Well, we certainly put your gift to good use. Besides that, well. He took another bite before turning to him and saying, you'll just have to wait and see. Oh, come on, Naruto whined, causing Kakashi and Hinata to chuckle, can't you tell us anything? Sasuke shook his head, as he said, just wait and you'll see it tomorrow. It's a secret. Sasuke was surprised when Naruto simply froze and slowly lowered his chopsticks from his mouth. He remained uncharacteristically still as he stared off into the distance. Hinata grew worried and tugged at his shirt. Naruto-kun? Are you alright? Naruto seemed to flinch and weakly chuckle as he rubbed the back of his head. Hee hee. Sorry guys. Kind of zoned out there. Is everything alright? Kakashi asked as he eyed Naruto. Huh? Oh yeah? I'm fine. Just thinking about something. I'm good. So Hinata-chan, how was training with your dad? Oh well, it was rather interesting really, she began as she began discussing her time with her father. As she continued, Kakashi only paid partial attention as he watched Naruto. Something Sasuke said had clearly bothered him. Sometimes he wished he were a Yamanaka just so he could tell what was going on in people's heads. While he listened to Hinata recall her training, Naruto's mind could not help but drift to his conversation several days earlier. Even as he tried to shove the words out of his mind, Kyuubi's voice echoed off the walls of his mind. As I recall, the Uchiha was the only one who refrained from sharing anything that night you treasure so much. He still hasn't shared why he is unable to let go of the past. As for the Hyuga, well, she holds secrets even she is unaware of. The next day. Hurry up, Hanabi. We're going to miss the first match at your pace. And I said, hold on a moment, Konohamaru. You almost made me drop the popcorn. Hanabi shouted as she bustled behind him. The pair ran through the crowd of people, heading towards the VIP section. Nobles, clan heads, and dignitaries alike were granted access to the luxurious levels of the stadium. As she glanced at a pair of children running past her, Ria began to feel a little out of place. Well, more than a little. Most of the people surrounding her had homes that were nearly 20 times the size of her apartment. Sure, the decorum was grand, but she was having a hard time truly appreciating it, as she tried to keep up with her brother who was storming ahead through the crowd of VIPs. Wow, Tai whispered as he came out of the walkway and gazed out over the massive arena. This is so awesome, he exclaimed as he began walking down the aisle to his right. While his eyes combed over the trees and grass, he failed to pay attention to where he was heading, and fell flat on his rump after colliding straight into the back of a man's legs. Oops. Sorry, sir, he blushed as he rubbed the back of his head. Oh, that's quite all right, the man smiled as he offered his hand to lift the boy up. I'm terribly sorry, sir. He just got away from me, Ria apologized as she ran up behind them and grabbed her brother's hand. It's fine. No harm, no foul. I can tell the boy's just excited is all, the man said as he waved her off. She gave him a grateful smile as she began leading the two of them towards their seats. Hey Yoshio! Over here! A voice called off to his left. The man turned and smiled as he caught sight of his friend. Inoichi! Glad I finally found you. He made his way down the aisle until he was finally next to the blonde man and the woman sitting next to him. And I take it you are Nariko Yamanaka? It is a pleasure to finally meet you, he smiled as he shook hands with the lady. Indeed. It is a pleasure to finally meet you as well. Splendid. Where's Ino? I thought she'd be sitting with you, Yoshio asked as the three of them settled into their chairs. Oh, she didn't want to sit with her lame parents. She's off with her friends and sensei. Yoshio nodded and began gazing around the stadium. He had to give Konoha credit. The place certainly was impressive. As he looked around, he finally spied the Kage's box 3 windows blocks down from them. He could just barely make out the signature shape of their hats as the two Kages shook hands. Welcome to Konoha, Kazekage. I hope your trip here was uneventful. Thankfully it was. I must say, the weather in the Land of Fire made the trip quite enjoyable, the Kazekage replied in his gruff voice. 10 minutes after the two settled into their seats, Kitsune sunshined into the room and took his place beside the Hokage. The ANBU are in place and ready to take action if necessary, he leaned in and whispered, they will move at the slightest sign of trouble. The Hokage nodded and folded his hands as he gazed down at the arena. No trouble, I hope, the Kazekage asked. None at all, the Sandai smiled. I was just informed that we are all set to go. We should be ready to begin shortly. Hey Chuji, can you pass what the hell, man? Kiba exclaimed as he snatched a bag of popcorn away from the Akimichi. Dude, you've eaten almost the entire bag. Come on, he complained as Akamaru barked at the large boy. Sorry, Kiba. You know I just get so hungry. Here, want some chocolate? Chuji offered as he lifted a box out of his bag of snacks. Fine, I guess. Thanks, Kiba sighed as he took the box. You know, since you ate it all, you're going to have to go get some more in between the fights, Ino said as she glared at Chuji. You're going to trust him with the food? He's just going to eat it all again, Kiba exclaimed. Hey, I wouldn't eat all of it, well, not most of it, anyway, Chuji chuckled, before wincing under Ino's gaze. Pardon me. They turned their heads to see a dark-skinned boy with crutches standing at the end of their aisle. Hey, I remember you from the exams. You were from Kumo, right? Kiba asked. Indeed, he replied with a boy as he bowed. My name is Ko. It is pleasant to meet you again. I was wondering if I could join you. I would rather sit with people I can actually discuss the matches with. Civilians will be just too troublesome to stand if I have to explain every little thing. Sure thing. Papa Squat, Chojia exclaimed through a mouthful of food. Much appreciated, the boy replied as he made his way towards them. How is your leg doing? Ino asked as the boy settled into his chair, next to Chuji. Better. I don't know if you all heard, but I had a rather nasty run-in with a porcupine during the second exam. I don't know what kind of creatures you're keeping in that forest, but let's just say the process of removing barbed needles was not a pleasant one. Everyone flinched as they tried to suppress that gruesome image. Geez. That really sucks, Kiba whistled. More than you can imagine, Ko weakly chuckled. Well, I hope you get better so. Look! There they are! Ino cut him off as she pointed at the entrance of the field. The whole stadium roared in applause as the 12 competitors made their way to the center of the field. Hinata smiled as she watched Naruto soak it all in. To say the least, he was taking the applause in stride. He couldn't help but giggle as he waved at the legions of people all shouting in support. It wasn't every day that his arrival was met with showering applause. As she gazed throughout the crowd, she scanned the VIP section and easily found her father sitting with the elders of her clan. Today, she was going to prove herself to all of them. Not just to show them that they were wrong about her, but to prove it to herself. All right. If I may have everyone's attention, Genma called out, as the applause from the crowd began to die down. Good. I'd like to welcome everyone to the final round of the examinations. Now, like the preliminaries, the same rules apply. While killing and maiming are not against the rules, they are highly frowned upon and will be taken into consideration towards your promotion. If, at any time, I deem that you are unable to continue, the match will be decided immediately. Let me make myself clear, when I say it's over, it's over. Got it? He seemed to linger his gaze on Gaara longer than the others, before he continued. All right. Now, the same lineups still apply. First up, Naruto Uzumaki and EHL Honda. The rest of you, please make your way towards the observation balcony. Thank you. Do your best, Naruto-kun. Hinata smiled as the rest of the contestants made their way across the field. Hey done, Sasuke whispered as he caught Naruto's shoulder. I want to fight you in the final match. So don't you dare lose here. Naruto smiled as he watched his two teammates make their way behind the others. With a deep breath, he turned to face the white-haired boy standing across the field. He watched as the boy had a few short words with his teammate before he jogged after Sasuke and Hinata. Naruto flashed him a grin as he settled into his stance. And here we go. If both contestants are ready, then let the tournament begin, Genma said, lowering his hand. Barely half a second later, the sound of a loud thwack echoed across the walls of the arena, followed by a deep gasp from the audience. The finals had officially begun. Chapter 45, The Finals, Part 1. If both contestants are ready, then let the tournament begin, Genma shouted with a wave of his hand. There was a bright flash, and barely half a second later, the sound of a loud thwack echoed across the walls of the arena. A unanimous gasp erupted throughout the audience, who were taken back by the boy's incredible speed. In the arena, Yajuu was just as surprised as they were. Unlike his opponent in the preliminaries, who had been sent flying back, Naruto stood upright with his arms crossed in front of his face. He was barely moved 5 feet, Yajuu thought, glaring at the blonde. Oh well, Naruto coyly smirked as he lowered his arms and rushed the boy. Yajuu was quick to recover, and easily blocked the incoming blows. As they traded hits, Naruto was pleased to discover the boy moving at a considerably slower pace. Yajuu ducked under Naruto's latest swing and bent low to the ground. His eyes narrowed as a spark of electricity danced across his skin. He bent his knees and pushed off as hard as he could. In the blink of an eye, his fist launched forward faster than Naruto could see and slammed into his stomach, only to clang off once again. It did seem to have more of an effect this time. Naruto grunted as he was propelled back several feet and slid across the grass. As he flew, he reached into his pouch and launched a barrage of kunai at his opponent. Yajuu easily dodged out of the way, and jumped back as he noticed a tag attached to one of the handles. The explosion went off, kicking up mounds of dirt in its path. Yajuu rode the wave of the force as he back-flipped through the air and slid to a halt. As he came to a stop, he spied Naruto through the smoke as he quickly lifted up his sleeve and seemed to tear something off his skin. Naruto winced as he watched the tag burn away into dust, but quickly slapped another tag onto his wrist. Density seals working like a charm so far, Naruto thought to himself as he glanced back at his opponent. While it had served its intended purpose, he had hoped it would have lasted a little longer. Density seals were just too unstable to last over an extended period of time. Well, 1 down, 6 to go, Naruto muttered as he slid back into his stance. Yajuu was silent as he studied the blonde boy before him. After a minute, he lightly smiled and started to slouch. Not too bad. Not many people have been able to stop my attack right off the bat, but I have to wonder how many density seals do you have left? Naruto shot him a surprised look. He had never pegged the guy as the type. You know? I have some experience, but nothing near your level, Yajuu replied as he straightened his back. Naruto's body tensed as electricity began sparking across Yajuu's skin. However, if that's how you want to play it, fine. Long range it is, Yajuu coldly stated as he quickly began racing through seals faster than Naruto could keep track of. Strands of electricity cascaded off his body as a loud humming sound began filling the stadium. Naruto began funneling chakra into his legs as the other boy slowly began raising his hands. Yajuu's eyes shot open and he snapped his fingers. Instantly, arcs of lighting raced out of his arm toward the blonde. Naruto yelped and pushed as much chakra into his jump as he could as he dove off to the side. As he rolled on the ground and began getting up, he heard another snap, and quickly bent backwards as a bolt soared over his head. Yajuu was not giving him any breathing room. One after another, he sent stream after stream of lightning rocketing towards his opponent. It was honestly all Naruto could do to weave in between the stream of white light. Yajuu narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms in an X. He slashed outward and snapped, sending a giant X-shaped bolt of lighting towards his opponent. Naruto landed on his feet and quickly ducked to the ground, avoiding the attack through the empty space at the bottom. As it soared over his head, his eyes widened as Yajuu appeared right in front of his face. In the split second he had, his mind practically shouted, "Activate," as the punch connected with his chest. Although the seal's effect absorbed most of the impact, he was still sent flying backwards across the field. He slammed into the arena wall, causing a massive crack along the stone. He grunted as he pushed himself out from the wall. The blow may not have damaged his body, but that didn't mean he didn't feel it. He had realized the biggest problem fighting Yajuu wasn't going to be keeping up with his speed, but rather withstanding his blows. During the preliminaries, it hadn't been the punch that knocked out the waterfall shinobi, but the concussion from his impact against the wall. He had realized that if he was going to be able to last in a prolonged fight, his body was going to need to be able to handle the punishment. Yajuu let out a heavy breath as he leaned on his knees. 1, 2, 3, he muttered under his breath. Naruto hastily ripped off the tag and slapped on another one, as he spied Yajuu getting back up. His eyes widened as Yajuu started to lean forward, and he quickly leapt out of the way as EHL sped past him and slammed his fist into the wall. EHL backhand swung at him with his other fist, while he tore his fist from the wall. Naruto leapt back, and began backpedaling up the wall as EHL chased after him. The audience let out an excited murmur as the two genin took their fight vertically along the walls of the arena. Naruto bobbed and weaved, dancing backwards along the wall with EHL quickly behind him. Naruto's eyes flashed as EHL overextended one of his punches. He focused chakra to his palm as he reached out to tap EHL's forearm. "Let's see you move that fast now," he confidently thought as he prepared to apply a gravity seal. Just before he made contact with EHL's arm, Naruto yelped and reflexively yanked his arm back, as a spark jumped up and shocked him. He glanced up at EHL, who gave him the tiniest of smirks before continuing his assault. Okay. Maybe Niji wasn't the biggest priority, he sweated as he blocked a rather painful kick to his side. His breath hitched as he saw sparks dancing across his cocked fist. He leaned backwards as EHL snapped, and lightning raced right across the tip of his face. "This guy's intense. I barely have time to think, let alone do anything," he winced as he glanced back at his opponent. Naruto paused as he caught sight of his face. He hadn't noticed it before, but, while EHL's scarf was blowing in the wind, he was able to glimpse seemingly muttering under his breath. A second later, EHL's eyes narrowed, and Naruto's instincts kicked in again. He barely activated his seal in time before EHL's fist slammed into him, sending him flying back against the wall. Naruto bounced against the concrete before rolling along the curvature of the as he slid towards the ground. EHL's momentum carried him along his trajectory, causing him to slide against the wall past his opponent. Naruto stumbled to his feet as he tried to regain his orientation. Though slightly dazed, he ripped off the seal and slapped another one on. "For left," he thought as he grit his teeth. He pulled a twig from his hair as he watched EHL leap off the wall and roll onto the ground. "Great. This is bushy brows all over again, except now I can't even place a seal on him," he grumbled to himself. As EHL stood back up, Naruto paused as he noticed something. He was doing it again. He watched in fascination, as EHL seemed to be bobbing his head, almost as if he was. His eyes widened as it finally came to him. He's counting something. He must have a cool-down period in between his bursts of speed. It wasn't much, but it was something and he could definitely work with that. EHL paused as he noticed a grin begin to spread across the blonde's face. He had seen that same look when the boy had trapped the other genin inside that cube. He stood his ground as the blonde raised his hands in a familiar hand sign. "Kaige Bunshin no Jutsu," he screamed as a fourth of the arena went up in white smoke. The civilians in the audience let out a mixture of excited gasps and groans as the field suddenly became swarmed with a mob of the local troublemaker. "I can't let the original disappear," EHL thought as he quickly shot off another chain of lightning. Naruto stood his ground and smiled as random clones around the arena slammed their hands to the ground. EHL watched in surprise as just before his attack hit the blonde, it took a 90-degree turn and shot off towards the crowd of clones. The lightning slammed into the ground at one of the clones' feet, revealing a glowing white symbol as it disappeared. "I was wondering when you were going to break those out," Kakashi thought as he leaned forward in his seat. So far the boy had only been on the defense. He was interested to see what he would do now that he had room to breathe. "Let's see what creative idea you'll have this time." "You like it?" Naruto called across the field. "I'm proud to introduce you to one of my early inventions, the lightning rod seal. Guaranteed to redirect any projectile ratio jutsu." EHL smirked as he watched the seal fade from white to black. The kid was clever, he'd give him that. "Well played, but do you have anything else new? Or are you simply going to hide behind your horde of clones like before?" Naruto gave him a shrug. "Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know I played this speed game before with bushy brows, but unlike you, he was much faster and—" EHL raised an eyebrow as Naruto pointed a finger at him. "He didn't have to take a break between each attack," he finished with a smirk. EHL went silent for a few seconds before lightly chuckling. "You are more observant than people believe. If I may ask, what gave it away?" "Tiny movements here and there. You would nod your head, plus sometimes you muttered under your breath, EHL seemed uncharacteristically embarrassed as he rubbed his head. Sensei was right. I slipped up while I wasn't focused. I also noticed you can only move that fast in a straight line, Naruto smirked as he substituted with another clone somewhere in the mass. Which makes you predictable, the clones shouted in unison. EHL fell silent as he gazed around the circle of clones. He was in exactly the same situation Lee was in during the preliminaries. A prolonged fight would be disastrous. The longer it took, the more opportunities the blonde would have to slip past his guard and place a gravity seal. Focusing on exterminating all the clones wasn't exactly an option either. If the Reikage was right about him, the blonde had chakra to spare and could simply replenish the horde without losing a sweat. Well then, Sensei said he wanted the boy tested. Let's take things up a notch, he smirked as he began unraveling his scarf, drawing confusion from the blonde. You are amusing, Naruto Uzumaki. Very amusing, he said as he began unbuckling his jacket, revealing a sleeveless undershirt. As he dropped it to the ground, Naruto narrowed his eyes as he examined the dark tattoos etched across EHL's shoulder. Let's have some real fun. What is that, Sensei? Ino asked as she stared at the intricate pattern. That is one of the Reikage's inheritance seals, Asuma replied as he took another puff of his cigarette. That kid must be something else. What's so special about them? Kiba turned around to ask. Well, as you may know from Naruto, is a very intricate field of study. The possibilities are almost limitless, but it requires an intensive amount of time and knowledge to accomplish even the most menial of tasks. While Yondaime is rightfully considered one of the greatest users the world has seen, Konoha has little else to brag about in that department. As of right now, Kumo is without a doubt the most adept nation in the arts. Due to sitting out of the last few wars, they have had plenty of time to explore the various fields without interruption. Their work is astonishing, Kakashi replied as he sat forward, gazing at EHL clapping his hands together. He turned his eyes down at the genin below him, and continued. The past Reikages have taken a particular interest in, and have created special seals that are only granted to those they deem worthy, such as the infamous Black Lightning Mark. I can only think of one person with that tattoo, but regarding this one, I don't recognize it, he finished as his eye shifted to Ko. Your thoughts? He asked. That is the Reigake's generator seal, Ko spoke, drawing everyone's attention. My teammate was raised as an orphan, and had plenty of time to wander the city as a child. From what I've been told, one day he snuck onto the Reikage's property, and spied on him and his brother as they trained. For years he watched and he learned, but his biggest focus was attempting to copy the technique that grants the Reikage his renowned speed. One day, as the Reikage was touring our academy, he stopped to observe a sparring session and discovered what EHL had been trying to accomplish. When questioned by the man, EHL was forced to reveal everything. Instead of punishing him, he was commended for his talent. Of course, EHL can't use the complete version of the technique. As your friend pointed out, he can only do it in short bursts due to the amount of chakra it requires. Which is why, he smiled, turning to face them, the Reikage gave him a tool to surpass that limitation. Naruto's eyes widened as he recognized the patterns along the tattoo. The clones grew tense as the seal began glowing white and a loud hum began filling the air. The hairs on their arms began to rise as lighting began sparking off his body in every direction. EHL's eyes were glowing blue as a layer of chakra settled over his body. He cracked his neck and glared into the horde of clones. In the blink of an eye, he was gone, followed by several loud pops as he began dismantling the clones one by one. This really is bushy brows all over again, Naruto sweated as he danced around the crowd of clones, observing the chaos. From this far away he could actually see EHL now. Much to his displeasure, the boy was no longer limited to just straight paths. His movements were controlled and flowing, branching from strike to strike like a bolt of lightning in slow motion. He gulped as EHL turned his eyes on him. Naruto jumped backwards as he came rocketing towards him. As he leapt forward, a clone came in from the side and tackled EHL to the ground. It closed its eyes as red symbols began glowing all over his skin. Naruto substituted away as the explosion rocked the ears of the audience. He substituted again with one of his clones hiding in the trees and squatted down, while he watched EHL stand up from the crater. Aside from a scorched shirt, he seemed relatively unharmed. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he observed EHL tackle the clones once again. His chakra is acting like a cloak. Not only is it granting him his speed, but it's also protecting him from external attacks, he thought as he watched another explosive tag go off without any effect. Well, he couldn't hide forever. He needed a plan. He toyed with the idea of dismantling the seal on EHL's shoulder, but he tossed it away. That would require getting close and having enough time to carefully examine it. He also didn't like the idea of simply trapping him the same way he had Lee. Naruto might have been a shinobi, but he was a showman at heart. He loved to show off flashy new techniques and ideas to garner attention. Simply repeating the same trick didn't hold much appeal for him. Plus he'll be expecting it, he thought as he bit at his thumb. Oh, what to do? What to do? He grimaced as the image of Yajuu Sanin popped into his mind. He could almost hear the faint "I told you so" now. He shook his head and started focusing simply on how EHL moved. The way he kicked off the ground from each attack before barreling toward the next. As he watched, he was again reminded of Lee. A ghost-like vision of the green-clad boy seemed to layer over EHL as he raced across the field. It was just something about the way they kicked off that was so similar. They would crouch down and push off as hard as they could, before jettisoning away. He watched as the final group of clones tried to chase EHL towards the wall of the arena. EHL dodged as kunai rained down on him, and ran up the concrete before jettisoning towards the small group. As EHL bent his knees to kick off the wall, something just clicked in Naruto's head as a new plan started forming together. Thanks, bushy brows, he thought, crossing his fingers. As the final clone popped up in smoke, EHL took the moment to gaze around the arena for the original. Stopping as he glared at the trees, he brought up his hands and snapped as a bolt of lightning rocketed towards the branches. Halfway along its path, it arched and raced towards the center and slammed into the blonde's lightning rod seal. He sighed before drawing more chakra from his seal. The blonde's lightning rod was certainly beneficial for him. However, if they functioned the way he thought, it had one fatal flaw. His seals may redirect all of his attacks, but they had to store all that energy somewhere, just like a battery. And like any battery, he thought as he raised up his arms, it can only hold so much. He snapped several times, sending out streams larger than any he had released today. They shot into the sky, before inevitably curving and slamming into the multiple seals placed around the field. He maintained the connection of the beams as he pumped more and more chakra into the. Naruto's seals began to grow brighter and brighter, as they tried to absorb as much of the energy as they could. Eventually, they just couldn't handle the pressure anymore, and one by one, began exploding all around the field. EHL nodded as he cut off the beams connected to his chakra cloak. He turned his eyes to the closest tree and fired off a blast of lightning, setting the tree ablaze. One down, Uzumaki. You can't hide forever, he called as he snapped again, blasting the bark apart in a shower of splinters. He's getting ready to move, Hinata whispered as she stared at the rich, blue outline of her teammate through her. He's going to have to, Sasuke whispered back, his Sharingan soaking in every detail, his trees after this next one. What's he doing anyway? He's summoned some clones with him, and it looks like he's forming chakra in his hand for something, she replied as she zoomed in. Let's see what you got, done, Sasuke thought as he leaned against the railing. EHL settled his eyes on the fifth tree down the line. Without a word, he raised his hand and fired off another shot. No sooner had the lightning left his fingers, two shurikens shot out of the tree in wide arcs. The attack split down the middle as it was drawn to the two seals placed on the metal surface. EHL paused as 7 Narutos burst from the tree and began charging towards him at a blistering speed. He's gotten even faster, Sasuke remarked as he watched 2 clones split off from the group and begin racing along the walls. Lightning crackled along his skin as EHL fired off 2 shots towards the clones on the wall, only to growl as they twisted away towards the seals placed on the shurikens. Turning his attention back to the others, he was surprised to find the clones already upon him. One somersaulted over his head and quickly summoned another clone, before EHL dispelled him with a blast point blank. As he prepared to attack the retreating front of the clone, he cried in pain as he fell backward. The original Naruto slide kicked his legs from behind, knocking him on his back, before spinning around and racing through seals. Katon, Fox Hellfire! He shouted as he let out a raging torrent of yellow flames. EHL winced as the fire descended upon his chakra coat, forcing him back onto the ground. His layer of chakra protected him from any major harm, but he was still forced back by the jutsu's immense heat. Every time EHL tried to rise to his feet, Naruto would stand directly above him and force him down with another blast of fire. As he dealt with EHL, his clones arrived at their positions and began racing through hand signs. "That's enough!" EHL shouted as he slammed his fist against the ground. The ground around him cracked under the force, sending Naruto off balance. EHL took the momentary reprieve to jump away from the blonde's assault. "What are you up to, Uzumaki?" he growled as he stumbled to his feet, wincing at his tender chest. "Surprise!" Naruto smiled as he clapped his hands together and slammed his palms to the ground. At the same time, all of his clones around the arena copied his same movement. EHL was caught off guard as he began rising into the air. His eyes darted in every direction as a cubic, pink barrier began spanning the radius of the arena. He glanced back and forth between the clones creating the barrier, and his eyes shot up as he heard a soft clang. He gazed up to see a clone land on the roof of the barrier. It knelt down and placed its hands on the pink surface, as another clone attached itself to the bottom. "What is Naruto up to? Is going to do that fire trick again?" Ino asked, sitting on the edge of her seat. "Not unless he wants to barbecue himself as well," Chuji pointed out as he raced through another pack of chips. Indeed, Kakashi thought as he raised his headband over his left eye, revealing the 3 tomes of the Sharingan, Naruto isn't the type to pull the same trick twice. Besides, I nailed that into them during week 6. What have you come up with now? EHL quietly eyed the barrier as Naruto stood up and gave him a smile. "All right," he screamed as he stretched his arms, "I think we've been playing by your rules long enough. Now it's my turn. Let's go." With that, he began racing towards him at a breakneck speed. EHL settled into his taijutsu stance, content to let Naruto come to him. When he was 10 feet away, the Naruto on the roof smirked and twisted his hand to the right. Naruto smirked as he ran and jumped into the air. EHL prepared to block him, when the strangest feeling rushed over him. Suddenly, his world turned upside down as he was suddenly racing upwards into the air. He grunted as Naruto slammed a kick into him in midair, sending him flying in an arc. Naruto twisted and landed on his feet as EHL slammed against the roof of the cube. The audience gasped in excitement as the two stood upside down against the roof of the barrier. As EHL struggled to his feet, Naruto leapt off the roof and landed against the side of the cube. He attached his chakra to the wall as he gazed up at EHL, who had finally managed to stand up. He smirked and wiggled his finger to come and get him. EHL glared at him as he bent down to kick off the roof, his electric cloak flaring. Just as he prepared to jump off, the clone on the wall opposite of Naruto twisted his hand to the right. EHL pushed off the wall and raced towards Naruto. He got about halfway across the cube, before slowing down and racing towards the opposite wall. He slammed against the pink barrier and cried out as he bounced against the surface. He struggled against the immense force as he tried to crawl to his feet, and froze as a kunai landed a foot away from his face. He covered his head as heard the sizzle, but could do nothing as the tag went off, sending him rolling away. Naruto smirked as he nodded at the clone under the bottom of the cube. It nodded and twisted his hand, causing EHL to fall from the right wall towards the ground. EHL slid against the wall, forcing his chakra to stick as he slowed to a stop. He panted as he glared at Naruto across the field. The blonde simply smiled and waved at him. Lightning sparked across EHL's face as he launched himself off the wall. "What's he doing? I don't get it," Kiba asked as he watched EHL chase after Naruto around the cube. "I mean, that thing is cool and all, but what is it accomplishing?" "Gravity seals," Kurenai replied, so entranced with the match that she had momentarily forgotten about the disgusting smell of Asuma's cigarette. "Naruto is changing the center of gravity between each face of the wall. Every time EHL moves, Naruto makes sure he's attached to a wall before changing the gravity. By doing this, he not only just slaps EHL around, he's keeping him away from him. What I just don't understand is what his endgame is here." Kakashi was thinking the same thing. He watched as EHL raced after Naruto once again. Now that he'd caught on not the jump, the boy streaked up the wall in a blur of white as he tore after the boy. Naruto ran as fast as he could and attached his fingers to the roof, just before the clones switched up the gravity again. EHL slowed down as he tried his best to keep his feet connected to the wall. He eventually had to place his hands down as well as he fought against the immense pull of the bottom floor. Eventually, he began sliding down the wall as he desperately tried to simply fall to the ground. Naruto has done all right evading him so far, but what will he do when EHL finally catches him? Kakashi thought as he gazed at Naruto's strained face. He tried as hard as he could to fight against the pull of gravity, but the chakra from his fingertips just couldn't hold out against the weight. His connection failed and he began racing towards the ground. The clones immediately tried to compensate, and adjusted to gravity in another direction. As soon as the pressure lifted, EHL's eyes shot open as he continued racing up the wall. He knelt and pushed off against the wall, rocketing towards Naruto. He collided with the boy and sent him flying against the wall. Naruto's eyes widened as the wind was knocked from his chest. As he stumbled to place another density seal, EHL landed next to him and kicked him away. Instantly, he knelt down and connected himself to the floor as the clones changed the gravity to try and help the original. As Naruto sailed away, EHL launched himself again and collided with the boy mid-air. This time EHL grabbed him by the throat as they tumbled through the air towards the ceiling. Naruto gargled as he brought his hands together. EHL heard a puff of smoke behind him, and growled as a clone caught him in a headlock. He released the original and grabbed the clone by the head. He threw him forward and blasted it away with a snap of lightning. As he landed on the roof, he spied Naruto midair falling towards the ground. It's time, Naruto thought as he reached into his pouch. Stringing wire through the center, he tossed 2 shuriken downwards towards a tree, whose branches were barely tipping out from the bottom of the barrier. As the shuriken sailed past, Naruto tugged on the wire, causing the shuriken to wrap around and dig into the bark. EHL felt a tug in his gut as the gravity was shifted upwards once again. Oh, this is going to hurt like a bitch, Naruto thought as he wrapped the wire around his hand, and began falling towards the roof of the building. He cried out as the wire cut into his skin, leaving deep gashes in his palm. He grit his teeth and glanced up at EHL, who was kneeling against the roof. As they stared into each other's eyes, EHL saw something that made him pause. He didn't see any hesitation or fear. All he saw was confidence. Checkmate, Naruto smirked as he launched a kunai at the boy. EHL's eyes widened as he saw the tag attached to the kunai and leapt out of the way. As he jumped into the air, the clones around the barrier twisted their hands. EHL was flung from midair towards the right wall. Naruto grit his teeth as he held on to the wire. Before he drew too close, EHL slowed down and began sailing towards the other wall. Just like before, he slowed to a stop before colliding with the wall and began falling back towards the center. Again and again the clones adjusted the force of the gravity, until EHL floated helplessly in the center of the cube. Naruto chuckled as he watched EHL dangle midair, and fought through the pain as he began crawling his way up the wire. Oh, now that's clever, Asum chuckled as tossed his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out. What did he do? He's just floating there, Ino asked. Exactly, Asuma chuckled, you see. Naruto knew he couldn't keep up with EHL's speed, so he had to immobilize him. His opponent can't make use of his jutsu if he doesn't have a surface to kick off from. He placed a hand on Ino's shoulder and pointed at the clones attached to the walls of the barrier. You see them? They are keeping the gravitational pull equivalent in every direction. That's what's keeping him suspended there. Naruto smirked as he crawled his way through the branches and sat along the trunk of the tree. After tethering himself to the tree, he stared up at EHL still suspended in midair. EHL glared down at him as he spun out of control. He reached for his pouch for a shuriken and wire, but felt his heart drop as he grasped at nothing but air. Looking for this? Naruto chuckled as he tauntingly held up EHL's pouch. When did he have time to snatch that? EHL thought. His eyes widened as he remembered the boy's clone grabbing him in a headlock. He wanted me to catch up with him, EHL thought, before gritting his teeth and sending off another blast of lightning. Naruto reached into his pouch and launched up a shuriken. The lightning curved and chased after the kunai as it began making its rotation towards the center. Like I said, checkmate. Let me sum it up for you. You can't move, you can't hit me, and you can't get down. He actually beat me, even when I was going all out, EHL sighed before lightly chuckling. The kid was something else. Well played. Very well played, Naruto Uzumaki, he called out as he and Naruto caught eyes. Very well. I concede. Genma nodded as he raised his hand in the air. EHL Honda has forfeited the match. The winner of the first round is Naruto Uzumaki. Nicely done, Naruto, Kakashi chuckled as he watched Naruto help EHL back to the ground. And apparently I'm not the only one who thought so, he smiled as he glanced around him as the audience went wild. So this is Sasuke's teammate, Ria thought as she clapped. You certainly know how to make a first impression, she chuckled as she stared down at her brother who was going nuts. He wasn't the only one. A thunderous applause echoed across the arena, as the stands went wild. 2 rows over from her, Yoshio remained quiet as he clapped his hands. As the pink barrier dissolved into the air, his eyes focused on the blonde-haired boy. Yoshio wasn't particularly fond of surprises, and this boy was certainly a surprise. He hadn't seen the boy when he had fought at the lumberyard, but apparently he was the one responsible for capturing the Zafu. Just what are you capable of? Oh boy, Jay sighed, before cracking his neck. Great. Now I have to pick up the slack. Thanks a lot, DHL. He rested a hand against the rail as he watched the 2 boys shake hands. The guy had done great, but he hadn't exactly shown off anything to really warrant his attention yet. Let's see if the rakeage is right about you, he thought as he leaned against the bar. Down on the field, Naruto and EHL stood across from each other as the pink barrier faded away. Congratulations, Uzumaki. I wish you the best of luck in your upcoming matches. Ah geez, don't get all cheesy on me now, Naruto chuckled as he locked his hands behind his head. Just take the compliment, EHL chuckled as he collected his clothes from the field. You have an uphill battle ahead of you. Take what you can get. Naruto nodded as he watched the boy tie his scarf back around his neck. You can count on it. Niji won't know what hit him. EHL was quiet as he buttoned up his jacket. I wasn't referring to the Hyuga. Naruto sent him a confused stare. What do you mean? EHL remained silent as he headed towards the exit, but came to a stop as he passed by him. He turned his head and whispered, I'd worry more about the Kazekage's son if I were you. Let's just say he's not natural. I believe you two are locked on a collision course whether you like it or not. What are you talking about? Naruto whispered back. Just keep your eyes open during his match with the Uchiha. Good luck, Naruto Uzumaki. I have a feeling you are going to need it. Without another word, EHL continued walking towards the exit of the arena. Naruto was silent as he stared at his retreating back. As he stood there, Naruto grew surprised as he started to notice something: cheering. People were cheering. For him. A smile lit up on his face as he began waving back at the crowd. Sasuke and Hinata chuckled as he began soaking it all, making kissy faces and bowing towards the audience. He gave a mock salute towards the Hokage's box, causing the old man to chuckle. Very nice performance, my boy, the Hokage chuckled as he watched the blonde boy prance around the arena. Kitsune rolled his eyes at the boy's display, and instead focused on the Kazekage. He wanted to chalk it up to his normal A and B paranoia, but there was something about the man that was throwing him off. The Kazekage caught sight of his glare, and simply chuckled before turning his attention back towards the arena. Team 7. You all are truly fascinating. Chapter 46, The Finals, Part 2. Show off, Sasuke jibed, watching Naruto clamber up the concrete steps to the observatory. I aim to please, Naruto chuckled as he rubbed his nose and joined his team against the railing. Honestly, what did you guys think? I think that you have a promising career in the circus ahead of you, if that whole Hokage thing doesn't pan out, Sasuke sneered. Bite me, Naruto growled before gasping and rubbing his hip. Are you alright? Hinata asked, leaning back. Naruto nodded and winced, as he massaged the tender region. To be honest, EHL's hits had been a lot more devastating than he had imagined. Even with his density seals, the force behind each punch had managed to leave a severe impact on him. As he nursed his wounds, he noticed Hinata approaching him with her hands glowing and he quickly waved her away. Don't even think about it, he chuckled as he stepped back. But you're hurt, she chided as she tried to draw closer. Yeah, but this is still a competition. A competition that you are a part of. Listen, I appreciate the thought, Hinata-chan, but you still have 3 rounds ahead of you. Save your chakra to heal yourself if you have to. Hinata stopped and frowned at him as he hid behind Shikamaru. Don't drag me into this, he droned, before staring at the white-eyed girl. It's not often I say this, but Naruto's right. It may not be very Konoha-like, but this is one instance where we're supposed to look out for ourselves. Save your energy for your own matches. Hinata was quiet as she considered his words before the light surrounding her hands faded away. Fine. You're right, she sighed. Good, Shikamaru replied as Hinata returned to her spot against the rail. Thanks, Shikamaru, Naruto chirped over his shoulder. Don't sweat it. Now get off me, he groaned as he violently shrugged the smaller boy off him. Well, look who it is, Kiba smirked as the group of genin turned around to see HL making his way down the stairs towards their row. As Kiba opened his mouth to taunt the boy, HL simply glared at him as a small streak of electricity danced across his face. Kiba wisely chose not to retort, and simply gulped before quickly turning back to face the field. I apologize, Sensei, for my poor display, HL droned as he bowed to the man sitting to the right of Guy and Kakashi. The man softly smiled and simply ruffled the boy's hair, which he knew annoyed him to no end. You have nothing to apologize for. It was a splendid match that served to showcase both of your skills. You should be proud. Indeed. Your techniques and actions burned with youthful vigor. Guy boomed, causing Kakashi to wince in embarrassment. EHL seemed unbothered by the man's loud outburst and simply bowed in acknowledgement of his praise. He then made his way through the aisle and took a seat next to his teammate. Nicely done, EHL, Ko commented as EHL placed his feet on the chair in front of him. Was his only response as he leaned back into his seat. So edgy, the genin sweat dropped as they watched him lift his scarf to cover his mouth. Kiba was the first to break his trance as he noticed Sakura making her way onto the field alongside Niji. Hey, there they go. Come on, Sakura! Kick his arrogant ass! Kiba shouted, before quickly being smacked in the back of the head by Kurenai. Kiba. We are in public and you are representing your team. Please show some more class, she chided, her naturally red eyes accenting her glare. Clear as crystal, he muttered as Akamaru barked at him as well. I kind of feel bad for Sakura, Chuji said as he popped open another bag of chips. What do you mean? Ino asked. It just kinda sucks that she was paired off with a Hyuga for the first round, he replied as he began chowing down. That of theirs makes her genjutsu kinda useless. On top of that, she's gotten better in taijutsu, but I don't see her beating that thingy. That's for you, Kiba growled as the memories of his match with Niji painfully came to mind. Honestly, even though he truly wanted her to win, there was a part of him deep down that already knew she probably wouldn't be able to. Sakura had certainly grown the most since they became a team, and although his alpha male ego loathed admitting it, he knew that Sakura was probably the strongest of their team. She certainly deserved the promotion, but like Tenten in the preliminaries, she had been dealt a bad hand. Having a does not guarantee a victory, EHL muttered, catching their attention. The idea that they are somehow superior is one of their greatest assets and liabilities. By believing that they are better than you, you have already given up the possibility of winning. However, this intimidation is a double-sided coin, for this leads to an inflation of pride. He paused, peeking open an eye to stare at them. All techniques have a weakness, even Genkai. If you believe that just because she is a genjutsu wielder that she will lose, then you are a fool. Kiba growled at the insult, but stopped as he was filled with light shame. Had he really given up on the possibility of her winning just because he had lost? He grit his teeth as he stared down at the arena. Come on, Sakura. You got this. The crowd was full of excitement from the last match, as they watched the next set of competitors take their place. Are both competitors ready? Genma asked, glancing between the two. I am, Niji coldly replied. Sakura remained silent and simply nodded her head. Well, if both competitors are ready, then you may begin, Genma called with a wave of his hand. Neither genin moved as the proctor leapt away. The two stood motionless, observing the other as the crowd cheered in the background. Sakura wanted to squirm under the boy's unsettling, white eyes, but she stood her ground and stared right back. After a minute of silence, Niji finally spoke. I would offer the chance for you to simply surrender, but I can tell you won't back down without a fight. Sakura held her tongue as she continued to stand still. You have that same defiant look, you know? He called out, confusing her. Niji nodded his head towards the observatory, where the bright spot of blonde hair was easily visible. Your eyes hold that same spark as that idiot's. You just don't know when to back down when fate has given you a poor hand. He didn't even flinch under her intense glare. However, unlike him, you're no fool. You actually have a brain between your shoulders. You're the type that, given enough time, can outmaneuver almost anyone, and you have had plenty of it. She twitched as he smoothly slid into the signature form of the. So, let's see what you have come up with to overcome this handicap, he smirked as his eyes hardened and the veins around his eyes became painfully visible. She glanced one time into the stands and spied Kurenai sitting next to Asuma, before taking a deep breath. Here I go. No sooner had her hand twitched towards her kunai pouch, Niji shot off like a rocket. She quickly grasped 3 kunai and launched them at the approaching genin, as she leapt back. Niji easily dodged the barrage and vaulted over them. Sakura was shocked as she watched him effortlessly reach out and snatch one out of the air. Niji landed and came at her with a ferocity even Kiba couldn't keep up with. Her eyes widened as she tried her best to evade the path of the blade. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes as he watched Niji chase Sakura around the field. Naruto glanced to his right and noticed the boy's expression. Something wrong, Shikamaru? Something's not right. She's acting as if she's almost afraid of the kunai. No shit, Naruto deadpanned. Gee, I wonder why she doesn't want to get cut by a knife. He's right, Sasuke chimed in without looking away from the match. Huh. Sakura has come a long way since we left the academy. Maybe she's not grown as much as you 3, but she has certainly worked hard to improve herself, Shikamaru said, glancing at Team 7. She is a kunoichi, and wouldn't be frightened just by the possibility of being cut by a kunai. Niji may be a pain, but he's not going to kill her. There's something else going on. Sakura grunted as she tried her best to parry the onslaught of strikes. Plan A, she thought as she began reaching into her pouch. However, her actions did not escape Niji's notice. His spied through her body and zoomed in on her pouch. A flashbang, he thought as he watched her grab hold of the tiny ball. His lip curled up as the pieces fit together. Not a bad idea, he thought, as he got ready to leap away. Before he could, she did something he never expected she would. She kicked off towards him. She clenched her eyes shut as she thrust the tiny ball into their faces, which promptly went off. Both genin cried out, as the senses were suddenly overloaded with light and sound. Even with their eyes closed, at that close distance, their eyes still incredibly stumbled away, grasping their ears as they tried to drive out the whining sound. Got to focus. Got to get him while he's distracted, Sakura thought as she clasped her hands together. Niji grit his teeth as he tried to put as much distance between them as he could. Thankfully, he had deactivated his before the flashbang went off, but he was still temporarily blinded. He stumbled as he felt something begin wrapping around his body, before he felt chains tighten his arms to his sides. His head swiveled to his right as he began feeling a tugging sensation on the chain. Sakura rubbed her eyes as her vision began to return to her. Things had been incredibly blurry, but she could still make out Niji's face. She quickly flexed her wrist, palming Forsaban from her sleeve. As she was about to launch them, she froze as a smile crept along Niji's face. Very good. You're trying to stop me from using my so you can entrap me in your genjutsu. It was a nice try, but there is one thing that you of all people should understand. She didn't like where this was going. She froze as he turned around and faced her. As you can guess, that requires a high level of chakra control. Even without my eyes, I can sense your genjutsu. His arms pushed up and sailed straight through the chains, which melted away into mist. She napped out of her daze and began raining Sanban at him. She was stunned as he somehow dodged every needle she sent flying his way. Her eyes shot open as she finally noticed the veins reappearing along his eyes. Can he still see even with his eyes closed? Well, can he? Naruto asked, leaning towards Hinata. Technically, yes, he can. His eyelids are just skin, and they can easily pierce through them. While it may be a little blurry for him, he should not be hampered too much. Naruto sighed, causing some surprise from his teammates. Well, there goes one of my ideas, he weakly chuckled before turning his attention back to the match. As he made his way towards the edge of the field, Neji continued to block the Saban with the kunai he had stolen earlier. He quickly retreated behind the burnt bark of one of the trees EHL had blasted in the earlier match. I need to let my eyes heal as long as I can. Prolonging this match will give my eyes more time to adjust before my other matches, he thought as he leaned against the tree. As he gripped the handle of the kunai, he was lightly startled as he felt something drip across his fingers. He gazed down at the kunai and was surprised as he began inspecting the blade. He ran a finger along the edge and was fascinated to find a strange gel lacing the metal. Poison. So that's why she had seemed so uncomfortable at the beginning of the match, he contemplated as he inspected the kunai. So that's her plan. She wants to disrupt my chakra system so I can't activate my. As he got caught in his thoughts, he was not unaware of the dark shape quickly racing towards him behind the tree. Well, two can play at that game, he thought with a smirk as he started running through hand seals. Sakura leapt over the top of the tree, Saban clenched in both hands ready to pepper her opponent. As she sailed over the burnt branches, she was shocked to find him missing. She landed with a thud and quickly spun around, eyeing the surrounding area. Where could he have gone? Kiba felt his heart sink as he watched a dark shadow begin to grow from the base of the tree. As much as he wanted to shout out a warning, his voice would never be heard over the roar of the crowd. He could only watch in silence, as Neji began emerging out of the bark of the tree. Sakura froze as she suddenly felt the invading chakra in her system. He placed me in a genjutsu, she internally cried out as she quickly sent a pulse through her body. Even as she began to turn around, she knew it was too late. Neji lashed out, and his fingers dashed along her arm, causing the muscle to violently condense. She let out a muffled scream as the in her arm were shut tight. Neji reached out with a backhand slash with the kunai, which she barely dodged out of the way. As she leaned out of the way, he kicked off and planted a knee in her chest. She stumbled back and felt her back slam against the wall. As she opened her eyes, her world froze as she saw him inches away from disabling her other arm. Plan B. Neji was already in motion as he prepared to disable her other arm when he noticed it, chakra building up in her throat. His eyes widened as her cheeks began to bulge, but it was too late to halt his momentum. She exhaled, blowing a massive cloud of purple smoke from her lungs. He collided into her, banging their skulls together. He desperately tried to leap away, but the damage was already done. He grit his teeth as he violently coughed and tried to rub whatever was burning his eyes away. More poison. No wonder she's been so quiet the whole match. Sakura raised her good arm to her head and tried to stop the aching pain from their collision. Even so, she grinned as she watched Neji violently wheeze from the gas. Even without his, he could still dispel genjutsu due to his incredible chakra control. So, she had searched for a way to somehow disrupt his chakra network, and she had come up with one of the most ancient of kunoichi traditions, poison. Knowing it was now or never, she raised her one good arm and tried to form hand seals, but froze as a realization washed over her. Nothing was happening. Even if she could still move it, he had gotten her other arm. For the first time in this match, she didn't have a plan. The poison may have disrupted his chakra, but he would still be able to function on a moderate level. She may have been getting better, but she was not on his level in taijutsu, even with him incapacitated. What do I do? What do I do? She desperately thought as she glanced into the crowd. Even from here, she could make out her sensei's signature, red-sleeved dress and Kiba's hoodie with Akamaru perched on top. No! I've come this far. I am not going to lose here, she grit her teeth as she unconsciously began molding chakra. I can do this, and I will. Neji let out another violent cough as his body desperately tried to remove the toxic chemical from his lungs. However, it was too late. He could already feel the effects of the poison creeping through his system, hindering his ability to mold chakra. Got to focus. I must keep my active. As he desperately tried to cling to as much control as he could, he felt his body grow cold as a shadowy presence flooded over him. He turned around to see Sakura bent over with her hair billowing in the wind. His eyes widened as a massive, ink-like blot appeared behind the girl. He felt his heartbeat begin to rise as a massive hand shot up from the hole and began pushing off from the ground, dragging an unholy creature behind it. You guys can see that, right? Naruto asked as he and the other viewers stood in silence, gazing at the massive creature that towered behind Sakura. He certainly wasn't alone. The audience let out surprised gasps as bright yellow eyes shot open, and the massive caricature of the girl smashed its fists together. It isn't real, it's only an illusion, Neji thought as he grit his teeth, trying to get his body under control, but no matter how hard he tried, his chakra was fluctuating too much. Fine then, he growled as the creature lumbered towards him. It sluggishly raised its head and began rushing towards him. Neji rose to his feet and began jogging towards the behemoth. As he continued along his path, inner Sakura swung its massive fist. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to dodge the incoming blow, but he forced himself to ignore his brain. Push! Through! Not stopping for an instant, he launched himself straight through the illusion. Even though his body felt no force from the creature, his brain still recognized the impact. The nerves along his body lit up in pain, but he clenched his teeth and powered through it. As he emerged on the other side, Sakura was shocked. In her tired state, she attempted to throw a kick at him. Neji shoved her leg aside and clenched his fist. With his chakra control out of whack, he may not have been able to use but he hadn't trained under Konoha's foremost taijutsu expert for over a year without learning anything. He smashed 2 hits into her limp arm, causing her to scream out in pain. Ducking to the ground, he twisted and kicked out her legs from under her. As she dropped to the ground, he planted a knee on her back and grabbed hold of her functional arm. Without a moment's hesitation, he yanked and twisted it out of her socket. The crowd winced as Sakura cries echoed across the stadium. 10 feet away from them, inner Sakura stumbled as it tried to turn around, but could only moan as it began fading away. Neji pressed her face into the dirt, as he bent her arm even further back. Submit. Now. She tried. She really did. But she could not stop the stream of tears from falling down her face as he increased the pressure on her arm. I'm sorry, Kiba Akamaru. She nodded her head and cried out, I forfeit. Genma sighed and raised his arm. Winner Neji Hyuga. The audience let out a weak applause as they watched Sakura carted out of the stadium. Too bad, Shikamaru sighed. She put up a great fight. It was just a poor matchup, Temari commented as she stood next to him. Agreed. She put a good amount of thought into the fight, but in the end, he was just too much for her. Naruto remained silent as he watched Sakura disappear down the tunnel. He glared as he stared down at Neji. He was getting sick and tired of this guy beating up on his friends. He carefully glanced to the side and shot Hinata a look. Naruto may not have been the most observant person when it came to social interactions, but even he could tell that Neji placed his cousin on edge. It was subtle, but he would always pick up on the way she would twitch if Neji glanced in her direction. He was sick of it. Why does he get to be treated by the medical ninja? Ino cried as they watched Neji walk out of the arena. They have to make sure the poison isn't lethal. While killing isn't forbidden in the exams, it is heavily frowned upon. If we can take any chances to prevent it, we do, Asuma replied, trying to soothe her. He glanced next to him at Kurenai, who had not said anything since the end of the match. I'm sorry. You shouldn't be, she replied with a light smile. Asuma was surprised by the twinkle in her eye as she turned to look at him. Even though she lost, I have never been prouder. Did you see what she did? She manifested a genjutsu so powerful that everyone in the crowd felt it, and she did it without hand signs. Asuma chuckled at the pride in her voice. The kid had talent he wouldn't deny. Kiba sighed as he leaned back into his chair. Damn it. She was so close too, he grumbled as Akamaru whimpered. That's the Hyuga for you, Chuji commented as he patted Kiba's shoulder. Now, I almost feel bad for that other guy from Kumo that has to face Hinata. A loud chuckle caught his attention, as Keo's face lit up in a smile. Oh, I wouldn't be too sure about that. If anything, I'd be more worried about the Hyuga, Ichel muttered from the end of the aisle. And why is that? Ino asked, leaning over Chuji. Ko and Ichel looked back at their sensei, who nodded, allowing them to proceed. Well, as you saw from his match, EHL here specializes in taijutsu and ninjutsu. With my summons, I'm our tracking and interrogation expert. Rounding out our group is Jay, who just so happens to be a genjutsu specialist. That's too bad. Now I do feel bad for the guy, Chuji murmured, before snacking down again. You'll be surprised, Akimichi, the sensei thought to himself as he leaned back in his chair. In all honesty, while EHL was without a doubt the heavy hitter of their little group, Jay was certainly the more deadly. The man had a smile on his face as he gazed down at his light blonde-haired student, who was lazily leaning against the rail of the platform. The boy only seemed to be focused on his art and women, but when he got serious, even he had a tough time keeping track of him. Oh yes. He was certainly the most dangerous of the three of them. Especially for a Hyuga. Chapter 47, The Finals, Part 3. Despite the somber tone that had seemed to settle over the stadium from the brutal end of the previous match, the crowd seemed to find its second wind as it started to notice the next two competitors heading down to the field. Chatter and cheers erupted from the crowd as the last loyal Uchiha made his way towards the center of the arena. Ria raised an eyebrow as she glanced across the stadium, taking in the overwhelming support for the sourpuss. Of course, her brother was right along with them, shouting his head off as he recognized the dark-haired boy. Hey! There he is! There he is! Tai excitedly chanted as he tugged on her sleeve. Go Sasuke! He shouted, throwing his hands in the air. Ria stifled a chuckle as she watched her younger brother's eyes gleam in admiration over his newfound idol. Ever since Sasuke had graciously offered them his tickets, he was all Tai would ask her about. When was the last time she talked to him? What kind of missions did he go on? Every day brought a new round of interrogations. It seemed that despite her best efforts, the boy simply had shinobi on the brain. However, he was never going to walk down that path. Not if she had anything to say about it. Although, it still hurt her to have to shut him down every time he asked. At least letting him come today would ease her conscience. Ria glanced back down at the field and quietly stared at the somber boy she had gotten to know over the last few weeks. Alright, duckbutt. Let's see what's so damn special about you. Sasuke tried his best to hold back a smirk as he stared across the field toward his opponent. Finally, it was his turn for some action. Shino stood as silent as usual, as if he was barely interested in the situation they were in. Alright, we're ready to get underway. Are you two ready to go? Genma asked. A moment, please, Shino declared before turning to Sasuke. Something you want to say? Sasuke asked. More of a request, Shino replied, slightly catching Sasuke off guard. He pushed up his glasses and continued, it doesn't take a genius to determine the probable outcome of this match. On top of your aptitude for Katan Jutsu, I find it hard to envision myself overcoming your prowess in taijutsu. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to forfeit? Not at all, Shino replied with a shake of his head. I simply wish to ask you to refrain from holding back. Shino tilted his head and gazed up towards the stands. He gazed straight through the glass at the judges, who stared straight back at them. This match isn't about winning or losing. It is about demonstrating to them that we have the capacity to bear the responsibility that being requires. Even if I lose, if my performance is satisfactory, I may still earn a promotion. Sasuke nodded his head, but was still slightly confused. And what does that have to do with me going all out? Shino almost seemed to smile. Let's just say, I wish to know where I rank among my peers. Sasuke chuckled as he rested his palm on the handle of his sword. Certainly. I'll give you the match you want, but regarding your promotion, that all depends on you, doesn't it? He smirked as his eyes flashed red. Yes. I suppose it does, Shino nodded, as he grew silent once again. Alright, if you two are finished, Genma called out before raising his arm. Ready? Begin! There was a whistle of grinding metal as Sasuke's sword cleared its scabbard. He disappeared in a blur, racing across the arena. He blazed past Shino, who remained motionless, before his torso lifted off from the clean slice through his chest. The audience gasped in shock as the Aburame boy was cut clean in half, only to draw back in disgust as the body dissolved into a shower of insects. The swarm quickly recovered and began hurtling towards Sasuke. Before the bug clone had even fallen apart, Sasuke had been already leaping away, and reaching into his bag. As he flipped away, his eyes soaked in every detail of the cloud of insects racing towards him. His Sharingan soaked in every nook and crevice of their shells, their twitching antennae, and their black, emotionless eyes. He quickly sheathed his sword, before throwing a small scroll towards the ground. He raced through the two hand signs and forcefully stomped on the dark seal in the center. The ink glowed once before water began flooding from the paper. The water shot out like a geyser, and began spreading all across the field. The Kikachu along the ground were washed back by the violent torrent, but the swarm still in the air continued to soar towards him. Before the water had even reached the Kikachu in the grass, Sasuke had already started racing through hand signs. He cupped his mouth and began firing off one phoenix fire jutsu after another. A loud whine and multiple screeches echoed off the arena walls, as explosions rocked the cloud of insects. Tiny, burnt bodies littered down from the sky as the swarm was quickly burnt to a crisp. Sasuke fired off his last fireball, and reached into his bag. He quickly launched 3 shuriken in a wide arc. They twisted as they soared and began to curve towards one of the trees that littered the sides of the arena. They flew towards the tree, forcing Shino to jump away as they flew through the spot where he had been hiding. His shoulders were slumped, and he seemed to be glaring through his round glasses. He's getting agitated, Sasuke thought as he watched the remnants of the swarm flee back toward Shino. Sorry about your hive, but you're going to have to do better than that, he called out as he gripped the handle of his sword. Indeed, Shino replied in an even tone, as he resumed his trademark stance. Sasuke prepared to race towards him again, but stopped as Shino began launching a volley of kunai. As they raced towards him, his sharp eyes caught sight of the paper tags attached to the kunai at the handle. Sasuke ground to a halt, and leapt to the side as the explosions rocked the arena. Shino didn't let up the pressure, and continued to toss kunai after the Uchiha. With his eyes, Sasuke was easily able to predict their trajectory and dodged accordingly. He began making his way towards the wall, and began racing along its circular edge, drawing closer to his opponent. Shino finally relented his barrage and thrust out his arm. A wild cloud of Kikachu launched from his sleeve and raced towards Sasuke. Sasuke slid to a stop and quickly vaulted straight towards the incoming wave. He raced through the necessary hand seals and fired off a large fireball straight through the heart of the swarm. The fire tore through the Kikachu, leaving a massive hole in its wake. Sasuke dove through this hole, and landed right in front of Shino, much to his surprise. Shino attempted to jump back, but he felt his breath hitch as he lost his footing. He cursed as he tried his best to find solid footing on top of the mud. Already thinking 2 steps ahead, he thought to himself as he watched Sasuke recover from his fall and race towards him. He's already preparing the field for his match with Gaara. By covering the field in water and mud, it shall be difficult for him to control and create more sand. He braced himself as he was forced to take a stinging kick from Sasuke, which sent him sliding across the mud. He quickly withdrew a kunai as he spied the raven-haired boy jogging towards him with his sword already drawn. Shino grunted as tiny cuts began coating his body. Taijutsu had never really been his strong suit, and he was absolutely overwhelmed. He tried his best to parry the many strokes from Sasuke's blade, but more than a fair share were making their way through his defense. Sasuke smirked, as he got ready to stab the tip of his blade through the loop of Shino's kunai. All it would take was a swift twist, and he would be disarmed. As he prepared to deliver his stroke, he paused as his Sharingan caught sight of Shino's head. Shino seemed to not really be looking at him, rather over his shoulder. His eyes widened and he quickly cut off his attack. He leapt over the boy and kicked him forward, straight into the small swarm that had been creeping up behind him. Shino quickly recovered and released more Kikachu from his jacket. The 2 swarms melded together and contorted into the shape of a massive fist. He swung the massive form, but Sasuke was easily able to leap away. Ignoring the mud coating his hands, Sasuke flipped away, over and over, until, in the middle of one arc, he threw his sword into the ground. He landed on the handle, keeping himself balanced atop his palm. He smirked toward Shino as he began racing through one-handed seals. Shino's eyebrows shot up in panic as he watched electricity spark down the blade and connect with the layer of water that covered the field. Shino cried out in pain as electricity raced through his body. As if on cue, the massive swarm fell apart and dropped to the ground. That ought to have given his queen a shock, Sasuke smirked as he cut off the jutsu. Shino slunk to his knees as he desperately attempted to catch his breath. Every inch of his skin stung, and his mind faintly registered the stench of burning skin. His opponent refused to give him any reprieve as he raced towards him one last time. Sasuke curled his fingers into claws as he began spreading chakra all across his body. Shino's eyes lit up in recognition as he desperately tried to stand up. Suga! Sasuke cried as he twisted and began twirling in a fierce tornado. Kiba's mouth hung open in shock as he watched Sasuke plow into his teammate, sending him flying into the arena wall. Sasuke decelerated from his spin, sliding along the mud as he caught sight of Shino among the debris. Shino coughed as he attempted to push himself out of the rubble. He froze as he felt a thin but forceful pressure against his neck. He gazed over his glasses at Sasuke, who held his blade against his neck. Ready to keep going? Shino almost chuckled as he let out a sigh. I apologize, Kurenai-sensei. It seems I failed you as well. He turned his head towards Genma and nodded. I concede. He nodded and quickly raised his hand. Shino Aburame has forfeited the match. The winner is Sasuke Uchiha. It almost seemed like a bomb went off, as the crowd lit up in applause. Sasuke rolled his eyes as he calmly sheathed his sword. After wiping off the mud from his hands, he reached out and helped Shino to his feet. I hope I did not hurt your queen too much, he said, making sure Shino could steady himself. I see you did your homework before our match. She is fine. A little shaken, but she will easily recover. Thank you for keeping your word. Anytime, Sasuke nodded as the two shook hands. This is bullshit, Kiba fumed as he crossed his arms. Kiba! Kurenai glared at him. But sensei! He stole my move! How the hell did he learn that anyway? He growled, Akamaru barking in agreement. The Sharingan is a powerful tool, Kakashi replied, tapping his headband. In case you didn't know already, it allows him to copy almost any jutsu he happens to see. While I agree he should have asked for your clan's permission first, he picked that up by watching your match with Niji in the preliminaries. That's so not fair! Kiba shouted, earning another glare from Kurenai. Honestly, at times it felt like he was just hanging out with his mom instead of his teacher. Life usually isn't, but now maybe you can see why everyone holds the Uchiha in such high regard, Kakashi replied, gesturing at the cheering crowd. They were the backbone of our military and police for years. To the village, Sasuke is seen as the last connection to that time. Kiba grumbled as he tightened his hoodie and sunk into his seat. It's still bull, he grumbled inside as he watched Sasuke and Shino go their separate ways. At least put it to good use, you proud jackass. Woo! Did you see that? That was amazing! Tai hollered along with the rest of the crowd. A smile a mile wide stretched across his face as he turned towards his sister. And you're friends with him. He's so cool. Ria was silent as she watched Sasuke make his way across the arena. Even at this distance, she could see him rolling his eyes at the crowd's praise. She chuckled at the pout on his face, and finally joined the crowd in their applause. Not too bad, she whispered. She was not alone in her sentiment. Barely 20 feet away from her, another person was thinking the exact same thing. Very good, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru grinned as he watched the boy reunite with his team. He was thankful for the cloth hiding his mouth, for his sneer certainly would have raised some eyebrows from the guards. Impressive display, but let's see how well you fare against my son. On the far side of reserved seating, the Hyuga's elites sat huddled together, applauding with the rest of the crowd. You would have been proud, Mikoto, Hayashi internally sighed as he watched Sasuke banter back and forth with his team. While he reminisced in the memories of his fallen teammates, he failed to notice that he wasn't the only one in their booth staring at the Uchiha. Those eyes, they muttered under their breath. Keen on taking one last peek, they quickly activated there and zoomed straight in at the boy in question. Their gaze never left his solid black eyes, which were now forever burnt into their memory as red. She could not suppress a grin as her mind began racing with possibilities. Magnificent. Would Dosu and Gaara make their way to the field, please? Gunma shouted as soon as the applause died out. I guess it's time, Dosu growled as he began making his way towards the exit. He caught sight of Naruto shooting him a dirty look, which only caused him to chuckle. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He still held some resentment from the Sound Team's ambush in the Forest of Death. Although they, or rather Sasuke, had sent them packing, they had caught him in a bad mood. To be honest, he half wished he were the one who got to face Dosu. He is weak. He is barely worth my time, a voice murmured behind him. Team 7 turned around to face Gaara, staring them straight down. He glanced over their shoulders at Dosu, who was already on the field. He is not worthy, but you two, he said, glancing back up at Naruto and Sasuke, are worth my time. Mother will savor your blood most. All three were stunned as the red-headed boy began to make his way towards the exit. Naruto was the first to recover and shook his head. Hey, just what the hell is that supposed to mean? He growled as he reached out and grabbed him by the shoulder. As soon as he touched him, Naruto visibly flinched as a loud roar echoed through his head. What the hell was dash? He was cut off from his thoughts as a massive amount of killing intent washed over him. Gaara slowly turned his head and glared at him with his bloodshot eyes. Remove your hand, or I will remove it from you. Naruto was too shocked to truly react. He was still confused by the sounds in his head, and the boy's sheer presence was making it hard for him to move. Naruto-kun, don't start a fight, Hinata quickly jumped in, pulling him back from the other boy. As soon as his hand left Gaara's shoulder, the fog of killing intent seemed to wash away. Gaara gave him one last glare, before making his way towards the steps. I honestly don't think it's possible for you to stay away from trouble, Sasuke remarked as he watched Gaara disappear down the stairwell. After not receiving a reply, he was surprised to see the blonde still slightly dazed. You alright? He asked, nudging him. Huh. Yeah, I'm fine, Naruto muttered as he watched Gaara emerge from the tunnel. Don't tell me he actually scared you? Naruto's response, or rather lack of one, truly surprised his teammates. No. It's not that. It's something else. What is it? Hinata asked. I'm not quite sure myself, Naruto muttered as his mind replayed the roar over and over again. He had heard that roar once before, and it did not settle his mind to hear it again. Something was wrong about that kid, and whatever it was, it made Kyuubi very unhappy. Chapter 48, The Finals, Part 4. Hysteric shrieks swept the crowd as blood splattered across the grass. Nei-chan! Tai cried as Ria clamped her hands over his eyes. Of course this would happen. This was exactly what she had been afraid of. I said that's enough. Gunma shouted as he watched Dosu's arms contort more and more, to the point where bones were painfully sticking out of his skin. Gaara paid him no mind as he tightened the sand's grip on his opponent. Dosu was currently encompassed by a cocoon of sand, which was crushing the boy's body at an agonizingly slow pace. The boy's prized gauntlet was in pieces, as well as the rest of the arm it was attached to. The corners of Gaara's mouth tugged into a grin as he raised his arms and began clenching his fingers. You may not satisfy Mother's thirst, but you will do for now, he droned as the sand encompassed the boy's whole body. Before he could finish his work, he froze as his view was suddenly blocked. Release him. Now, Gunma ordered as he glared down at the boy. Gaara barely reacted as he turned to glare at the four cloaked ANBU agents, who had surrounded him. After staring down the man for a few seconds, he relented. It didn't matter. He'd be dead soon anyway. As you wish. The sphere of sand fell to the ground, dropping Dosu along with it. It quickly retreated away from his bleeding body and returned to Gaara's gourd. As soon as Dosu reappeared, the medic team was on him in seconds, brushing him off the field. Gaara paid them no mind. They were of no importance. As he made his way back to the observation deck, he simply stared back at the two individuals who did interest him. I'd worry more about the Kazakage's son if I were you. Let's just say that he's not natural. I believe you two are locked on a collision course whether you like it or not. Yachel's words were starting to make him more uncomfortable by the minute. On top of that, he couldn't get the echoes of the Kyuubi's roar out of his head. Just what was it that was upsetting the damn fox so much? Naruto stared back at the redhead's emotionless eyes, and immediately felt a new wave of uncertainty wash over him. While Gaara didn't say a word, his message to the two of them was obvious. You're next. Ria was silent as she felt her brother trembling in her arms. Are you okay, Tai? She asked, finally removing her hands from his face. I think so, he somberly muttered as he tried to stop shaking. She grit her teeth as she watched the proctor announce a short break. This was exactly why she didn't want to come. While her brother may have been too young to understand the morbid nature of the shinobi world, she wasn't. It was so easy to get caught up in the magic of all jutsu and fighting that you could forget that this wasn't just a game. Some of these people were here for blood. This was the reality of shinobi life. Grab your stuff. We're leaving, she said as she rose from her seat. What? No! Tai exclaimed, clenching onto the handrails of his seat. Yes, we are. I refuse to let you continue watching this. But Ria, this is the first time you've ever let me see this. And it was probably the last. Now get up from your seat, Ria ordered. Make me, Tai replied back as gripped the armrests even tighter. A pause of silence echoed between the two as they glared at each other, either willing to back down. Are you going to make me drag you out of here? Ria coldly asked, placing a hand on her hip. No, we're both going to walk out of here once your friend has won this tournament, he replied with a fierce determination that honestly surprised her. Why does that matter to you? She asked. Because he's your friend. You may be strict and annoying, but you're my sister. That means you look after me, and I look out for you. Ria shook her head and pinched her nose. And what does that have to do with this? Tai grew quiet as he looked down. I get why you have to work all the time. You just want to take care of me, but you never look after yourself. You never go out to have fun, and you don't really have any friends. It's always just work, work, work. Ria felt her face growing hot as she began to notice people starting to lose their interest on the field and begin to stare at their argument. Oh, she did not need this right now. But you finally got a friend, and he's the one who invited us to come here. You're always lecturing me about manners and junk, so isn't the polite thing to do to stay and watch him until the end? She didn't know what made her angrier. That her brother had a fair point, or that she partly agreed with him. Honestly, she couldn't tell if he was just saying it so that he could stay, or that he meant it. Probably both. She rubbed her forehead to try ease the migraine she already could feel was coming. He could never just make things easy. She sighed and looked up at him. Fine. We'll stay. On one condition, she finished, pausing the smile that had started to spread on his face. If I think for any reason that a match has gone too far and you are too young to see it, we are leaving. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Are we clear? Crystal, he replied with a salute, before patting at her seat for her to retake her spot. She sighed and slunk back into her seat, desperately trying to cast off the attention they had drawn from their little conversation. Immediately, guilt began to rack up inside her. Had she made the right decision? Had she given in too easily? Not for the first time, she reflected on how she was truly not ready for this. While she had tried her best to raise her little brother, she just didn't know if she was doing a good job. How do you even prepare for being thrust into the role of a parent? How could you ever be ready for that much responsibility? Thank you for your patience, Genma called out after the giant red stain and pieces of bone had been washed from the field. Now we shall continue. Hinata Hyuga and J.O. Shiro, make your way to the field. Come on, Miss Hyuga. Let's give the crowd a performance to lift their spirits, Jay winked as he made his way towards the steps. Good luck out there. Make sure to kick his ass just for me, Naruto smiled, giving her a thumbs up. You don't need luck. You're just fine without it. Make sure not to beat him up too bad, Sasuke said, giving her a thumbs up as well. She smiled and nodded before following Jay out to the grass. As they took their places across from one another, Hinata quietly settled into her stance, while Jay simply stood with his hands in his pockets as if he didn't have a care in the world. Remember, when I say the match is over, it's over. I don't expect a problem from you two, but don't make me enforce that again, and try to liven up the mood if you can, Genma whispered at the end, before addressing the crowd. All right. Let the next match of the tournament begin. As soon as he waved his arm, Hinata activated her. She grew tense as she waited for Jay to lunge at her, but he simply stood there as if he didn't have a care in the world. The crowd erupted in applause as the tournament finally started once again. However, even among the thousands of people present, one person managed to stand out more loudly than anyone else. Go Hinata-chan! Kick his ass! Whoa! Quite a fan club you've got over there, Jay chuckled, nodding his head in the blonde's direction. She fought to stop the faint blush across her cheeks from growing from his sweet, yet embarrassing behavior. He's very supportive. Oh, I'll bet. Then again, it's easy to understand when he has a teammate as lovely as you are, he replied with a coy smile. She chuckled as her blush began to vanish. Flattery will get you nowhere, Jay-san. I have no doubt. Unlike other girls, you are a true kunoichi. Such trivial things such as appearances or suitors do not distract you. You focus on your goals, and take your steps in stride to claim them. Thank you? Hinata hesitatingly replied. My pleasure, however you are not without your faults, he responded. Hinata was caught off guard. Excuse me? Jay chuckled and began slightly strolling in a circle around her. Well, nobody's perfect. Everyone has his or her flaws. We all have scars, both physically and mentally. These scars in our psyche shape us into who we are. Her flared as she watched him continue to talk. I'm pretty good at reading people. It's almost a necessity for my line of work. Now, do you want to know what I see underneath that proud kunoichi exterior of yours, Miss Hyuga? Hinata remained silent as she glared at the blonde boy as he stopped and turned to face her. I see a disappointing, little girl who's too terrified to stand up to daddy. Silence fell upon the crowd as they anxiously awaited Hinata's response. Jay was slightly surprised as he saw a smile begin to form on her face. I can see what you are up to, Jay-san. Your tricks will not work on me. I have no idea what you're talking about, he coyly shrugged. I saw your genjutsu the moment you started talking, amplifying your chakra through your throat. Your whole speech is a genjutsu to try and provoke me into attacking, allowing you to control the pace of our battle with your genjutsu, presumably making me more and more frustrated as we go on. Gives a whole new meaning to sweet talking, doesn't it? Jay chuckled in response. Well, I didn't really expect that to work, but it was worth a shot, he shrugged. It was the exact same problem that Haruno girl had faced when she had fought his opponent's cousin. With those impeccable eyes, they could easily see the genjutsu being cast and easily dispel it. That was the trouble with fighting a Hyuga as a genjutsu user, however. Hinata was immediately on guard as Jay reached into his pouch and began withdrawing 3 metal cylinders. That didn't mean it was impossible. Hinata simply stared in confusion as he began to slide the pieces together. Is that a flute? Naruto finished as he and the rest of the crowd watched unperplexed, as the Kyumo Nin finished assembling the metal instrument. A devious smirk split apart his face, as Jay raised the instrument to his lips. Let's put that Hyuga bloodline to the test, shall we? As the light notes began to fill the massive coliseum, the entire crowd drew unnaturally silent in order to listen to the melancholic melody. It seemed to lull them into an almost trance-like state. The notes echoed off the curved walls of the arena, even causing those waiting in lines to stop in their tracks. Hinata remained alert as the melody drifted over her. She shook off the lulling feeling and remained rooted in her spot. For a while, she simply stood there, waiting to make a move, constantly monitoring her chakra network and carefully watching his through her. Yet, nothing was happening. He wasn't using any chakra at all. He was simply standing there, playing away as if he didn't have a care in the world. Uncomfortable with waiting for him to make the first move, she shot off and began rushing towards him. Despite her rapidly approaching him, Jay still remained motionless with his eyes closed. She was within 1 foot of him. Her arm was sweeping up, prepared to knock the flute from his hands, when suddenly his eyes shot open and his fingers flew across the pads, trilling a high note. Hinata's eyes shot wide open. She overloaded her feet with chakra and leapt away as hard as she could. What happened? Naruto asked as he and Sasuke watched in confusion, as Hinata landed from her rapid escape. Hinata trembled as a bead of sweat dropped down her forehead. She took several deep breaths in an attempt to calm down her heart, which felt like it was racing a mile a minute. She didn't know what had come over her. 1 second she felt relaxed and confident. The next panic. Sheer panic. What was that? The corner of Jay's lips curled up as he ceased his trill. He then closed his eyes and resumed his unsettling melody. Hinata clenched her hands as she wrestled her heartbeat back under control. Taking one last breath, she grit her teeth and raced towards him again. Reaching into her pouch, she palmed 3 smoke bombs and launched them at her opponent. Despite this, Jay seemed unbothered as he simply stood still as purple smoke erupted beside him. Hinata raced into the cloud and launched herself into the air. The hiss of the smoke bombs covered her approach as she landed behind him. Just as Kakashi had taught her, she quietly began stalking her opponent, creeping up behind him with measured steps. When she was within 5 feet, she paused. Crouching down, she began pumping her feet with chakra and prepared to attack him again. Just as she was about to spring off, Jay began trilling again, this time at a higher octave. Without thinking, Hinata twisted the weight of her feet and launched out of the smoke in the opposite direction. The audience gasped in surprise as they watched the Hyuga air retreat once again. This time she continued back away, further and further until she found herself with her back against the wall. As the smoke dissipated, Jay paused his song to turn and treat her with a smirk. Hinata had her hands on her knees as she panted. Her stomach felt like it was twisting into knots. What are you doing to me? She exclaimed. Wouldn't you like to know? He quietly taunted before launching into a new song. Hinata took 2 minutes to center herself before standing up. She remained silent as she carefully observed her opponent. She couldn't keep playing by his rules. He was just leading her around and making her look foolish. It was time to take back control of this fight. She raised her hands and began racing through several hand signs. Raising her hand to her mouth, she cried, "Suiton, water bullets." 4 blasts of water fired off across the arena. This time, Jay was forced to move as he leapt and dodged away from the masses of water. Hinata continued her assault and chased after him from a comfortable distance. She continued pushing him back until he found himself with his back against the wall. He leapt backwards to avoid the final bullet, before attaching himself to the wall. Hinata chased after him, already racing through new hand seals. Suiton, water needle barrage. The puddles along the ground from Hinata's water bullets began condensing together, firing off wave after wave of paper-thin needles up towards the wall. Jay raced along the curve as the needles peppered the wall in his wake. As Jay began dancing higher and higher up the arena, he looked down and noticed Hinata racing through more hand seals. Immediately, the water needles embedded in the wall stretched out and combined together into a thin tendril. His eyes widened as the whip-like appendage shot upward and grabbed hold of his ankle. His song was cut off as the tendril yanked him from the wall and threw him against the ground, knocking the wind from his lungs. His flute fell from his hands, rolling to the side. He winced as he opened his eyes, before rolling away as Hinata's foot smashed into the ground. He jumped to his feet to block the incoming blows. Jay grunted as she began pushing him back. It wasn't that he couldn't handle her. It was so damn aggravating to have to focus more on dodging and slapping her strikes away due to her tedious tenketsu closing technique. His eyebrow rose as her fist ignited in blue flames and a set of fangs hovered over her palms. Even though he was blocking her strikes, he could literally feel his chakra being drained away. He grabbed her right strike and yanked her forward. He gave her a kick, causing her to slightly stumble as he dove for his flute. As she turned to strike his back, he whipped around with the instrument in his hands and quickly held out a low note. Hinata was immediately startled to see something dart behind her from the corner of her eye. Instinctively, she twisted around with a slash, but was stunned when she turned around. Nothing. Nothing was there. The world went black momentarily as a sharp pain erupted from the back of her skull. She stumbled slightly from the blow and received one more, before she could raise her arms to block another. She growled and pumped chakra into her forearm as she launched a strike straight at his neck. However, her palm was diverted from its intended path as he slid her arm with his flute into his shoulder instead. Wincing at the sudden influx of chakra, Jay stumbled back. He raced through 4 hand signs and slammed his hand into the ground. Hinata was caught off balance as the ground beneath her catapulted her into the air away from him. Hinata stumbled on the landing, falling to one knee. She cradled her head as she felt blood running down her neck. She wasn't the only one cradling her wounds. Jay rubbed at the new bruise along his shoulder. She had missed his, but it was still incredibly sore. He was surprised to look up and see Hinata's palms bathed in a green light as she cradled her head. Right. She's a Mednine, he thought to himself with only mild irritation. It wasn't too big of a problem, but it could certainly make things complicated. Overall, it didn't really matter that much. After gauging her reactions from his first few tests, he had a pretty good read on her. Time to get to work. Jay unbuttoned the pack along the back of his belt and ran his fingers along the 4 colored scrolls. He debated grabbing the red scroll, but settled on the yellow. It was only polite to make this a private affair. He could tell she was a sweet girl. There was no need to ruin her intimate relationships. Hinata let out a sigh as the bruise on her head began fading away. Even so, blood continued to trickle down her face from where he had hit her with his flute. She glared at her opponent and set her eyes on the small instrument. That thing was starting to annoy her. Her first step was removing it from the equation. She was immediately alert as Jay withdrew a scroll from his pouch and unrolled it on the ground. What are you afraid of, Miss Hyuga? Pardon? Her stomach clenched into knots as a more sinister look washed over his face as he smiled at her. What occupies your thoughts as you drift to sleep? A fear of disappointment? Rejection? Or how about something as simple as ghosts? Subconsciously, the burning image of a horned figure flashed into her mind, causing her to flinch. Jay chuckled as he noticed the last one strike a nerve. Well, we'll see soon enough. Without warning, he twirled his flute into the air, like a baton. As the whole crowd was distracted, he raced through 12 hand signs and stomped on the scroll. Doton Entrapment, Symphony 7, Whispering Echo Chamber. Hinata leapt to the side as dark lines shot off the scroll and raced past her along the ground. They spread out, contorted into an intricate pattern stretching from one side of the arena to the other. Hinata was caught off guard as the ground began slowly rising around her. She glanced back in shock as a massive dome began encompassing a large portion of the arena. I cannot be trapped inside. She shot off and began racing over the rising walls towards the rapidly disappearing hole in the roof. She leapt off from the pillar of stone and twisted midair to run upside down on the dome. Jay caught his flute and rapidly began playing several notes. He aimed the end of the instrument at Hinata and fired off 2 bullets of air. The bullets blocked her path, sending her flying back. Quickly withdrawing a kunai, she slammed it into one of the stone pillars, and began sliding down the stone with a sinking heart as she watched the hole close up, blanketing the entire structure in darkness. She continued her descent and quietly landed on the ground. Even though her allowed her to see through the darkness, it still left her unsettled. She could still see Jay. In fact, he had decided to sit down in the center of a room towards the center of the structure. The scroll responsible for this construction was sitting right in front of him. From her perspective, it simply radiated chakra, which seemed to feed directly into the earth. Taking a deep breath, she collected herself and began making her way towards the outer wall. After walking down a short alley, she reached the edge of the dome. She reached into her bag and quickly withdrew 3 explosive tags. After placing them against the wall and retreating a safe distance, she made a hand sign and activated them. The explosion echoed off the wall, sending debris flying everywhere. To her disappointment, she could only watch as the minimal damage she had inflicted was repaired. With her, she could see a steady path of chakra leading from the scroll to the damaged section of the wall. She sighed as she leaned against the wall. Great. She couldn't bust her way out. She'd have to destroy the scroll first, and the only way to get to it was to traverse his stone maze. She was forced to play his game, whether she liked it or not. At least she could see through the walls with her. With that one consolation in mind, she set out along the dark corridors. What's going on in there? What is he doing to her? The Sharingan can only see traces of chakra idols. I can't see through walls, Sasuke replied in irritation. Naruto grit his teeth as he turned towards Neji, who was observing the match through his. Well? Neji remained silent for a few seconds before dryly stating, it appears to be some sort of a maze. Hinata-sama is located about 30 degrees to your right on the opposite side of the arena. Her opponent is sitting within a structure about 20 feet into the air in the very center of the dome. Naruto was quiet as he gripped the rails. I don't get it. What's the point? He called it an echo chamber, correct? Shikamaru spoke up, settling in next to Naruto. My guess is that he's planning on amplifying the effects of whatever he's doing with that flute of his. But just what is that flute doing? Sasuke asked as they stared off at the stone structure. Kakashi was just as frustrated as his students. Not just because he was unable to watch his student, but also because he had been surprised at how well the boy had outmaneuvered Hinata from the start of the match, by barely moving a muscle. All she would do was draw close to him, and then immediately bolt off. He glanced across at the Kumo Jounin sitting 2 down from him. Care to explain what's going on? The man simply chuckled as a sly grin lit up his face. That boy is perhaps the cleverest person I've ever met. He turned towards Kurenai and asked, as the expert, why don't you bring the genin up to speed about musical genjutsu? The group turned to face Kurenai and she replied, musical genjutsu is the application of converting chakra into sound waves and affecting the target's mind through their auditory senses. Textbook definition if I've ever heard one, the Jounin chuckled. Yes, musical genjutsu is just another method of spreading your chakra into a target to affect their chakra system. But that still doesn't explain why it'd work on a Hyuga, Kiba cut in, they could still see it with their. Hinata even saw him do it earlier in the match. You're absolutely right. It wouldn't normally, which is why he found a way to circumvent that. He smiled and turned towards Kakashi with a coy smile. Do you believe in ghosts, Hataki-san? Not at all. Well, either does Jay, but as a genjutsu user, he was intrigued about why we fear the supernatural so much. To better understand what causes fear in the human mind, he actually went out and camped in reportedly haunted locations. As you know, genjutsu is all about awareness of the subject. If he could find a way to emulate that atmosphere with his flute, he could push his opponent to react the way he wanted. A proud smile washed over his face as he sighed. That boy set out to determine what about those locations made people uneasy, and he made one hell of a discovery. At this point, he had truly piqued Kurenai's interest. What was it? She curiously asked. He discovered that at each of these locations, there was a faint sound wave that echoed throughout the area at a pitch too low for the human brain to recognize, usually caused by old pipes. He calls it infrasound. It's a whole bunch of technical mumbo-jumbo, but the gist is that while our ears can't pick it up, that doesn't mean the rest of our body doesn't react to it. It actually elicits fear in the body. The heart starts beating at an increased rate. Kakashi's eyes widened as it started to piece together. That explained Hinata's violent reaction when she got close. Not just that. It also plays nasty tricks on your eyes, causing them to vibrate. He believes that's why people believe to see ghosts at those locations. He leaned back in his chair as Kakashi reflected on Hinata's random reaction before she got hit in the head. Now mix that with chakra and you have a deadly recipe. He's not affecting her chakra network like regular genjutsu. He's attacking her through biology, and her brain is filling in the rest. Even with her active, he can cause her to see illusions by forcing her body to panic. The worst part, the closer she gets to him, the worse it shall become. Kakashi was quiet as he processed this information. He and Guy shared a look before turning back towards the arena. Something didn't feel right. While the participants who had made it this far in the exam were expected to have a Chunin skill level, This felt like more than that. The whole team from Kumo was starting to unsettle him. Naruto's opponent had certainly been above Chunin level, and apparently so was Hinata's. He cast an eye down at the tan boy below him, whose leg was still bandaged in a cast. While he had failed to demonstrate his own abilities, from how his teammate described him, he was a tracking and summoning expert. What other tricks were they hiding? Kakashi glanced at the Jounin. That's quite impressive of him to start his own research mission. It takes a lot of motivation. As if, EHL muttered beneath him. Ko and their Jounin shared a chuckle at his response. Well, let's just say he wanted some time out of the house. His mother can be quite the slave driver. There is a reason he's so good at his music. Practice, practice, and more practice. He'd rather be out making googly eyes over girls, but his mother is very vocal that he should be focusing on his studies. Studying genjutsu is his way to escape from that, Ko informed them before turning to his teammate. EHL, did you see which color he chose? Yellow, he grunted. Okay, good, Ko sighed in relief, much to the other genin's confusion. What do you mean? Ino asked. You'll see, he chuckled, refusing to say anything more on the matter. All the group could do was sit there and wait until someone emerged from the structure. The Jounin was silent as he thought about the match. Poor girl. She seemed like the nervous type. Jay was going to give her a heart attack. Even with her, she was in for a rough ride. All he has to do is give her an outlet, and her brain will do the rest of the work. Despite the loud murmurs of the crowd outside, the dome was enveloped in almost utter silence. The only sounds were the melodic tones of Jay's flute bouncing off of the walls. Hinata was cautious around every turn, preparing for a trap. Even though she could see through the walls, she didn't want to take the chance. It was honestly starting to unsettle her. She had been walking around this ridiculous maze for 10 minutes, and she didn't seem to be making any headway. Every time she seemed to grow closer to the center, the path seemed to deviate and lead her away. Not only that, but she could not shake off the uncomfortable feeling that she was being watched. Even though she could still see Jay sitting comfortably at the center, she couldn't help but feel as if a set of eyes were watching her. Every time the paranoia attempted to settle in, she would pause and take a deep breath. She didn't know what it was, but she was growing increasingly unsettled, and she didn't know why. Another thing was that her eyes were feeling funny. Her vision would occasionally grow fuzzy and they would water a little. All the while, she was already planning on what she was going to do when she reached her opponent. An explosive kunai would probably destroy the scroll and disrupt whatever his flute's music was doing to her. She'd have to be careful though. If he knew she was coming, he could easily repeat whatever the hell he was. Her eyes widened, and she ducked back as a massive sword stabbed straight through the wall an inch above her face. She stumbled onto her back as the blade was yanked from the wall. She rolled to the side as stabbed again and again, more violently with each thrust. She retreated around the corner as watched the wall with shallow breath. She was having a hard time breathing. Her voice just seemed to be lost as she recognized the figure behind the wall, but it was just impossible. The massive sword carved through the wall again, creating two diagonal lines into an X. After a moment, the hulking figure smashed through the stone, sending dust everywhere. As the dust settled, she could only stare with her mouth open at the unmistakable silhouette in front of her. What? But Butiri. Dead? I got over it, the figure growled as it tossed several kunai towards her. She ducked behind the wall, and ducked down as the massive Kubikiribocho hacked into the corner of the wall she was hiding behind. She stumbled to her feet and started jogging away as the figure lumbered into the alley, tugging its sword out of the stone. How could he be here? He died in wave, she desperately thought as the dark figure chased her down the halls. Panic was overriding her composure as the figure relentlessly hunted her down the dark corridors. You're going to pay for what you did to me. The voice echoed off the walls, followed by the clang of metal on stone as he slashed through the stone walls in his wake. I'm gonna hack you limb from limb, and once I'm done, I'm gonna dismember those other brats. After all of that, I'm going to skin that bastard Kakashi. At Kakashi's name, her mind froze and she slowed down to a halt. She simply stood there, with her head pointing down. Her panic startled to settle as one singular thought echoed in her mind. It was impossible. Kakashi did kill him. Her eyes hardened and she turned around as the figure twisted around the corner. The demon of the mist eyes seemed to glow red as he hunched over. Her eyes took in his dark form, and it was exactly as she remembered it. His spiky hair. Lanky arms. However, there was only one aspect she was concerned about. She stared down at his chest and glared back. No hole. He wasn't even wearing the outfit he had worn on the bridge. Instead, it was the shirtless outfit he had worn during their first encounter by the river. The same outfit he had worn when she had been exposed to his horrid killing intent. Her eyes narrowed as he slammed his sword against the ground and began dragging it behind him. He took 2 slow steps, before he shot off in a full-blown sprint. She took a deep breath as she slid into her form. His blade rocketed towards her at speeds surprising for a blade of its size, but she was ready. Blue chakra sparked to life, stretching out into a thin blade. With all her might, she parried the blow away, knocking both her and the figure back. Hinata was quick to recover and collided with the man once again. He reared back and prepared another swing, which she ducked under. She rolled past him, and as he turned around to swing, her other palm exploded with chakra. The chakra blade slashed out, cutting the massive sword in two, with surprising ease. Unfettered, she continued the motion and slashed out with her other hand, slicing across his face. The figure stumbled back, but barely reacted to the bow. It simply hung there before slowly turning to face her. The lanky man certainly seemed to live up to his demonic moniker. Just like she remembered, he had those awful shark-like teeth. The figure roared at her and began to charge. In one swift motion, she sliced upwards, dismembering the figure's arms from its body. As it let out a blood-curdling roar, she stabbed forward, straight into the man's mouth. It simply seemed to freeze there, as if unable to comprehend what had happened. With a grunt, she twisted her arm and yanked the beam of chakra out of its head. The silhouette crumpled to the floor as its legs gave out beneath it. Standing victorious over the figure, her eyes started going fuzzy and tear again. She rubbed them away with the back of her hand, and she froze once she looked down again at the figure. In the place of the demon of the mist was a mud-like caricature of a man, slowly dissolving into the ground. Mud clone, she whispered in relief as she took a few steps back and leaned against the wall. She let out a deep breath as she sunk onto the floor. For a few minutes she simply sat there, letting her heartbeat die down. Despite the eerie quiet that had settled over the maze, her mind was racing in 100 different directions. The more analytical side of her was considering what exactly had just happened, the softer side of her was just relieved it was over, but the predominant thing echoing through her body was shame. She was supposed to be a kunoichi, someone and steadfast in the heat of the moment. She had taken one look at him and simply panicked. Instead of facing the problem head-on, she ran. Not because it was a tactical retreat, but because she was scared. Scared of something as silly as a ghost. Her eyes narrowed as she remembered Jay's taunt from earlier. What are you afraid of, Miss Hyuga? A fear of disappointment? Rejection? Or how about something as simple as ghosts? He had planned this. Had he trapped her in a genjutsu at some point? After sending a quick pulse through her system, she was relieved to find nothing had changed. If it wasn't that, then what? Her eyes narrowed as the melancholic music echoed through the dome. Whatever he was doing, it had to do with that flute. Whether he was somehow trapping her in a genjutsu without her knowing it or simply casting some jutsu she had never heard of before, it didn't matter. Her plan was the same. She pushed herself up and brushed her pants. After taking one last look at the pile of mud, she set back off through the maze. Jay slightly paused as he felt his connection disappear. Stage 1 is complete, he thought as he closed his eyes once again. He didn't expect the first mud clone to take her down. She was too far away from his music for her to be affected too much. At this distance, she'd only start to see the hallucinations, but, at the very least, it should have worn her down a little. Now that the physical stage was over, it was time to switch to a more emotional approach. Once again, Hinata winced as her eyes started to water, and angrily wiped away the tears. It was really starting to bug her. She didn't know what it was. On top of that, her vision kept going fuzzy and it was growing discomforting. Perhaps she was simply allergic to something in the air. Even with her mednine training, she wasn't exactly trained for. Hinata froze as the scream permeated throughout the maze. She pressed her back against the closest wall and slowly peeked around the corner. Seeing nothing, she frowned and glimpsed up at Jay, who still remained motionless. She felt her guy clench up as the whimpered scream erupted again. This time, however, her heart stopped as she recognized the voice. She slowly crept around the corner and began tiptoeing towards the next intersection, growing closer and closer to the painful sobs of something off to her left. Her hand shook as she gripped the wall and turned around the corner. At the end of the corridor sat a hunched figure, leaning against the wall. The figure was covered in blood and taking incredibly shallow breaths. Her heart caught in her throat as she spied the mob of blonde hair. The figure slowly reared up its head and weakly reached out to her. "Hinata-chan, please help him." He was cut off as a hand shot out around the corner and dragged the boy into the darkness. Without a second thought, Hinata chased down the corridor after him. Her mind was on autopilot. As she shot around the corner, her breath caught in her lungs. Blank, glassy eyes stared up at her. The boy's hands lay limp across the ground, as a huddled figure sat beside him, ripping into his flesh. The creature froze and seemed to sniff the air, before turning its head in her direction. Hinata was paralyzed as the creature turned and she finally caught sight of its eyes. Each was bright red with 2 tomatoes spinning inside. The creature's arms lay hanging by its sides. Its arms and face covered in flaming black markings that only accented the crazed look in its eyes. "As Sasuke?" A grin split apart its face as the boy simply shook his head. To her utter horror, his head began twisting around, far past the point where a human should be able to. It raised its hands towards the side of its head facing her. She took a step back as it parted its hair, revealing a yellow pair of eyes staring back at her. The pale face seemed to delight in her terror as she took a step back. "No," she gasped. "I told you before. Sasuke is mine, Hinata-chan. Now and forever. But don't worry. You're next," Orochimaru chuckled. Hinata could barely breathe, let alone move. She tried her hardest to turn around and run, but she simply couldn't do it. She wanted to do anything. Screamed out in fear even, but her voice was trapped in her throat. The chuckled before hissing and launching towards her with his elongated neck. Instinct took over as her palms erupted to life. An uncomfortable squelching noise bounced off the walls, followed by a dull thud as the creature's head dropped to the floor. Hinata remained rooted in her spot, with her arms still extended from her attack. Her breath came in shallow bursts as she forced herself to stop shaking. Slowly, she lowered her arm and clenched her hands together. "It's all an illusion. It's not real," she whispered in an attempt to reassure herself. As she opened eyes, she quickly felt her tears return as she stared at the mutilated bodies of her teammates. She couldn't help it. She knew it wasn't them, but that didn't mean it made the sight any less upsetting. It's not real," she choked as she gazed down at the boys. "Oh, I wouldn't be too sure about that," a voice whispered behind her. Her blood froze as the sound of hissing began erupting behind her. She whipped around to see the severed head roll onto its side to stare at her. "Like I told you in the forest, I am not finished with you yet." The head chuckled before its neck began to wriggle and grow. The sound of wet flesh slapped against the ground as the head and neck of the began to work in tandem, acting just like the summons he so actively imitated. The serpent rose from the ground and turned to face her, revealing its massive fangs as it chuckled at her distress. Hinata reacted as any creature did in the presence of a predator. "Run!" She twisted around and shot off down the corridor from whence she came, with the snake chasing her in hot pursuit. "It's not real! It's not real!" she shouted to herself, just before dodging to the side as it lunged at her feet. It missed its target, but as it grazed her skin, she reacted and kicked the face away. It shook its head before hissing and racing after her again. "Okay, maybe it is real, but it isn't him." However, no matter how many times she repeated this fact, no matter how much her brain knew it to be true, that face wouldn't disappear. She could still hear his taunting laughter as they raced throughout the maze. "You failed them. You were too weak," it taunted as the creature easily dodged through the barrage of kunai Hinata tossed behind her. "You have always been too weak for your clan, and now you are too weak to save your teammates." Shut up! Shut up! She shouted as she whipped around the corner to face a dead end. The snake slithered to a halt and began approaching her at a slower pace, taking its time to play with its prey. You will always be weak, and do you know why? You lacked what they did not, conviction. The Uchiha was fueled by his nightmares and thirst for vengeance. Even the brat held steadfast in his conviction to become the Hokage of this pitiful village. It paused as it began turning around the corner. They deserved their place in Team 7's legacy. What did you ever off? Orochimaru was cut off as blue light shot forward, piercing straight through his mouth. The creature widened its eyes and choked on the chakra blade as Hinata lifted it into the air. You're right. I have been a failure. All my life, it's been one disappointment after another. I could never live up to my father's expectations. I was unable to protect Sasuke from you, and I was too cowardly to reach out to Naruto when he needed people most, she spoke somberly, before glaring and pulling the Sanin's face up to hers. But you know what? I am a proud failure. I make mistakes, but I also learn from them. And just like the two of them, I will never give up. Not now, not ever. She reared back and slammed the blade into the ground, watching the creature's tail wriggle in panic as it desperately tried to escape. Its eyes seemed to panic as her other palm ignited a chakra blade as well. And I certainly won't give up to a pathetic snake in the dirt, she cried out as she stabbed the snake with her other hand, before twisting both blades and slicing the creature into 4 pieces. She remained silent as she began to see the white skin of the tail begin to disappear, revealing the deteriorating body of another mud clone. As the illusion began to approach its face, one eye swiveled around and glanced at her. I will be back for you. Without another word, the multiple bodies of mud sunk into the ground without a sound. Jay opened his eyes as he began to hear footsteps approaching from down the hall. He continued to play as his opponent came to a stop at the entrance of his room. For a minute, they just stood there, staring back at each other. Jay finished the end of his minute and finally lowered his flute. Welcome, Miss Hyuga. I must say, you don't seem too pleased to see me. Indeed, she didn't. If her teammates had been there, they would have been shocked. It was very rare to see Hinata angry. She was an incredibly patient person with a deep sense of compassion. Seeing her frown at someone was just unheard of. But she wasn't angry. She was pissed. What you did to me, it was uncalled for. It's a competition, Jay shrugged. It was cruel, she exclaimed, her voice echoing off the walls of the room. Not my fault. You can blame yourself for what you saw, Jay calmly replied as he rose to his feet. What are you talking about? I don't know how you cast a genjutsu on me, but this is your illusion. Like any conductor, I simply guide the performance. The members of the orchestra are the ones who control how the music sounds. Jay paused as he tapped his head with the tip of his flute. I simply guided your body to respond to certain stimuli, such as being attacked or seeing someone you cared for getting hurt. Anything after that was all on you. My music simply influenced your mind to project your thoughts onto these situations. Any particular person that showed up or what they said all came from your own subconscious. Even I can't get that far into your mind while you have the... Hinata remained silent, but continued to fix the boy with a fierce glare. What does your flute actually do? Well, you've made it this far, I might as well reward you, he replied as he began spinning his flute in his hand. To sum it all up, I play, you panic, and your mind does the rest. And your mud clones? Simply a blank canvas for you to project your fears. Due to the nature of my technique, I would have a hard time doing this out in the open, but here, he remarked, throwing his arms outward, the sound projects everywhere, amplifying its effects. The closer you got, the more violent the response. Jay stopped spinning his flute, and his grin disappeared. And now, here we are. The climax. I will not be fooled by your clones anymore, she declared, striking into her stance. I know you won't, he chuckled as he raised his flute to his mouth. At this distance, I won't even need them. Hinata took 3 steps before she froze in her tracks. She grit her teeth as Jay began playing a more frantic melody. She could literally feel her heartbeat rising and falling to the pace of the song. Still, even as her sight began to blur, she fought with as much self-control as she could muster and took a step. And then another step. And another. While it was at a snail's pace, she began making her way across the room. Her eyes locked with Jay's, sending an unspoken promise. This will not stop me. Jay seemed amused, and then proceeded to glance over her shoulder. She started to turn her head, but just as quickly forced it back forwards. No! She would not fall for his tricks again. Besides, part of her didn't want to know. Based on what her subconscious had subjected her to before now, she didn't want to know what she would see within this close proximity. As she gazed up into his eyes, she caught a glimpse of the reflection and froze. Jay was too far away to get a clear outline of what was behind her, but she didn't need it to identify what it was. The turquoise glow was more than enough. She fought from falling to her knees as it stepped out from the Byakugan's blind spot. It was just as she had remembered it, sharp, curved horns sticking from its forehead, a blinding, turquoise light pulsing from its body, and its eyes. Empty, white eyes that seemed to stare straight into her soul. In that moment, as she gazed into those eyes, she collapsed. Her knees gave out, and she fell onto her hands. Everything came rushing back. The panic she had felt that day in the library, and every nightmare that occurred afterwards. She simply sat on her knees, twitching, as her heartbeat began racing higher and higher. Jay blinked in surprise as he glanced at the empty space behind her. He had expected a strong reaction, but not quite this severe. From what he had learned of the girl's past, he had expected that she would have seen her father or, if she had any lingering regrets, her mother. This wasn't a response to either of those. If it was her father or mother, he would have expected her to break down crying and start apologizing, but this was absolute terror. What the hell had she been exposed to that he didn't know about? He needed to end this quickly. Her heart was beating too fast. If he didn't act, she could suffer a heart attack. With that in mind, he slowly began making his way across the room. Memories were racing through Hinata's mind one after the other. She was forced to relive every panic-induced nightmare that had sent her screaming awake. Through every horrid moment, he was there. Simply standing there in the back. His dark silhouette taunts her every dream. In a blink, she was back in the body of her 10-year-old self. The figure towered over her, as she huddled into a ball. Why? What do you want from me? She screamed in her mind, only to be met with dull silence. Why? Why me? What is it you want me to do? She cried, burying her face into her knees. Whatever it is, we'll find out together. She blinked in confusion and lifted her head to see two young boys standing in front of her. You don't have to be afraid. You're not alone anymore, the raven-haired one reassured her with a smirk. We've got your back. The blonde-haired boy lit up with a smile. You better believe it. It doesn't matter how long it takes, but we're with you all the way. We made a promise, and you know how I am about promises, he chuckled as they both reached out their hands. Hinata remained silent as she chuckled, wiping away a tear. After a pause of hesitation, she reached out and gripped their hands. You both are such idiots. Yeah, but we're your idiots. Jay slowed down the tempo as he finally stood in front of Hinata. Carefully trilling with one hand, he began reaching into his pouch for a kunai. One hit to the head and this would be over. His breath caught in his throat, bringing his song to a halt, as Hinata's eyes shot open and she nailed him in the stomach. Jay retched as he stumbled away, giving Hinata enough time to rise to her feet. Impossible! No one overcomes their fear that fast. It just is not that simple. You can learn to control it, but that takes time and practice. A single tear rolled down Hinata's face before she looked up and glared at him. I don't know how you broke out, but no one overcomes their fears that fast, Jay growled as he began pumping more chakra into his throat. Hinata flinched as the shadow of the horned figure flickered back into existence, but she bit her lip and refused to let her knees give in again. She was no longer being forced to relive her memories, but she still could barely move. I don't care what kind of mental fortitude you have, but you can't control your biology. Your body will still react to my music, Jay thought as he watched Hinata struggle to stay on her feet. Hinata grit her teeth as she slowly forced her hand towards her pouch. Jay's eyes widened as he glimpsed the tag attached to her kunai, and before he could do anything, she simply tossed it into the air. The tag exploded, sending both parties flying backward. The music came to a screeching halt as the sounds of the explosion rebounded off the walls of the room. Jay groaned as he pushed himself off the ground. He had trouble breathing from the concussive wave of the explosion. As he opened his eyes, he could see a green glow through the dust. "She's healing herself," he cursed as he fought to get to his feet. He froze as the dust began to clear and she became completely visible. She was holding her side with her right hand, which was hard at work healing her bruises. Her other hand was pointed at the ground, with a blue blade of chakra erupting out of her palm. Before he could say anything, she stabbed down, right into the yellow scroll holding the maze together. It was quite anticlimactic at first, as the scroll simply ceased glowing and began to crumple up. Shortly thereafter, the ground heaved as chunks of stone began falling from the ceiling. "Without the scroll, the structure can't support itself. It will keep trying to repair itself without a source of chakra to power it," he cursed as he grabbed his flute off the floor. Out of the corner of his eye, he spied the girl darting in his direction. He quickly raced through 4 hand seals and slammed his hand onto the dirt. The ground beneath him flipped over, rescuing him as Hinata's blade buried into the stone. The audience let out sheets of surprise as the stone structure began to crumble and collapse in on itself. "What's going on?" Naruto exclaimed, desperately holding on to the handrail as the ground shook beneath them. "Over there." Sasuke pointed as a hand shot out from ground 30 feet from the dome. Jay let out a gasp for air as he yanked himself out from the ground. He didn't have much time to rest. The audience gasped as a blade of chakra penetrated out from the second story of the dome. It made a diagonal slice and another in the opposite direction, forming an X, before the wall simply exploded. Naruto let out a sigh of relief he didn't know he'd been holding as Hinata stepped into view. There didn't seem to be any serious injuries from the look of her. However, the longer he gazed at her, the more he realized something was wrong. In all the time he had spent with her, he had honestly never seen her that angry. A second later, she shot off towards Jay faster than Naruto had ever seen her move before. Before he could even lift his flute to his lips, she was on him. In a flash of blue, Jay was mildly shocked as his flute was sliced clean in half. She reared back with her right fist, and the chakra in her palm reared back and shifted into the shape of her lion fangs. Before Jay could respond, she smashed her fist into his face. As he reeled back, she ducked under his guard and slammed her palm right into his chest, directly above his lung. Jay violently heaved as he fell forwards. Before he could hit the ground, Hinata grabbed him by his hair and yanked him up with her blade hovering right in his face. All he could do was fight to breathe as she stared into her furious eyes. He considered reaching for his red scroll, but he decided to let it go. He still had a job to do. Ijivup, signaling for Gemma's attention. J.O. Shiro has forfeited the match. The winner is Hinata Hyuga. Happy to finally see some action again, the crowd went nuts for the Hyuga heiress. However, their cheers fell on deaf ears. She wasn't listening. She didn't care. Her eyes were still locked with his. Even after Gemma's announcement, she had barely moved a muscle, with her blade hovering a hair width away from Jay's throat. "Hinata-sama. It is over. Let him go," Gemma called out. When she failed to respond, he walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Hinata-sama. Let him go." Hinata held her glare with Jay for several seconds before finally closing her eyes. She let out a deep breath as she let go of his hair and deactivated her jutsu. "You alright?" Gemma whispered as they watched a medical officer help lift Jay up to his feet. He got uneasy as she turned and began to walk away without a word. "Congratulations," Jay coughed over the roar of the crowd. Hinata stopped in her tracks, but didn't turn around. "It was your subconscious fighting against you," he panted as he turned to face the infirmary. "Whatever you did to overcome them, stick to it. Learn something from this." Without another word, he and the officer began walking off the field. "Way to go, Hinata-chan. You really showed that loud mouth who's boss." Naruto cheered as she finally arrived up the stairs. As she finally came into view, he paused. Something was wrong. He and Sasuke were immediately concerned as she walked up to the two of them with her head down. You okay? Sasuke asked, placing a hand on her shoulder. I will be, she quietly muttered. Hinata-chan, what happened? Naruto was cut off as she came out and yanked the both of them into a hug. What's Naruto trailed off as he felt her trembling against him. Please. Just for a moment, she whispered, tightening her grip around their necks. They didn't need another word. They responded in kind, giving her all the support she needed. Chapter 49, The Paradox of Fate. Chuji was frantic as he tried his best to stop his food from spilling from his lap, as Ino violently kept shaking his arm in excitement. Come on, Shikamaru! Ino's voice screeched, her voice lost over the roar of the crowd. He bit the inside of his cheek as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. His face was contorted in deep concentration on the thin, black line racing across the dirt field. As it twisted and curved in pursuit of the blonde-haired girl backpedaling away, he had to fight his instinctual urge to brush away the sweat gathering above his brow. The crowd was alive and on its feet. After simply waiting and watching the Stone Dome for the majority of the last match, they were excited to finally get things going again, and this match was certainly proving to be entertaining. You can do better than that, Shikamaru! Naruto loudly hollered from the platform, earning a tiny glare from the Nara in question, before returning back to the matter at hand. Lazybones is actually doing pretty good for himself. Don't you think, Hinata? Naruto chuckled. His cheerful demeanor slightly faded when she simply nodded and kept staring down at the arena floor. He grew quiet as he glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. He was really starting to grow worried, and he didn't really know what to do. Ever since she had returned from her match with Jay, she had barely said a word. After clamping Sasuke and himself into a firm hug, she refused to lighten her grip for a good 5 minutes before she finally settled down. Afterwards, she had simply murmured that she wasn't ready to talk about it, and took her place along the balcony. Of course, Sasuke wasn't much help. He glanced across Hinata and sent the boy a small glare, to which he simply shot him back a look that said, "Hey, you're better at this emotional thing than I am." So here he was. He just felt stuck, not knowing what to do as one of his best friends seemed to be in lockdown. He was about to speak when he noticed Neji making his way towards them. The pale-eyed boy simply ignored Naruto's glare as he casually took a spot next to him at the ledge. He glanced past the irritated blonde at Hinata, who was still staring down, deep in thought. Congratulations are in order, Hinata-sama, he spoke, stirring her from her daze. She glanced once in his direction, before mumbling a soft thank you, placing her hands along the railing. Despite that, I cannot help but feel slightly disappointed, he slightly scolded, waiting for her reaction. She won, didn't she? Quite ferociously to boot, Sasuke defensively responded, sending him a slight glare from her other side. Oh, I must agree. I've honestly never seen her quite that angry before. I'm referring to the rest of her performance. Hinata sent him an odd look as he pushed off the railing and walked past her. He stopped alongside her, and without turning his head whispered, "I could see everything." Hinata felt her face grow hot as she realized Neji had seen her mild breakdowns inside of the maze. "And if I could see them," he trailed off. This time, she felt her heart drop, as a cold feeling spread across her chest. Naruto grew increasingly worried as she started shaking and her head whipped around towards the other side of the stadium. That's right. Most of the clan, including the council, surely saw it as well, Neji finished. Her grip on the guardrail threatened to bend the thin metal frame. She felt her breath hitch as wave after wave of embarrassment and fear race across her body as the implications started settling in. So what? Naruto cut in, stepping between the cousins. Whatever happened, she was under a form of genjutsu the Hyuga have never had to deal with before. They'll understand that. Neji chuckled as he cast his attention towards Naruto. Then you really don't know much about the Hyuga Council, do you? The main branch is far too prideful to admit that any form of genjutsu would be able to surpass the, especially one developed by a genin of all things. Sasuke clenched his teeth, as he knew the older boy was right. Neji glanced back at his cousin, who refused to meet his eyes as she continued to stare at the ground, shaking. Even in victory, you're still fated to be a failure, Neji scoffed as he started to walk away, but was held in his tracks, as Naruto clenched onto the back of his collar. He felt himself twisted around to find Naruto directly in his face. Care to repeat that again? Gladly. The same could be said about you as well, Neji replied, staring straight back into Naruto's glare. As much as he wanted to see this play out, Sasuke reached out and grasped Naruto's hand on Neji's collar. Naruto, don't do anything stupid. It's not worth getting disqualified for starting a fight now. Naruto growled as he stared back at Neji's relaxed eyes, whose gaze simply seemed to be begging him to take a swing. As he was about to open his mouth, an incredulous roar burst from the crowd, garnering their attention. Shouts and boos rained from the crowd as Shikamaru started walking away from the blonde-haired girl who stood frozen in place, absolutely shocked by what she had just heard. What did he say? Naruto asked in confusion. He gave up. Kankuro chuckled from the other side of Sasuke as he watched his sister begin ranting at Naruto's retreating backside over her false win. He what? Naruto exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his quarrel with Neji as his eyes whipped around to follow Shikamaru as he made his way back. Naruto let the Hyuga go, as he joined in with the conclave of boos that showered down from the rest of the crowd. Neji simply dusted off his shirt as he flattened out the wrinkles in his collar. As the crowd continued to boo, the announcer came back out and tried to gain some control back over the stadium. What the hell is wrong with you, Shikamaru? Naruto exclaimed as the lazy Nara arrived from the stairwell. What? I can't help it if I run out of chakra. What a drag too. I almost had her, he sighed as he rubbed the back of his neck. A tick mark grew on Naruto's forehead as he angrily tapped his foot. Oh, of course you did. I bet she was running you ragged the entire time, Naruto huffed in exasperation. Shikamaru shot him an irritated glance. Were you actually watching the match? Of course I was, until that stupid bastard started bothering Hinata-chan. Speaking of which, Naruto! Sasuke cut in. What? If you're really that riled up, now's your chance. Huh? Naruto asked, tilting his head in confusion. Sasuke rolled his eyes and simply pointed at the screen above the stadium, where Naruto's face was plastered alongside Neji's. You're up, Sasuke said, glancing back at Neji as he calmly made his way towards the staircase. About time, Naruto growled, cracking his knuckles. He was about to step away, when he felt a hand grab his shoulder. He looked back and was surprised to see Sasuke staring back at him with an expression he hadn't really seen on him before. Kick his ass, Sasuke said with a glance at Hinata, who hadn't noticed their pair. Instead, she was watching her cousin make his way towards the center of the arena with a look of disappointment. Naruto gave him a small smile and nodded. Gladly. Meanwhile. Now why did we have to watch from somewhere like this? Honestly, with all the money you make from those novels as you love to call them, surely you could have afforded somewhere better than this. Now, I'm sure Jiraiya-chan has his reasons. Besides, would you honestly rather be the center of attention as everyone stared at us? An elderly man's voice responded. That's not the point. He could have at least picked somewhere less windy, the elderly woman's voice responded. All right. Settle down, you two. It's main event time, Jiraiya smirked as he stared down from his spot on top of the arena. So it is, Fukasaku replied as he turned his attention from poking fun at his wife to stare down at the arena below. He had been mildly surprised by Jiraiya's summons, especially for something as casual as watching some exams. Dropping her false irritation, Shima glanced up at Jiraiya. While it's always lovely to spend time with you, Jiraiya-chan, something tells me you didn't call the two of us out here simply to watch your latest student. What's going on? Call it a hunch, Jiraiya replied as his eyes scanned the surrounding rooftops of the arena, before settling his gaze on the Kage press box. A very unsettling hunch, Jiraiya finished, narrowing his eyes on the sitting form of the Kazekage as he conversed with the Hokage. Expecting trouble? Fukasaku asked. Possibly. Let's just say I'd rather be safe than sorry about some sketch intel. Well, we'll be happy to lend a hand if things go south, right, Pa? Fukasaku nodded as he turned his gaze down to the tiny speck of blonde hair, making his way towards the center of the field. So this is the one Huli has been telling me about, he mused as he watched the boy get into position across from his opponent. Just what troubles are you bringing us, Naruto Uzumaki? Jiraiya was wrestling with his own thoughts as he stared down at his student. For better or worse, today was the day everything changed. Naruto, come here for a minute, Jiraiya called out to the boy. He groaned but willingly jogged over to the old man, and patiently waited for what he had to say. What's up, sensei? Naruto asked after an odd period of silence. I'm about to make a call, but I haven't really decided if it's the right one yet. Huh? What I mean? He asked, cocking his head to the side. Jiraiya chuckled as he ruffled the boy's hair. He was just too pure. You know what, we'll talk about it later, but for right now just remember this. Jiraiya was quiet as he watched Genma approaching the two boys. I want you to go out there and announce to the world, I am here. Genma could feel the tension in the air between the two, as he got ready to start the match. Alright, don't take things too far you two, he warned, giving them each a hard glare. Alright, if you're both ready, then you can begin. Neither opponent moved, ignoring the crowd roaring in excitement. They simply stayed rooted in place, staring the other down. Neji smirked before asking, You have something to wish to say before we get started? Yeah, as a matter of fact I do, Naruto replied with a glare. He paused for a few seconds before responding, I've been waiting for this. Not just for what you did in the forest, but also for how you've been acting towards my team. I do not appreciate how you've acted towards Sasuke or myself. He paused as he glanced at the girl in question, whose full attention was now firmly fixed on the two of them. And especially towards Hinata. Hinata felt her face flushed as she felt him stare back and forth between Neji and herself. I may not be the smartest guy in the world, but don't think I haven't noticed your effect on her, and not just from today. Any time you're brought up, it immediately places her on edge. I may not know the full story, but I do not take people bothering my team lightly. I don't care if you are her cousin, I do not tolerate bullies. Neji seemed unaffected by his words as he began to settle into his opening stance. The words of a child. I think it's about time I showed you how pointless your little dream is, by reminding you of your place here and now. Likewise, Naruto responded as he also settled into his own stance. Silence swept over the arena as the whole crowd waited with bated breath for someone to make the first move. Neji was silent as he gazed at this opponent, tensing up at the slightest movement. Naruto smirked as he watched the frown on Neji's face. He suddenly jolted his body, causing Neji to jerk in alarm, prepared for the boy's oncoming assault. Instead, he grew frustrated as the blonde simply faked him out and continued to stay in place. A smile crept along Naruto's face at the boy's reaction, before he burst out laughing. Not letting his guard down, Neji remained frozen, watching the boy calm down to a chuckle. You know, Neji, as much as it really pains me to admit it, we actually have a lot in common. Really? Neji replied, raising an eyebrow in amused disbelief. Sure, Naruto replied, shrugging, both of our fighting styles are actually pretty similar. All it can take is one touch, and poof, game over. All you have to do is touch me and shut down my chakra system, and I just have to tap you to place a gravity seal. However, he smirked as chakra began swirling in his gut, racing throughout his body and causing Neji to tense up in alarm. There's one critical difference in our styles. Neji narrowed his eyes. And what's that? Long range, Naruto smirked as he leapt backwards 2 times, before biting his thumb. He smeared the blood across the palm and raced through several hand signs before shouting, summoning jutsu. Smoke erupted from the ground, obscuring the boy, causing the crowd to murmur in excitement. As the clouds faded away, their murmurs turned to confusion as they stared at the tiny orange and blue toad sitting between the boy's legs. What the hell is that? Ino asked in slight disgust, as they stared down at the strange creature squatting in front of Naruto. A frog? A toad, Asuma corrected in mild astonishment as he leaned forward in his seat. It had been years since he had seen any of the summons from Mount Maiboku. I didn't know anyone else besides Jiraiya of the Sanin had access to the toad contract, Ko responded in shock. As a summoning expert himself, he fully understood the rarity of seeing the summons of the Toad clan in person. Today's the day, huh boss? Gamakichi asked as he glanced around the arena, taking in the sights and sounds of the new environment. You bet. Are you ready to go? Gamakichi nodded agreement as his gaze finally settled on the Hyuga boy across from him. Wait. Are we fighting Mr. Pretty Boy over there? Honestly, how you built him up, I was expecting more, he shrugged as he gazed Niji up and down. Niji ignored their ridiculous banter as he carefully eyed the tiny creature. It had cost Uzumaki quite a lot of chakra for him to pump out this creature. While he would call him one any day of the week, Uzumaki was admittedly no fool when it came to combat. His battles involving Lee and the Cloud Nin had certainly demonstrated that. He kept up his guard as the tiny toad plopped onto the boy's head. Well, certainly seems like a festive occasion, Gamakichi commented, glancing around the arena. It's really working up my appetite. We really should cook something. Hungry for barbecue? Starving, Naruto smirked as he glanced down at Niji. I'll bring the matches. And I'll bring the oil. Gamakichi finished as the two of them began racing through hand signs. Collaboration, Katon, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. The two cried in unison, as the oil launched from Gamakichi's mouth was ignited by Naruto's fire. The resulting fire roared to life, rushing across the field. Niji leapt backwards, vaulting hand over foot, and launched himself up the wall of the arena. The burning oil slammed against the concrete, pooling below him, causing him to face intense heat of the updraft. Gamakichi and Naruto leaned their heads back as they launched another volley of the burning oil. Niji quickly began racing along the wall, as the burning oil crashed in his tracks. He glared as he reached into his pouch and launched a barrage of shuriken at the immobile blonde. The blonde simply reached into his pouch and tossed a single kunai up in the air. Gamakichi's tongue burst from his mouth, wrapping around the tiny hole in the handle. In one fluid motion, his tongue whipped around, knocking the shuriken from their intended baths, much to the audience's excitement. Niji grunted as he leapt from the wall, and fell to the ground with some mild discomfort. Ignoring the feeling in his knees, he pushed himself up and began racing towards the pair. He dodged as short volleys of burning oil were launched at him, before the pair began running through new forms of hand signs. Sway ton, pressure stream, Gamakik shouted as water erupted from his mouth. The stream of water struck Niji in the shoulder, slightly veering him off course, but he was able to recover as he leapt and bent over the blast of water, as he grew increasingly closer. Pretty boy's got some fancy footwork, Gamakichi thought in irritation. Niji leapt up into the air, soaring over the duo's heads, causing Gamakichi to cut off his jutsu. Niji landed behind them, and swiftly slid into a low kick, sweeping Naruto off his feet. Niji continued his momentum and twisted around, his arms poised to thrust. As his body turned to face the falling boy, Niji's palm flew forward, aimed for the boy's shoulder. As he was about to land the first blow, something slimy and wet firmly wrapped around his arm and forcefully tugged him off balance. Niji followed the appendage wrapped around his wrist, and glared up at the toad that had finally left his perch from Naruto's head. Should be paying more attention, Niji, a voice taunted below him, causing his eyes to widen as he glanced down at the blonde below, who had his own arm outstretched, inches away from his bare skin. The blonde's devious smile was in full force as he reached up and tapped Niji's outstretched arm, causing a black pattern to burst to life on his skin. Gamakichi reared his head back and yanked the Hyuga boy off to the side, allowing Naruto to leap up off his back. Niji pulled as hard as he could against the small creature, but he was shocked by the amount of strength the tiny toad seemed to hide in its body. Fine, he cursed to himself as he quit fighting against the creature. He wrapped his arm around more of the creature's tongue and grabbed hold of it with his other. Squeezing down as hard as he could, he began forcing as much chakra as he could into the tongue's muscles. Gamakichi released him instantly, squealing in pain as his tongue began to painfully constrict. Niji made 3 steps towards the creature, before he suddenly found it incredibly hard to move. He grit his teeth as he fought simply to remain on his feet. He tried to glance behind him, before a fist was smashed into his face. Niji reeled back as Naruto smashed him once in the mouth. Fighting against weight pressing on him, he thrust his arm out, only for Naruto to duck under it. As Niji's arm sailed over his head, Naruto crossed his right hand into a seal. Niji's eyes widened as he felt the weight on him increase, making it even harder to stay upright. He tried to turn to defend himself, but was surprised to find something wet smack against his face. He gasped as he glanced down to see a tiny toad delivering a kick to his stomach. In any other situation, Naruto would have laughed. It was almost comical to watch Gamakichi fighting so earnestly with his tongue uncomfortably sticking out of his mouth, but this wasn't the time for that. The two of them took turns darting in and out, taking shots at the Hyuga genius, as he struggled to put up any resistance through the gravity seal. The crowd was honestly shocked as they basically watched the village pariah mop the floor with the prodigy of the Hyuga clan. They were not the only ones. Hinata and Sasuke were just as surprised as they were. Hinata had constantly lived her life watching Niji's back as a looming presence that she'd never overcome. To see Naruto dealing with him so easily was incredible. Sasuke was surprised to see this much efficiency out of the blonde idiot. His fighting style had improved a lot. Of course, he was fighting against an opponent who couldn't fight back, but he could still see the improvements in his form. It was also in his eyes. The way they tracked Niji's movements. They just held more experience than the last time he watched him fight. Sasuke had a hard time suppressing a smile. Sure, he had to admit he was enjoying Niji facing some karma, but the itch that had been born from watching Naruto's fight with EHL was back in full effect. He needed to know how they stacked up. Niji panted as he glared across at the two figures, patiently waiting for their next move. Before he could even make a step, Naruto rushed forward, sliding under his guard and sweeping his legs out from under him. As he fell backwards, his eyes widened as the tiny toad launched itself straight at him and smashed him with both legs, sending him flying. He groaned as he slid against the ground, until he came to an uncomfortable stop. Just as he had thought, the gravity seals were making it almost impossible to move. "Having fun yet, Niji? 'Cause we can end this now if you want," the blonde taunted with a thick smile on his face. "As fun as wailing on you is, I don't think kicking the Hyuga prodigy while he's down will look good on my resume when I'm applying for Hokage." Niji couldn't help but chuckle, as he forced himself to face Naruto out of the corner of his eye. "Still clinging on to that ridiculous dream of yours? What of it? Heh, it's funny that you actually think that somehow you'll become the Hokage. The spot held for the greatest shinobi in the village will not be taken up by some random orphan everyone looks down on." Naruto was silent as he took a deep breath. He raised his hand in a sign, and Niji buckled as the gravity seals increased to an incredibly uncomfortable degree. He grunted as the ground beneath him actually cracked from the weight. Against Lee, Naruto had been sure to slowly increment the amount of gravitational force that affected his body in order to prevent the boy from seriously hurting himself. He saw no reason to continue that courtesy now. "Yeah, we're done," Naruto replied as he glanced over at the judge, who was slowly making his way across the arena. As soon as Naruto turned his attention away, Niji closed his eyes and began focusing his chakra into his head. "Honestly, I'm a little disappointed," Gamakichi croaked as he hopped next to Naruto's side. Naruto started to turn and say, "No kidding. Nice work by the W." Naruto was cut off as he suddenly felt a surge of chakra violently explode behind him. He whipped around only to see a fist 2 inches from his face. His eyes could only widen in surprise as he was sent flying back across the arena. "What the he?" Gamakichi cried before he was violently kicked into the air. He felt his breath knocked from his body as he tumbled across the ground. The tiny toad was only to squeeze his eyes open to see a shining figure dart towards him, before his body exploded in pain once again. A fist firmly buried in his gut, smacking him to the ground. Before he could get up, Gamakichi felt himself being squeezed as he was lifted up. Naruto shook his head as he tried to clear his blurry vision. He had actually flown across the entire arena before smashing into the concrete wall. He placed a hand against the wall to steady himself as he glanced across the meadow. "I'm sorry I seem to disappoint the two of you, but I do hope that this makes up for it," the figure proclaimed before slamming the toad one last time against the ground, where he exploded into a pile of smoke. Naruto's eyes widened as he watched Gamakichi get dispelled back to NT Mayaboku. While he certainly felt guilty for the toad, he had a feeling that Gamabunta's anger about the state of his son was the least of his problems right now. Niji seemed to be twice as intimidating as he stared his opponent down. Niji let out a long breath as he continued to feel his body adjust to this state. Inner gates, Gate of opening complete, he coldly stated. Oh shit, Naruto thought as flashbacks of Lee started dancing in his mind. I am not going to be a human beach ball again. In the stands, Lee watched on in frustration as he was forced to watch Neji utilizing the same technique that he had worked so hard to achieve. Go ahead, Lee. I know you have something to say, Guy said, as if reading his mind. Sensei, you taught him the inner gates as well? Indeed. As much as it may hurt seeing Neji using that technique, you need to remember that he is also my pupil, and I cannot turn my students away when they ask for help. Tenten glanced back at him in surprise. Neji actually asked you to teach him that? It surprised me as well, Guy replied, crossing his arms. As you both know, Neji can be quite stubborn about opening up, so you can imagine my surprise when he approached me asking for help. After the preliminaries, he wanted me to teach him the basics of the technique. As much as he hates to admit it, Neji understood how challenging young Naruto would be as an opponent. He glanced down at Lee with a light smile. You'll be proud to hear that he even admitted that he would not have been able to keep up with you if he had faced you in the preliminaries. Lee's eyes widened as Guy continued, so he understood the danger those gravity seals presented, and he needed a way to continue to fight unencumbered, if Naruto was able to get past his guard. Just as you did, he saw the inner gates as a method to overcome the weight limit. Lee responded, gazing back down at his rival. Guy watched his young protege watch on, but decided to remain silent. This was not the place for this kind of talk. And next, Neji cried out as he focused even more chakra in his brain. Inner gates, gate of healing. Open! Naruto covered his eyes as the swell of chakra caused the wind to whip in his face. Neji slightly struggled to contain the overwhelming energy, as it traveled through every cell in his body. He had never felt so alert. With the limit removed from his brain, his mind was racing over 4 times its normal rate, allowing him to process information faster than ever before. His chakra began working throughout his body, repairing any damage that had been caused by Uzumaki's earlier assault. After a few seconds, he let out a sigh in comfort. He honestly felt incredible. The gravity seal left on his arm barely even registered to him anymore. It hardly even. Activate. Neji's eyes widened as he felt the seal's force increase yet again. It wasn't nearly as bad as it was before, but he certainly could still feel it was there. Naruto was beyond shocked. Neji was currently pushing 5 times normal gravity, and still on his feet. The current seal he had placed on him was at its max. He would have to apply more if he wanted to slow him down again. Without wasting any more time, Naruto raced towards the Hyuga, adjusting to the latest change in gravity. Naruto leapt through the air, aiming a kick at the boy's head, which he was easily able to block. Naruto leapt back before attempting 2 more strikes, which were met with the same level of ease. Tired of just waiting for his opponent, Neji finally began striking back. Naruto found himself truly struggling with Neji's blows. They weren't too fast for him to follow, but now they were about even regarding speed. It was now all up to whose taijutsu form was stronger, and unfortunately he knew between the 2 of them who had the other beat. You know, Uzumaki, you were right earlier, Neji calmly stated after his latest barrage of attacks left a trail of purple welts along Naruto's forearm. He winced as he felt the do its work, causing his muscles to painfully contract. How so? He grunted as he tried to knock away the seemingly faster strikes. We do have similar styles. However, what sets us apart are our weaknesses. Naruto felt confused before hissing in pain as Neji got a surprise jab into his ribs. I must thank you for pointing out my weakness in long range. I will be sure to remedy that. Your weakness, however, will not be so easily rectified. Neji then proceeds to land 1 punch to his face, before leaping over him. Sensing the momentary weakness on Neji's landing, Naruto whipped around as fast as he could to deliver a strike while he was vulnerable. Fist extended, he whipped around only for his heart to stop as he came face to face with someone else. Her eyes began to water, as he realized his fist was only inches from her face. His breath hitched in his chest as Neji lunged through the vision of Hinata to strike a strike straight to the boy's lung. Naruto's eyes widened as blood erupted from his throat. You're too sentimental, Neji commented as he began lowering himself into a very familiar stance. Checkmate, Uzumaki, he declared as his fingers began glowing blue. 2 palms. He cried out as Naruto could do nothing to stop his fingers from jabbing into his skin. 4 palms. 8 palms. Sasuke and Hinata could only watch in frustration as Naruto was violently bombarded by more and more hits every second. Finally, Neji reared back for his final set. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A fountain of blue erupted across Naruto's body as Neji's fingers danced across his skin, shutting down every single chakra point they came in contact with. With a final shout, he slammed his hand into Naruto's chest, sending him sliding back 1.5 feet. The boy heaved as he tried to breathe and stay on his feet, before eventually, his legs gave out beneath him. Neji was heaving himself as he rested on his knees. Performing each of the movements of the 64 palm techniques while being weighed down by the gravity seals was no easy task. However, he chuckled as he regained his breath and made his way towards his opponent. I must say, Uzumaki, I am quite impressed. I might have to take back what I said. You're not a complete failure after all. At least not as much as she is. Shut up. Naruto growled as he forced his head to look up at Neji. He grit his teeth as he glared up at Neji. His smug grin only pissed him off more. Growling. What is your problem? I'm used to people hating me, but why are you so cruel to her? She's done nothing to you. Neji's eyes flashed as he glared down at the blonde. Nothing to me? He repeated. Everything is their fault. Both her and the rest of the main branch. What? The hell are you talking about? Naruto gasped between breaths. Neji glanced towards the genin stands, and watched as Hinata shied away under his gaze. It seems you're behind on your Hyuga history. Allow me to fill in the blanks that Hinata-sama failed to fill in. Naruto watched on in confusion as Neji removed his headband and silently began unwrapping the binds around his head. As he finished removing the final layer, Naruto was surprised to see the black marks adorning his forehead. While he didn't know exactly what it was, his brain was dissecting it almost by instinct. Is that a seal? He panted, unable to help his curiosity. The caged bird seal, Neji angrily responded, lightly tracing over the design with a finger. Hinata watched on in guilty silence, unaware of the tiny light emitting from her pouch as a white symbol etched itself into a scroll. He angrily glared across the stadium towards the VIP box towards one man in particular. On the outside, Hayashi Hyuga met his nephew's glare with the same detached look he gave everyone. On the inside, he sighed, as he knew what was coming. Neji glared back at Naruto before angrily pointing at the seal. This is a mark of suppression. Something forced onto all of the branch members at birth in order to keep us in line. Simply because of the order in which we are born, any member of the Hyuga may be forced to wear this for the rest of their lives. Naruto frowned as he saw Neji's muscles tense before he continued. It's quite impressive in its cruelty. Would you like to know what it does? Imagine I were to disobey an order from one of the clan's elders, or perhaps a main branch member didn't approve of my tone when speaking to them. Regardless if it's deserved or not, any one of them can activate this seal, and you can take my word that no matter how much you might believe you're in now. He glanced over Naruto's disheveled form before closing his eyes and continuing, would be blissful relief compared to what it does to you. For once, Naruto had nothing to say, as Neji glared up at the Kage box. It must be nice for the rest of the village to act oblivious and pretend that they don't allow this slavery to exist within their village's walls. As he ended his rant, Neji glanced back down at Naruto's troubled expression. He saw him glance over towards Hinata, asking her to verify if his story was true. Her refusal to meet his gaze told him everything he needed to know. She failed to mention that little detail, didn't she? That half of her clan was forced to live as slaves. Naruto was shaken from his stupor and grit his teeth as he glared back up at Neji. Fine. It really sucks. But what does that have to do with Hinata? True fury engulfed Neji's face, as he shouted, she's the reason my father is dead. As Neji recounted the story of the Hyuga affair, even Sasuke felt no small amount of pity for Neji. It all started to click with him, as he remembered his first conversation with Hinata regarding Neji just before they entered the forest of death. Glancing down at her, he was surprised by what he saw. The way she held herself was completely different than what he expected. She did not shudder or shake. In fact, he was surprised by how relaxed her body posture was. There was no violent outburst of guilt or sadness. Instead, it was all in her eyes. Her large, lavender eyes expressed more than her actions ever could. They were almost glossed over, etched with guilt, pity, and misery. All the while, 2 constant streams of tears trailed down her cheeks. He was silent for a few moments before whispering, "You know that isn't your fault, right?" She simply shook her head, her gaze never leaving Niji's face, contorted in anger and pain. "Yes, yes it is," she murmured as her tears began to puddle at the bottom of her cheek. Sasuke fell silent, before a frown settled onto his face. "So you're telling me at 3 years old, you somehow intentionally planned to be kidnapped by Kumo?" The question completely caught her off guard, causing her to break her stare from Niji. She turned to face Sasuke, who seemed to be ignoring her gaze. What do you mean?" "Exactly what I said. You said it was your fault. So you're telling me that somehow you were able to arrange someone to kidnap you at 3 years old?" I don't understand." "I'm not going to repeat myself. Did you or did you not?" he replied more sternly this time, casting an eye on her. "Oh, of course not," she responded, taken aback by his tone. He let out a breath from nose, before turning his gaze back to the field. "Then stop saying it's your fault. Stop burdening yourself with guilt for something you didn't commit. I can understand it is upsetting, but I don't want to hear you keep blaming yourself for things outside of your control. Are we clear?" Hinata remained silent as his words reverberated inside her mind. "Are we clear?" Sasuke repeated slightly louder, with a hint of irritation. She remained silent for a few more seconds before she lightly chuckled. She couldn't help but suppress the tugging on the edges of her lips, as the tiniest of smiles lit up her face as she realized what he was trying to do. She nodded as she finally began wiping away the trail of tears that had been gathering on her cheeks and under her chin. "For the record," she slowly said as she rubbed her face against her sleeve, "you're going to need a deeper voice if you're going to try acting like sensei." Sasuke seemed to ignore her last comment as if he hadn't heard it, as he continued staring down at Naruto's beaten form. "Alright, pity time is over. Start paying attention. This match isn't over yet." Hinata was silent as she returned her attention back to the match at hand. She felt horrible as she gazed upon Naruto. His new clothes were torn and tattered, as well as stained from blood and dirt. She could feel Naruto's gaze as he turned his attention back to her. She didn't want things to end here for him, especially after all of his hard work. Finally, she shook herself as he broke her gaze, and turned back to respond to Sasuke. "What do you mean? Did you see that he has a plan?" "No, he has nothing, but this match still isn't over," Sasuke responded with certainty. Shimabu raised an eyebrow as the pair's conversation came to an end, and he took a place next to Sasuke at the railing. "Why do you say that?" Shikamaru asked, glancing up at him. "Because it's him. That idiot just doesn't know when to stay down," Sasuke replied with a light smirk. Shikamaru was silent for a second, before lightly chuckling and turning back to the field. Hinata also giggled at his remark as she turned back to the match. Sasuke was right. It was one of the many things she absolutely admired him for. His one creed that she had taken to heart more than any other. The will to never give up. Half a minute earlier, Niji was silent as he finished his story regarding the passing of his father. "This is my fate now. To forever be a slave to an unworthy family. Forced to be held back, simply because my father came out a few seconds after hers." Naruto remained silent as he lay in the dirt. His body was aching and it was difficult to even breathe, but regardless of that, his brain was running a mile a minute, fully digesting Niji's story. He winced as he turned his head to glance across the arena towards the balcony, until his eyes fell on Hinata. It was obvious how guilty she felt. His gaze softened as he mind flashed back to the first time their team had ever met as a group. Of course she had been shy and nervous, but she calmly stood up and said, Hello. My name is Hinata Hyuga. My likes also include reading, as well as flower pressing, and my family. My dislikes." Her thoughts trailed off as she thought about the divide in amongst the Hyuga. "Are rather personal to my clan. And my dreams are." She blushes as she shoots Naruto a quick glance, before pinching herself and holding her head up high, "to become the next leader of my clan, so that I can finally unify both houses. As his memory needed, he couldn't help but weakly smile as he watched Sasuke try to cheer her up in his own way, before shifting his gaze back to Neji. "You're so full of shit," he muttered, making sure Neji would clearly hear him. Niji's eyes flashed in irritation as he lifted his foot and began firmly applying pressure to Naruto's back. "Come again?" Naruto only chuckled under Niji's display of force. For someone with X-ray, binoculars, and 360 degrees of vision, it's amazing how blind you are. Naruto pushed his head up and shouted, "She cares about you all so much. All she wants to do is help you, but you just put her down and belittle her. Are you sure she's the one suppressing you?" Niji's nostrils flared as he applied slightly more pressure, before swiftly lifting his heel from Naruto's back and back up. He turned to walk away, but turned one last time to say, "Placing my trust in her would be pointless. She is far too soft to run the clan. Besides, it's not as if she has any chance, especially after today. Her behavior inside the maze was pathetic, and it was observed by the entire council. Trust me, it did nothing to help her perception in the elders' eyes. She'll never have the support to become clan head." "Well, it can be kinda hard to gain any traction when even your family keeps putting you down," Naruto shot in, causing Neji to pause. After a few seconds he shook his head and turned to Genma. "Referee, this match is finished. I'm done wasting my time here." Without another word, Neji began making his way across the arena. Before he was even halfway back towards the stands, he paused as he heard a slight whistling sound. Instinct kicked in, and his head jerked to the side. A kunai sailed past his face, lightly cutting his cheek. He whipped around with a frown to see the blonde barely on his feet with one hand on his knees and the other outstretched in front of him. "Where do you think you're going?" Naruto panted. "I'm not finished with you yet." He grit his teeth as he raised his head to meet Niji's gaze. "I am still standing." "A fact that can be easily remedied," Neji responded in kind, before rushing back and forcefully shoving Naruto off his feet. Naruto slid a few feet before painfully falling backwards onto his back, where he spent the next minute gathering his breath, before he worked up enough energy to push himself to his feet. "I'll give him this, he doesn't know when to give up," Neji thought as he watched Naruto teeter side to side, trying to stay on his feet. "This is pointless. What do you hope to accomplish? You can't even access any chakra. Why do you keep getting back up?" Naruto was silent before he slowly raised his hands into a single hand sign. "Because you called us failures." He closed his eyes as he forced his body to begin tugging towards the mark along the middle of his stomach. He gritted his teeth as he pushed his body to reach out and clamp onto the swirling body of chakra, as a loud roar echoed in his mind. Suddenly, Neji found himself fighting to keep his balance as a wave of violent chakra flooded, accompanied with strong winds, swept over the stadium. What the hell is this?" he thought incredulously. He winced as he fought to cover his eyes from the strong winds, but even with his, he was still confused at what was going on. He was left shocked as he watched a strange, new source of chakra, drowned in a red, malevolent aura, begin flooding throughout the blonde's body. His entire chakra system should have been blocked off, but Naruto was somehow forcing this ridiculous chakra through his body's network. Not only was it flowing, but this chakra was also forcing open all of the blonde chakra points he had closed off in his earlier attack. "What is this dark chakra?" Neji cursed as he could only watch as this strange, red chakra erupted from the boy's stomach, spreading out in every direction. Or is it even chakra at all? "There it is again," Hinata muttered as she and Sasuke braced themselves as the waves of heavy chakra washed over them. She had been only half conscious at the time, but she could still vividly remember the feeling of this chakra from their mission to Wave. While the chakra still held a malevolent feeling to it, it felt incredibly more reined in than before. However, that didn't mean it was something to scoff at. It still made the hair on her arms stand on end, and filled the air with a thick, heavy feeling that seemed to press down on her. She was forced to remove her grip on the railing to cover her eyes, as her face was assaulted by the onslaught of wind. Sasuke, on the other hand, didn't even seem to mind the wind. In fact, his eyes never left the sight of his teammate as this red chakra swirled around him. Sure, he had known about the blonde's tenet ever since the team's little heart-to-heart in Wave, but believing and seeing were two very different things. This was the first time he was actually conscious to experience the demon's chakra in person. He was shocked by just how overbearing it was. It felt like heavy bursts of hot gas were being blasted against his body, and that was without even mentioning its biggest effect: the rage. It was as if a presence was simply rolling through him in waves. The closest thing he could compare it to was Zabuza's killing intent, but even that paled in comparison. Zabuza's intent had been overbearing, but it had carried an almost manufactured feeling to it. It was almost like he could tell that the rage and anger weren't directly intended for him. But this, it almost felt personal. As if he were the true target of all of this presence's anger. All that hatred and anguish directed straight at him. But what really struck him the most was from whom all this was coming from. While he had accepted his teammate's status as A, it was almost as if it never truly settled into his mind. The guy was just too naive and upbeat. The idea of the village's ultimate demon inside of him of all people just never clicked with him. But now, being bathed in the glow of this chakra, Sasuke felt like he was truly beginning to understand the situation his teammate was actually in. His eyes flashed red as the picture of Naruto engulfed by a sea of red was burned into his mind. Even as the chakra continued to flow over him, it couldn't stop a new feeling that was rushing over him. Anticipation. Naruto was uncharacteristically silent as the strange chakra finally stopped thrashing out and spreading in every direction. As he let out his breath, the chakra seemed to settle and began focusing solely on his body, forming an aura around himself. When he finally opened his eyes, Neji was taken back by the sight. Gone were his bright blue eyes. In their place were two bloodshot, red eyes with sharp, slanted irises. He never broke Neji's gaze, as he calmly withdrew a trident-style kunai from his pouch. Impossible! Does he have a Genkai? Neji thought as he tried to understand what exactly was happening. Just what is he? Shaking himself from his stupor, Neji grit his teeth and began raising his own chakra. As he forced his energy to flow through his body, he could not stop Naruto's words from echoing in his head. Well, it can be kinda hard to gain any traction when even your family keeps putting you down. Shut up, shut up. Why? Why won't you just stay down? He growled as he took a few slow steps before racing full tilt towards the blonde. His hands erupted in blue chakra as he prepared to deliver another stroke. This time to his heart. Why? Naruto repeated before he too rushed forward. As they finally drew upon each other, the blonde tossed his kunai forward towards Niji's head. He almost smirked at the throw as he easily tilted his head to miss the blade. It was almost as if he wasn't even aiming for his head. Just as they were within inches of each other, the blonde indignantly cried, "Because that is my fate." Ignoring the blonde's words, Neji swept under his arm and pressed forward towards his chest. The blonde seemed completely unconcerned about the glaring weaknesses in his guard as Neji reached forward to strike him. And then, just as he was about to land his hit, it happened. He vanished. He simply vanished. Gone in a yellow flash. Dumbstruck, Neji could do nothing but continue his path forward before the blonde suddenly returned to his Byakugan's field of view, hovering right above his back. Neji was beyond shocked, but what actually scared him was the massive concentration of chakra that was forming in Naruto's hand. The heat from the Rasengan bathed his palm as he glared down at the wide-open back of his opponent. He tightened his grip on his kunai as he twisted midair and slammed the blue orb into the small of Niji's back. It was only a matter of seconds, but to everyone in the crowd, it felt like hours. All of the older shinobi recognized the technique instantly. Every single one of them mouthed the words that screamed from the boy's lips. Rasengan! Dust was sent flying as Neji was slammed into the earth beneath him. Niji's face stung with tears as his back erupted in pain from a combination of burning and tearing flesh. Any attempt to let out a cry of pain was cut back, as he was shot towards the ground, knocking the wind from his chest. The collision of the impact shattered the ground beneath him, launching up a cloud of dust into the air. A loud-sounding crack echoed off the walls of the arena, filling the silent void left by the stunned crowd. Naruto bit back the bile in his throat. The pain in his gut was sharp, but short-lived as he already felt the Kyuubi's chakra patching up the hole even faster than normal. He was silent as he stood over Niji's body, inspecting the spiral-shaped scar now etched into his back. The silence hung over them for a few more seconds, before he finally tore his gaze away from his back and met Niji's eyes. He simply stared back at those wide eyes that were so similar to his teammates. Finally, Naruto spoke. Maybe there is some fate or destiny set out for us to follow, but what gives anyone the right to say that they know what their fate is? No one can see what the future holds, so just accepting something as fate is the same as giving up. Niji didn't know what to say as Naruto turned away from him. Sure, there are things in life we can't control. Things that we wish were different. Circumstances outside of our control. Naruto fell silent as he unconsciously placed a hand on the seal on his stomach. Moments of silence ticked by before he met Niji's gaze again. Niji was surprised to see the blonde's eyes full of even firmer resolve. But more than anything else, I believe it's our decisions, not the conditions of our lives, that determine our destiny. Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember even shadow clones need love. Peace out, Shinobi.